Testing. Are we live? Are we live? There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. This is, if you're watching this, is probably the recap. I mean, really, man, right now this morning, I'm very excited, baby. I hope you're ready. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, don't get it twisted, baby. You're watching the recap, okay? But hopefully you're here live right now. It is Friday, January 21st, 2020, and you are at a very, very big pivot point for the market. What we do today after this awful Netflix earnings and where we go tomorrow, which is going to be Monday. I say tomorrow, but I know it's Monday. But then that next week with Powell, it is going to be wild. But what we have today on this big options expiration, oh my goodness, Chad, I hope you're ready. So good morning. Oh yeah, you better wake up. I know you, man. I don't know, man. I don't hear, but it's okay. I mean, I don't know. Do I got to get you in the mood? Listen, I got good hair. I mean, just listen. I understand. You need to get hyped, but you can let it out. You can let it out. I know you like this. Just look at it. Oh. I don't want to. Don't make me do it in the morning. I just woke up. What? Oh. It's okay. Let it out. Let it out. Don't worry. Let it out now. The bell rings in 17 minutes. It's okay. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you're ready. It's okay. Cry now until the bell. But right when that bell rings, I need you locked and loaded. It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a long day. Oh, so get ready, baby. Get ready. Leave it on. Some of y'all feel that way too heavy. Some of y'all leave that on. They're like, I need that in the morning, baby. Oh, let's go. But good morning. What's up, Eric? What's up, Carissa? What's up, John? Good morning, Michelle. Good morning, sipping, go, sipping out, gin and go, lay back. Yeah. What's up, baby? What's up, Texas? Good morning, Texas. Good morning, West Coast. Good morning, Middle Coast. Good morning, East. Is there a Middle Coast? East Coast. What's up, baby? Oh, what's up, Alejandro? What's up, Benny? Oh, I got Benny, Mr. Silverio in the morning. What's up, Mr. Forsetti? Jim Birch. Oh, S-Dub, what's up? What's up, Matt? What's up, Gerald? Oh, what's up, the last tiger? What's up, Arion? Is it Arion? I think it's Arion, baby. What's up, Kurt McGurr? There you go. I told you, I see these people in the morning gang, bro. I'm telling you, the morning squad goes hard. They ready to go. So I hope you guys are ready, man. It's going to be excited. I hope you feel blessed. Again, there's going to be a lot today, man. I've been even telling this to a lot of my friends. They've been asking me, it's fun. I didn't realize how many friends I have until the market goes down. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all feel me on that. Like, cause it's just like, oh, what's up, man? And honestly, I'm telling you, these next few days are going to be very, very pivotal. It's going to be very, very fun. You're going to get to see a lot, and it's probably going to be very, very memorable. I mean, at the very least, I know there's a lot of things happening. I know there's a lot of up and down, but especially if you are a newer investor or your career is less than 2 years old, I would tell 2 years or less, I would just tell you, man, this is going to be a great learning opportunity, and, whatever happens here in the next couple days, couple weeks, I mean, this is going to go in your memory bank for a very, very long time. I mean, and this is a... Oh, excuse me. That was a good burp. This is a very, very big inflection point. So I hope you're ready, my friend. I hope you are ready. So what do we got here with the news? U.S. futures were red with NASDAQ contracts the worst performers after shaky results from Netflix. The stock Europe 600. Do I sell everything, Frizzle? No, you don't. You don't. I mean, the long term should still be kicking to a degree. I mean, again, especially in the midst of pain, but just get ready. I mean, this is still only January, baby. I like that. Do I sell everything Frizzle? It's okay. It's okay, baby. The stock Europe 600 fell to the lowest level in a month. Bond yield slipped for a second day as demand for havens increased. Oil declined on a surprise climb in the U.S. crude. Bitcoin slumped to a 5-month low. J.P. Morgan's junior bankers aren't the only ones getting a pay. Jamie Dimon got a 10% increase. Janet Yellen stuck to her inflation guns, forecasting a slowdown close to 2% by the year end. If we're successful in controlling the pandemic, I expect inflation to diminish and hopefully to revert to normal levels by the end of the year, around 2%. She told CNBC price growth hit 7% in December, and the Bloomberg consensus for this year is 4.6. Yellen will address the virtual Davos summit this morning. You're going to hear from Bezos, from Yellen and Biden. Yo, we going to hear Jeff Bezos, secretary. Man, that's crazy. A bad combo. A toxic mix of rising interest rates and low corporate earnings is a bad combo for credit in stocks, according to B of A. They see negative returns for both asset classes in 2022 with a rate shock in the first half of the year, followed by a recession panic in the second. So you're already getting guidance on that. Corporate Netflix, they plunged as much as 22% pre-market after announcing a first quarter subscriber outlook of less than half of the consensus. Disney and Roku also slid. Peloton recouped some losses pre-market by vowing to reduce costs, possibly through job cuts, after preliminary results missed. Schlumberger, they beat on revenue and profit will boost capital spending this year in anticipation of a strong growth cycle. Alibaba slid in Hong Kong after the Financial Times reported China's state broadcasters implicated Ant Group in a corruption scandal. Country Garden defied skeptics with Hong Kong $500 million convertible bond sale a week after the report said the Chinese developer was struggling to issue debt. Intel plans to spend about $20 billion on a chip-making hub in Ohio. Ukraine, Anthony Blinken and Sergei Lavrov met in Geneva, Russia. Russia is grateful to the U.S. I was like, they got Geneva, Russia is grateful to the U.S. for taking part in the talks. Lavrov said, we did not expect any major breakthroughs to happen today, but I believe we are now on a clear path to understand each other. Blinken said he'll share more with Russia in writing next week. No companies are selling corporate credit today. Citi broke ranks with the growing list of oil market bulls, arguing that the market will move into a structural surplus after March. This may last for 7 quarters. ING is another bear, saying oil is due for a downward correction, but Morgan Stanley joined the camp predicting a $100 Brent crude, saying prices will be supported by falling stockpiles and shrinking spare capacity. Barclays staff in London can return to office January 31st. Regulators, including the FDA and European medicine agencies, call for multi-purpose jabs to replace boosters. Brazil's beef industry and the Amazon rainforest destruction are inexplicably intertwined. A truth JBS, the world's largest beef producer, won't acknowledge. It snaps up more cattle from the Amazon than any other meat packer in the industry. The market is down like 2%. Why are you telling me about the Amazon beef? I don't know what to do. Hong Kong status as a magnet for bankers is cratering. Headhunters are finding that they can only recruit candidates who are already stationed in the city, while expats frustrated with strict zero COVID policies are heading elsewhere. No amount of money is going to convince a candidate to go to Hong Kong, said recruiter Jason Kennedy. They would rather choose Singapore. Chart of the day. Oh, dude, I got a technical for you, dude. This one's crazy, dude. 10-year bond technical, dude. Get ready for this one, dude. 10-year yield, which hit 1.9 this week, has traced and completed a so-called island reversal top. I'm just an island bond. Talking about an island bond. Island reversal top, a rare technical pattern that occurs when an upside gap in an uptrend is almost immediately followed by a downside gap. The current active downside chasm opened at 1.802%, and unless yields close above this, it supports the 165-17 range may come into play. So we will see what happens. 10 a.m., U.S. leading index. 11 a.m., Janet Yellen speaks at virtual Davos. 11 a.m. as well, Biden is going to be speaking on the chip shortage. 1 p.m., Baker Hughes rig count. The Fed SRF $500 million at 1:30, and then Blinken in Geneva. I think that's it. America's Supreme Court ensured Texas' 6-week abortion ban will stay fully in effect for the time being, refusing for a second time to let abortion providers return to a federal trial court to keep pressing their challenge. The administration is monitoring real-time data obtained from business operating in China to determine whether outbreaks of Omicron pose a risk to U.S. supply chains, an official said. Minimum wage for U.S. government employees was raised to $15 an hour, Axios reported. Chile's new finance chief, UK retail sales plummeted in December Again, this is a really, really bad day here for European stocks as well, too. The volume of goods sold in stores and online fell 3.7% from November. Biggest slide since January 2021's lockdown and way more than forecast. The outlook gives little comfort. Separate GfK data, which is closely followed by the BOV, show consumer confidence unexpectedly dropped 4 points at the start of the year to negative 19. BOV policymaker Catherine Mann hinted she's prepared for a vote for further rate increases. Christine Lagarde said that the ECB must be open for change in the inflation outlook. We will be having projections in a couple of months that may look different, and at that point, I may have to look at my roadmap, she said. Japan's key consumer prices failed to accelerate towards BOJ's target in December, with CPI excluding fresh food rising 0.5 year. Look at that. Japan's strength, bro. There's CPI 0.5. That's not bad. It's not bad. China is, that's year on year, 0.5. Japan has 0.5 inflation year over year. Imagine that. So again, hopefully you guys realize how different currencies move. I got a couple of stories with that. We could talk about it. The PBOC gave the so-called window guidance for the large-owned lenders and regional banks. China is quietly urging banks to increase lending after a slow start. PBOC gave the window of guidance for large state-owned lenders and regional banks, encouraging them to extend more credit to companies and households. People said LME CEO Matthew Chamberlain will step down after 5 years leading the industrial metal market and a turbulent final one. Relations with some big brokers have been strained by a fight over a close to open outcry trading floor, and exchange faces declined trading volumes. Investments in U.S.-listed commodity ETFs swung to inflows last week, led by precious metals. WTI slumped for the most in a month, but ANZ said the outlook for the fuel was bright as nothing has fundamentally changed. Gold and base metals edged down. Top agriculture commodities also traded in the red. IBM agreed to sell Watson Health to a private equity firm. I thought they sold Watson. I was like, what? How they do our boy like that? Financial terms for the deal are not disclosed, but people said the price is over $1 billion. PetSmart is in talks to go public through a blank check company backed by KKR. People said the BC partner-backed pet supply retailer would be valued at $14 billion. JKL Play, the acquisition vehicle of former F1 boss Eddie Jordan, withdrew for possible offer for Playtech. Deliverect, a Belgian software firm, simplifies online food delivery, is in talks to raise new money at a $1.2 billion valuation. Evergrande to hire advisors to start identifying bondholders. Renault rips up Nissan Alliance script and bid for traction. Buyout frenzy is loading UK. Twitter shook up the top ranks of its security team with the termination ahead of security and the exit of chief information officer, New York Times said. Internal memo from CEO Parag Agrawal said that the nature of the situation limited what he was allowed to share with his employees. B of A revamped leadership across wealth management business, placing more responsibilities on current heads. Google boosted spending on Washington lobbyists by 72% or 27% in 2021 to $9.6 million as it fought antitrust scrutiny. In addition, with specific antitrust bills, it lobbied on cloud computing, the chip supply chain, cybersecurity, and global tax. Amazon said Alexa voice assistant service was fixed after outages in the UK. Intel plans to spend $20 billion on a chip-making hub in Ohio. JP Morgan asked staff to return to London office from February 1st. Xbox chief says Call of Duty will remain on PlayStation. Intel to commit $20 billion. There's 3 headlines on the Intel one. Walt Disney, Roku fall after Netflix subscriber outlook miss. Apple target estimates boosted at Wells Fargo ahead of results. Disney, Roku drop. Travels cut to equal weight at Barclays. Price target 170. Salesforce cut to 300 from 360 at Deutsche Bank. Meatloaf has died at age 74, Press Association reporting. The singer, whose name was Michael Leaday, sold over 100 million albums. His name was Meatloaf? Yeah, he died. Adele is gutted. She had postponed her Las Vegas residency at Caesars just days before she was due to take stage. Singer said half her crew and team were down with COVID. It was impossible to finish the show. Some of the tickets were going for up to $30,000. Meta and Snap were sued over the suicide of an 11-year-old girl. A woman claims her daughter, Selena Rodriguez, struggled for 2 years with extreme addiction to Meta's photo-sharing platform and Snap's messaging app before taking her life. The lawsuit levels highest criticism at Snapchat, saying the platform rewards users in excessive and dangerous ways for engagement. Hamster production is the latest form of protest in Hong Kong. Pet owners are forming rescue networks offering to adopt creatures so they can be tracked down and not be killed as part of the zero COVID policies. Elon Musk is offering to send Starlink internet terminals to Tonga after underwater volcanic eruption and subsequent tsunami cutoff of communication. We have a news quiz today, and then on this day in history, King Louis the 14th, I think is the King the 16th of France, was guillotined in the aptly named Place de la Révolution in Paris in 1793, bringing an end to more than 1,000 years of continuous French monarchy. The first French Republic was also proclaimed 4 months before, and Louis was tried and found guilty of high treason. Queen Marie Antoinette followed him to the guillotine in October of the same year. Wow. Are you ready? It's a lot of news, but I think you know what the focus is. I mean, people are responding to what you got going on right now. Again, it's just really dealing with this. I have a couple things in mind. I mean, essentially, we're going to need to talk about it. It might be a sharp gap down, and here, maybe we'll talk about it in a little bit. You know why? I got some ideas, but before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, yes, amen. Before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I know they feel the exact same way. We want to give a huge and special shout out to all the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Also, shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Oh, it feels like volatility. It feels good. It feels like a blessing. Do you feel blessed? I hope you feel blessed, man. It's game time. It's game time, Chattadonia. I can feel it in the air. I feel like Lion King. Is that what you said? I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, it's game time, baby. But like I'm saying, we got a couple of things on the board. I mean, pretty much everything is clapped. You got a little bit of strength there in the Hang Seng. I'm going to be watching a couple of plays, but it's going to be very, very simple. I mean, I'm really going to focus on Netflix and Disney, then watch chip makers, and then autos, AMD, Ford, Tesla, and then Boeing. And then you also got CSX as one of the other, post-earnings plays. And you got a frizzle. Oh, we need the frizzle in the morning. Oh, my God. Let's go, baby. Hard. Woo. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Let's go, baby. So, like I'm saying, I have an idea of how we could play out today. So we only got a minute left here, but essentially it's going to either look a lot like yesterday, but, I mean, a lot of people are just looking pretty much you have the 200-day moving average, and then you have a 10% correction on the SPY. The S&P is not corrected 10% yet, but it's closer to the 200-day. But what I'm looking for today with this big options expiration, I think you're going to get a big move in the morning. We'll probably hit a low. It might go down quicker than not, and then I'm expecting a shorter-term bottom, and then maybe if pretty much the harder we sell off, the more likely we are to get a bounce or some type of near-term bottom, but we're going to see here. So if we do start out bullish, that'll be interesting. I'm probably going to go after a couple of plays like Netflix and the other ones. I don't know how I'm going to feel about the mornings. My initial plan is pretty much put like a couple $100 every hour on various plays and see how they play from there. And then, I mean, hopefully we get a lot more opportunity. So I hope you're ready, baby. But drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. Show some love. Call out a play. The market is opening in 3 seconds. There it is. You're running off of it. Round one. Fight. Let's see. Disney's down 4. Netflix is down 21%. Again, some China names are still up right now. Morning chairs boosted. Get boosted, man. Get boosted. Stay safe. Oh my gosh. 1,000% on these. These guys are crazy, man. These guys are crazy. We're talking 1,000% on some of these options. The Netflix ones are super expensive. So again, most of the Netflix chain is up about 1,000% right now. We'll see. We'll see how you could hit some of these. There's that. Watch the Disneys as well. I'm going to take a look there. Netflix still falling. Damn, son, where'd you find this one? We're only down 0.38 on the S&P, so that first candle and even that pre-market move, it was a lot better than you would have expected there. And then TLT is going up. Again, people are expecting TLT to come down today, or TLT to go up. Bond yields should come down. So we will see. All right, some of the premiums are dropping. People are chilling out a little bit. Wide spreads. Hi, Nike rip, Walgreens. I mean, watch there. Disney's coming down. Let me check. Apple. Apple is holding up a little bit better than anybody earlier. Yeah, Apple is green right now. Remember, Apple got an upgrade by Wells Fargo. DWOX, Square down 1.0. SPY only 0.28. NASDAQ 0.4. Dow is looking good. I'll get the industries up here in a second. I just want to see some of the premiums. Netflix is floating. Lucid, even Peloton's up. Yeah, even the dividend. I mean, I'm waiting for Netflix. I mean, you want this first move to happen. I mean, give it even 30 minutes. It's so early, and there's a lot of expectations that I think, I mean, it might calm down a little bit once we see where the chains are at, but just get a good idea of where everything's at right now. Amazon, they're still down. I mean, Apple is green right now. So is Facebook. Facebook just went up 0.3. I think Microsoft's up right now, too. So is NVIDIA. So we'll see how this is playing out a little bit like yesterday, but not as again, not as bullish. The fact that that was a nice open so far, but let's see how long-lived this will be. Let's see the Netflix. Mm-hmm. 1.7 inflows into the NASDAQ. I mean, we were pretty low. Again, like I said, there's two different points that people are fighting over now. Not only do you have this SPY below the 100-day moving average coming towards the 200-day moving average, SPY is pretty much the only index that hasn't been down 10%. So NASDAQ and Dow, I'm pretty sure they've dropped 10% from the highs, whereas the SPY still has a little bit to go. Boeing falling. Watch if Apple comes down. Yeah, Boeing down 1.43. Lucid trying to hold. AMD starting to go up again. Netflix hasn't moved yet. SPY is coming up. All right, let me take a look here. Industries right now, it's 50-50. Real estate, consumer staples, defensive names, healthcare are all leading right now. So if anything, you are like XLV is up is up 0.5% right now. Morgan Stanley, Goldman down 0.75. Yeah, banks are weak. Again, Wells Fargo had some good news, but see, again, Wells Fargo was somewhat of a leader. They're down a lot right now. Abivai up, NVIDIA. I mean, AMD starting to move. You might get Boeing bouncing. So look at, you're going up here right now. SPY is, Dow Jones is positive. SPY is about to go green here for a little bit. So this is looking decent. Microsoft's up 0.5%. Very, very, I thought you would get a little bit more of a sell-off here with the Netflix, but Netflix is already down 21%, so we will see which way that goes. And then Disney's still getting clobbered off it, though. That's the difference. Disney's moving. It's outpacing the Netflix for sure. Cost dividend 2.03. MO up 0.58. Where is that one? Those won't even sell. Where to the Caterpillars? Caterpillars went positive. Watch Wells Fargo. Netflix is going up. Again, that's a 1% candle right there. Tesla starting to sell. Tesla is on the low. Where's Ford? Ford is already down 1.5. Let's see, Caterpillar, Wells Fargo. I mean, we'll see after this move. You're probably gonna it's either gonna come right back down or it may make another pop and do the second move again. We've seen it's a lot more volatility in the early mornings. We're gonna see if it picks the up or down direction, and then it's gonna pretty much continue there for the next couple of hours. We'll see. Uber 1.7. Yeah, Disney is definitely outpacing compared to Netflix. Man, it's still so expensive. Let me try. Okay, so I'm going to try something. I mean, my plan with this is going to be, because again, I think we're going to just have such a wide range. I'm going to just start throwing out smaller orders. If this shit loads. Okay, I'm waiting on one, but essentially, even then, I mean, with this type of move, when you guys are seeing it like this and there's volatility and premiums are high, you're going to watch me kind of go back to the original where you could throw out a lot of the smaller plays, and those could do a lot more damage than not. So essentially, that's what I'm going to try to focus on here. Tesla's hitting a low. I don't know if he's going to feel me. That's the thing. The spreads are just crazy. Okay, I got filled. I grabbed one Netflix for next week. But again, these plays are all up 500%. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be a little bit weird, but the idea is, again, by the way today plays out, we can find something. That one's going to be risky. So I grabbed it next week, and again, you'll see what I'm doing. I spent $200 on some a little further out the money, and then the idea is as this thing bounces and moves throughout the day, I'm going to try to get closer and closer to the money, and we're going to see if we break any of these flips below 20, but the premiums are jacked, so that's what's going to make it a little bit harder here. And then Tesla's selling off, Ford, everything is already coming down, even Amazon. Again, Amazon's below 3,000. Even Apple flipped. They're about to go red. I grabbed one Netflix put right now. I grabbed a couple out of the money, and then like I'm saying, the idea I'm trying to get the pricing, and it's hard. These contracts are up 1,000% usually. So right now if it's gonna be a long day, I mean we're gonna see where it goes from. So I'm telling you, smaller plays that way, because if I hesitate on the bigger ones, I could just put out a lot of these small ones, and then we'll get an idea of just where everything is holding up. See, there's Disney. We'll see how they play out. D walk down. That might be an interesting one if that slips. So SPY came back to open. Again, these are that literally first 10-minute move here. So like we said, we came up, we came down. We're either going to test a little bit above this or it starts the downtrend right now. Apple's going red. Altria is ripping. Altria's up 1%. So it's good to see some value names hold up. I mean, the industries are pretty whack. You got a majority down right now. Again, the rest of Europe is clapped. You got 216 names up, 283 down. The SPY's actually quite even in a very, very weird way. Very, very weird way. Dow has 16 names up, 14 down. I think it's Tech, but Tech didn't even look that bad this morning. You're down 0.79 on the NASDAQ, though, 0.44 on the SPY, and then 0.10 on the Dow. So there is a defensive move today for the most part. Yeah, only 700 names up. So, again, some of the names that actually hold, I mean, it could be good there. Microsoft red. Mm. 100%. What they gonna make you pay? Roblox 241. Netflix greetings clapped again. Let's see. Netflix for the long term. I mean, if it goes below, you're at 2018 pricing, which is kind of good. There's Disney and Microsoft. Microsoft's a little bit stronger. Again, I have the Netflix. Disney might be good. Shopify's on the low. Let me see. So a little bit of a bounce there. You sold off a little bit more. 444. I mean, what is it? 478. You need 47 points down. So it'll be like 430 something is the 10% bottom, whereas 441 is the 200-day moving average. So again, we need to talk about that one in a little bit, but that's why just pay attention to this range. It's either going to be a tighter range or a wider range, but the faster we sell off, if we sell off bigger, I mean, in a weird way, it'll show us kind of the range we're going to get. And it could end up being a little bit bigger, or better, but we'll see what happens. Coin, all-time lows. I don't know. Coin, in a weird way, I feel like they might do good. Just because I feel like the Bitcoin volatility is usually their environment. Starbucks is up right now. So is Wally World. So, again, defensive names are still hitting on this. It's PXU. Netflix at the low, 22%. Walmart's still going. SPY's at the low now, too. You're almost down 1% on the NASDAQ. Intel is up. Dogecoin 15. The clapping. Apple's hitting a low now. They're going down. Interesting. Microsoft seems less volatile. It does, kind of, but the premiums, again, it's if the premiums go or not. Netflix is the real key. I mean, watch Netflix and Disney. The premiums are just hard, like I'm saying. I'm already up 100% on the weekly one. But like I'm saying, my idea here is to throw out these place markers so we could get an idea. But these two, I mean, even though you have a lot of stuff going on in the market, these two are going to have their own thing, and it's going to be big for the rest of the day. Nike's up. Yeah, everything's coming down now. Again, even the Dow has gone red. You're down a third of that. SPY and NASDAQ are the ones really, really getting killed. BA Premium Juiced. It's good. Watch that on the weekly, because if that bounces, you could double dip that. Yeah, we're up 118 on the Boeing now, finally. But we'll see where they go from here. AMD letting go. Oh, no way. And Roblo coin under 200, so a little bit of a bottom there. Netflix, those went up 120%. I'm still going to ride those out. Again, I think every couple of hours, I want to see where we end up at the next hour. That will get rid of premiums because, again, the further we move, but then as time, every hour, every 30 minutes that expires today, it's going to change the outlook just because of the big expiration. You got to realize the open interest at January 2021 contracts on the S&P and a lot of these names, it's very, very wide. So just keep that in mind. Facebook every 30 minutes to an hour, because now every time as the time premium starts killing the contracts, it reduces the premium on those contracts, likelihood of intrinsic value, all of that. So just keep that in mind. That's why, I mean, today there's a lot of things expiring. So we'll see. A couple things are bouncing right there. Again, you just had a quick bounce to VWAP. Microsoft is back up to green. Apple wants to fight a little bit. There's Tessie a little bit. Even Netflix came in with that. Again, there's defensive moves right now. So some of your healthcare plays are actually holding up. I don't know. Is real estate doing good? Yeah, KBH is up. Two deviations, somebody getting wrecked. That's what I was thinking with a lot of the correlations and how it is. But, I mean, we'll talk about it today. I brought it up. If you watched the watch list yesterday, the final segment there with TLT pretty much explains it all. I mean, the Fed right now, Powell is put in a very weird spot. Again, I keep saying Powell pivot, but, I mean, the likelihood of that, who knows? But right now, pretty much Powell has to determine of whether he wants TLT up or down. Again, TLT goes up, policy error. That's if he backtracks. If he could backtrack, pretty much Powell could save the market, but he has to let inflation run a little bit longer, or you stop inflation running and then you crash the market. That's essentially what Powell's meeting here on Wednesday is going to be. So that's where everything gets, again, a lot of people could look at a lot of different things right now. I mean, there's technicals, there's ranges. Again, there's a 200-day moving average. There's 10% correction point. There's year-to-date gains on some assets. Like it's a wild point. But essentially, Powell he has to make that decision. So he's either going to backtrack and pivot, and he could save the market, but you have to let inflation run for a little longer, or you stop inflation right now and you start clamping down on it. But that would mean that you would have to risk the market essentially. When it crashing the market put you in the same boat as making inflation run? No. You would get literally prices would go down. That's it. Think about it. If rates were higher, they stopped the borrowing, all that. It slows down investment, but it would tame it. Netflix at 385. Amazon here. What time is it? It's only been 20 minutes. Coca-Cola, again, value names are doing great. Like, absolutely great right here. Okay, let's see if we get a little bit more of a sustained bounce. I mean, this might kill some premiums, but a lot of things are still holding. Contracts are very expensive both ways. There's a couple, though. I mean, if we could get a couple of gaps. Let's see. All right, I made one more play. I think I'm going a little bit early on this one because, again, I want to give myself essentially every couple of, I want to make a move like every hour or two or so, just so the premiums have time to move. What'd I pay for that? Wait, what did I pay for those? Hold on, I'm trying to, it disappeared. Damn, they scammed me real quick. Okay, so this one's gonna be for the premium. It's interesting though. These ones are gonna be hard, but I like them. I like them for a reason. I kept it a little bit smaller. I mean, I could have went a little bit closer to the money, but I grabbed a Tesla next week put, and the reason is if you go to the option chain. Let me show you some of the puts. They ran up yesterday. These are the ones far out the money, but the closer you get to the money, you'll notice some of them have broken out and they have premium. You see what I'm saying? So then the further down you go, you'll notice on the option chain, there's some now that do not start to, that pretty much are getting hit more by time decay than not. So that's why I'm saying if volatility does increase, I mean, I'm going for some of these ones with lower premium, but it's super risky. Super, super risky. So be careful. They have earnings next week. This is just about today. That's it for the most part. Yeah, Microsoft is breaking. I think they're below 300. TLT is going up. Don't think that's going to be an issue for us today. But even then, the dollar's up right now too. This is the market selling with the dollar up. So it's kind of good that it's not doing the reverse. But still, Netflix hitting a new low. Altria is still at the high. Microsoft under 300. Tesla's going down. SPY's about to hit another drop here. You're down 1.1 on the NASDAQ, 0.7 S&P, 0.17 on the Dow. Dow is the one that's holding. Yeah, the low ticker's going crazy. The Netflix from this morning is up 140. I mean, I'm surprised. Dude, some of these places just keep going down. So Netflix already 23% for the post-earnings. Again, I believe this is lower than 2018. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, you are literally now almost 10% lower than the 2018 move, which is actually wild. Roblox down 5. AMC dumping. BA 150. Where's Caterpillar? Tesla's at the low, down 2. Caterpillar's still down again. I mean, defensive seems to be healthcare, but some of those have already slipped here today. And then Altria is just killing it. These things, man. Didn't I try to get like 53 from them yesterday? Oh, shit, they sold. All right, I sold the Altrias. It was like a 20% gain on there. I didn't think they were going to sell. Remember, I had that order in all day yesterday? Oh, damn. So somebody was waiting for that. Roblo, coin, spot, clapped. Let's see. The Caterpillars are starting to move now. Yes, you're getting that. I sold out the MOs. Ugh. Netflix still plummeting. That's crazy. So again, I thought all these premiums are super expensive. I mean, you got to realize that's what's been getting me hesitating, and I've been going a little bit smaller here on these. But those Netflixes, those went up 180% so far. But that's what I'm like, dude, what in the premium is this? Okay, I sold 2 of the Netflix. I bought 3 of them on the next week. I sold 2 of them out for like 180%, and I'm holding the last one now. And then I'm going to double dip on that if we get a bounce, or I'm going to ride that last one out there. Jeveron, Turbo, AMST, Disney. The Disney ones moved a little bit more aggressively. That's why I was really, again, Disney dropping 6-7% off of Sympathy is nutty. Yeah, the Tesla puts went up a little bit. I'm still holding the last Netflix. So again, as a little different with this type of market, I'm gonna keep one of these free instead of taking the profits. So 52-week low on Netflix. I mean, Disney might be able to surprise, but still, I mean, it's showing you the impact. Again, Disney or Netflix in a weird way is like what's it called? Netflix in a weird way is like Peloton, in the sense that people are worried about the post-pandemic shift, if that makes sense. I'm still holding the Nancy play. Yeah, Roblox is going to get squashed. I mean, it's already down right now. So even the weeklies, but even then, I think my price at $69. So we're almost about to go break even on the Roblox shares. They're coming for us, baby. AMD. Tesla's kind of holding up. It's already down 2.7. Netflix still keeps going. That plays 230 now. MO's ripping. I mean, if MO chills out, I might even go for a weekly. I just got out of that leap, I mean, from yesterday when it sell. This is bad. This is just the continuation from yesterday. Today, in and of itself, isn't as bad. I mean, surprisingly, Netflix should have dropped us a little bit more, but you're seeing this is just continuing the massive sell-off from yesterday. And again, that's something you have to be careful for today. I mean, it is an option expiration, but just watch for those last 2-hour dumps. I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's like 2008, 2009 shit, where the market would go up, and then no matter what happened, it would just dump at close. Like, literally just full on, just selling. So watch out for that. The cat puts are up 20. I'm going to hold those out for a little bit, even the Boeings too. Let me see. Titanic Part 2. I think Netflix was its own Titanic, man. That thing was crazy. You know what I'm saying? So we might get a little bounce here. Again, it's only been about 30 minutes, and you've just gone straight down for the most part. This is wild, my friends. Yellen. Wait, what time is it? 10. Yellen and Biden should be coming on. There's going to be a chip maker speech by Biden, and then Yellen is at the virtual Davos. AMD's coming back up there. Again, some names were a little bit stronger, more defensive names. Netflix hitting another low. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, see, that's, again, very rare. Again, on the earnings, sometimes you're early on them. They hit, or like in the morning, it's super, super risky on some of these. I thought it was going to, again, the premiums were so insane. So to watch some of those go up another 200% from where they're at, this is a very, very big move. Tesla, SPY getting some volume here at the bottom. So is Microsoft. Again, Apple was a big leader this morning. It's only down 1/4% now. NASDAQ down 1.1, SPY 0.6. Dow Jones only 1/10%. TLT is rocketing again. None of your global. This is just, you're getting a more fear move. Oh, did the dollar come down? I think it was ripping earlier. So we'll see if the dollar does come down. That's going to be something to watch. So yeah, you did get a gap down on there. It was just looking powerful there in the morning. Tesla just broke through again. That was wild. I did not see that one coming. I thought you were going to get a little bit of I thought Tesla was about to bounce there. Shit. Yeah, that's wild. Costco still green. Yeah, Costco, healthcare, a lot should be holding. See if Netflix doesn't look like it's slipping as much here. Just more red. Yeah, that looked like a little bounce, just turned into the same candle that bought into it. Just flipped right there. That was pretty intense. That was a wild one. Healthcare just gave out. Good call out. Yeah, healthcare is giving out right now. So, again, there's a couple of defensive moves here today. But if people, again, consumer staples, your Walmarts, your even, I don't know, if Procter & Gamble should be up, all of that. But there's only a couple of bright pockets here. But some people are buying defensive moves on here. Dynamic hedging getting wacky. 3 deviations. Outlier day. It might be, but again, this is a big options expiration. So you have to even think, too. This is what I was even saying in the morning. If we get a faster flush, after some point, all of the options, again, every 30 minutes, every hour, it's going to change pretty much what a lot of the computers are going to be doing, as well as the actual nominal value and then the underlying value with it. Essentially, a lot of stuff could go from extrinsic to intrinsic value with this expiration, but there is going to be a certain floor and top to it to a degree. So we'll see. Yeah, the Tesla's up 40%. I don't know. I mean, you could do what I did with the Netflix. You could even cut some of them and hold them. I'm going to ride it out a little bit longer, but I'm going to keep that strategy in mind. 960. Should I close Nancy play? No, I mean, it has a year. I mean, I would ride it out, to be honest with you. You've already taken a lot of the pain there. If you're talking about the Roblox one, I mean, I'm still riding those out. Any of the options with time, earnings will still be key. I mean, you're going to have to hope for stuff in a weird way. But at the end of the day, I mean, really that next event on Wednesday, a lot of things could change from here. But on some of those play, if you have a lot of time on a play, it sucks if you got into it now or just a couple days ago. But at the end of the day, I mean, time is still on your friend. The ones that are in danger are the Januaries, Februaries. Those are the ones that are going to be a little difficult. There's Tesla again. SPY's holding up, though. XLV. What else was there? Where's Wells Fargo? See, Wells Fargo holding up a little bit better. That one's interesting. So SPY's trying to fight here again. 442.70. I think these were the plays that we even had from yesterday. At that point, this is a key level. Bro, you're 1 point away from the 200-day moving average. So, again, I said this in the morning before we got here. 441 is your 200-day, but then 430 is your 10% down. So this is now retail versus hedge funds. Retail is going to want to buy the 200-day. Hedge funds are again, I've read hedge fund notes already. They're looking to wait for the 10% move. So there might be a gap in the middle you could take advantage of, but just keep that in mind. I mean, we're entering now. It's definitely almost down 10%, and you also have, there's like opportunity and not at the same breath. Okay. I sold 2 of the Teslas for 50%. Got the money back, and now I'm holding 1 Tesla for free. Yeah, free Tesla for next week. I mean, if we get more volatility, I'm assuming we could get something out of that. But at the very least, we got to get now the Netflix and Tesla are both free for today. That's what I'm saying. Hopefully, we could do this a couple more times there. And then depending on whatever we get next week or if today, if we can make enough money from it. But the idea is we could get some of these free plays. And then if we get any sort of wide range today, I hope those will take care of us. But we'll see. Let's see. Microsoft pushing P. The market is not pushing P right now. Biden will go live at 11. I thought it was 10. Microsoft did bounce there. SPY's bouncing there a little bit too. Morgan Stanley. Disney's like Mickey Mouse is getting hammered right now. I don't want to go to work. What? The 20-year yield is higher than the 30-year. Yeah, there's going to, I mean, again, right now with what rates are going to do, I mean, we could talk about it, sure, when the market calms down. I already talked about it. But at the end of the day, I mean, this TLT, this is Powell's enemy right now. I'm telling you, he gets to pick. Do you want the TLT to go up or do you want TLT to go down? He has full control over it, whether he wants to double down or pivot. But essentially, you have to either deal with a market where people react to a high TLT or they trip out on a low TLT. Which one will cause less damage? That's pretty much the thing. What do I want? Honestly, I would say save the market. I would say easily for Powell. I would say Powell shouldn't. I mean, I don't think Powell will let the market crash because of, again, Powell's not the one who signed the checks for, stimulus and stuff like that. So maybe we might get drama, but I don't know if Powell wants to be the new Volcker. So inflation would be killer, but not necessarily. I mean, it's already been killer. Lesser of two. I mean, you got to think. It's which one do you want? Would you rather have prices go up another 15%, let's say 10% in the next year, or all investment asset classes go down 30, 40% and stay? I mean, again, 1970, I think it dropped 50%. So when Volcker instituted 20% rates, it led to a 20-month period of 50% decline on the stock market, on the whole entire S&P. Or you deal, but they ran up their inflation for like 4 or 5 years. Inflows flipping from 1.7 billion to 450 million. There's just a lot of activity right now. Again, this option expiration, and every 30 minutes that goes on, at least some money gets taken off the table. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, that was a very, very light bounce. Even Microsoft, there was Apple. Again, the Teslas are still holding. The Netflix. Again, we want to bounce. If we get a bounce, this time we are going to load up we need premium, though. I mean, again, even with the Tesla, if you could get a slight premium edge here today, I mean, it's going to give you 20 or 30% extra, I feel like. Again, so that's why it's like any sort of bounce here, I mean, it'll just be an opportunity. Play a couple, make a couple free, essentially just ride some of these waves here. But I do think that today should have a certain floor, unless if it really, I don't know if we're going to get the 200-day test battle today. So it's definitely going to go down to the 200-day. I mean, you're within 1 point, but the question is, do you see money show up, or do people wait for 10%? Recession this year, 20. Honestly, man, I read so much of the Bible that I read that as resurrection this year, 2023, and I was like, yo, man, slow down. Okay, slow down. You always like, man, he already calling for Kurt Cameron to come up in here. Recession, I have a lot of theories, and I think the word recession, recession isn't a cause, it's a symptom. So it depends what sort of, what does the market catch on the way to 2023? And that's why what Powell does in some of these things, that will be it. SPY's hitting a new low. All the Netflixes are back down here too. Apple is trying to fight, though. A couple names are fighting more than not. but a lot are also getting clapped in the middle of this. Uber, Lyft, Caterpillar's coming down. Caterpillar went up 30%. We're worried about inflation, but the two major catalysts yesterday were there's no demand for Peloton and there's no demand for Netflix. That's definitely part of it for earnings, but think about the other, 5-7% that led into the move. Again, people are freaking out about Fed policy. At the end of the day, earnings and everything is important, but the punch bowl provided by the Federal Reserve, that I think above all else will be the primary driver of anything, micro or macro in a weird way. But that's why I'm saying Powell, next couple of days, he's going to really have the decision to make of a lifetime. Uber's coming down. Tesla. Amazon. Let's see, where's UVXY? The premiums are running. It's nasty. Nvidia, AMD. Tesla's at 950 yet? That's the next key level. Again, I just went for the cheap puts on it. No Tesla. Hey, surprisingly, Tesla had the only option that on the next week contract didn't have the craziest premium in the world. Which ones? These are expensive. Let me check another one. SPY hitting another low. Boeing's at the low, down 3. I mean, let's take a look. Consumer staples, utilities, real estate. I mean, this is as defensive as today gets. So people are still buying a couple of names, but it's overall whacked. Only 500 names up on the NASDAQ. S&P 136. Yeah, the Tesla puts are up 78% now. The Netflix, those are 280. And then the other Boeings, those came back finally. But again, we'll see. Watch after this, because any sort of bounce now, wait till they start messing with the puts. So just don't get too crazy with this. And that's what I'm saying. I'm willing to make some free. Honestly, I might have to here. Let's see, how are we looking? Get some battle. Okay, I sold half of the Boeings. Those went up 200%. So I sold half of them, still holding some. Algo Wars at 200. I mean, again, but I mean, a lot of the hedge fund notes that I've seen so far from yesterday to today, because this S&P is not corrected 10% yet. That's the only difference. So every NASDAQ, Dow Jones, and again, they've been falling below their 200 days, but they have all hit the 10% mark now. So that's where some people are trying to find the balance. Bank of America is holding up good. He's holding up good. Oh, Netflix. So Wells Fargo drop. Again, you're getting these little 2-3 minute bounces. We'll see where they go from here. Again, bro, Netflix is down 25%. That's gnarly. You think margin calls have started yet? Oh, easily. Okay, I sold the last Netflix at 270. It went up 300%. I have no more Netflixes, but I will double dip if we could get a bounce on there. Again, the wildest part, bro, we were just talking about this. You guys don't remember? Like the crazy part about right now is that like Netflix, if you bought Netflix in 2018 and held till today, right? You are break even. If not borderline about to lose. So if you bought at the lows, you would have been good. But like literally at any of the higher points or all of 2020, if you bought Netflix, you're clapped. That's insane. You have to think that's why I said, remember, that's the big danger there with any of this. But Squid Game, I feel you, man. I feel you. It was their guidance. They did make a lot of money on Squid Game. I mean, you can't knock that again. And the company was positive in the sense that, remember I was telling you about the attitudes? Some of them, they really had a good attitude towards it. They did not seem like they're worried about prices and inflation. It just seems like they guided a lot lower. But so it was, again, I don't like it. It was an awful one. Contradicts the longer you hold, the less risky it becomes. Well, no, because if you bought in 2018, you're at break even. If you bought in 2019, you lost. You bought in 2020, you lost. You bought in 2021, you lost, right? And then if you bought in 2017, you're still up. You bought in 2016, you're still up. I bought in at 2014, 2015, I'm still up by a substantial margin. So the longer you do hold, the less riskier it becomes. So if you only had it for 3 years, unfortunately, there's still risk. But again, that's why it's less risk than the guy who only held it for 2 years. So why even invest in the stock market? How do people cope? Because that's the nature. I mean, somebody said that the other day. They're like, I don't even want to invest anymore. If it could all come down, if I could take 1 year, 2 years to build up, and then it takes 1 week to come down. I mean, at the end of the day, this is investing, right? So it's part of it. I mean, these are just little moments of it, but at the end of the day, it's like I hope the new generation doesn't get lost in the sauce. I mean, you are taking a risk every single time, right? But this doesn't happen all of the time. I mean, that's one. Again, you haven't seen a move like this in years, and every single time it has came back. Not my first, but it just this is in people take investment risk all the time, but that's why it's like when you see it, this is a very wild move. Again, everybody is, again, the fact it even spreads even to like Netflix. I mean, that's where it gets nutty. But now we'll see with Amazon, Apple, and all that. But that's kind of the kind of one of the intrinsic parts of investing. We just haven't seen it in a while, but again, usually the future or the post of it, I mean, you'll see. And that's why the days where we do start to bottom out, those are going to be very, very aggressive in terms of percentage points. And that's where it's just going to be choppy and volatile, really. Procter Gamble. Let's go. Another low, 441. You are at the 200-day moving average. Here is your battle. Here is your battle, my friend. So now the SPY is below the 200-day moving average. We'll see if it closes again. You are pretty much near the lows of October, September, and now 10% is about 430. So you could drop another 10 points to meet 10% down, or everybody and their mom is going to go after the 200-day. You are starting to crater a little bit there. Netflix started going down again. Yeah, Procter & Gamble's been ripping. Even Boeing selling off more. Let's see. Ready, fight. Kind of buttered the 200-day. It really did. Again, and this is where the buyers are supposed to show up. But watch throughout the day. And again, today's option expiration. Dude, the volume is huge. 1 hour, 36 million. So this volume is very, very big. A lot of things are falling through right now. AMD just dropped. Apple's hitting a new low. Facebook is starting to plummet now. Yeah, all the big tech is going with it. You're down 2% on the NASDAQ. Is Tesla drop? Tesla's holding a little bit better. There's Ford. Bye-bye long-term. No, I think long-term is still up at least 15%. Don't worry. Again, it's still only January 2022, so that number could change to the low side, but it could also change to the high side as well too. Again, this is the worst start to the year for the NASDAQ and the IWM since 2009. So, you know, Powell next week, I mean, that is where this story gets even nuttier. Mama, it's lit. What's the cause? I mean, Netflix. Netflix mixed in with everything yesterday, and then mixed in, if you really want to go back to the source, Powell. And that's why too. But now bad earnings plus Powell risk of policy shift. I mean, it's not pretty. And then anything else, I mean, any other conflict or issues with China all the way down to Russia, all of it just says supply chain issues, aka more inflation. All of this could backtrack straight to the Fed. This is big hedge funds taking down retail to keep interest rates low. This is a tantrum. This is a market tantrum. I mean, this is this is a delayed taper tantrum. That's all. Yeah, really, remember, we thought we were going to get it here, and then we bounced with the holidays. This is just a delayed tantrum because this is reacting to the Fed. So like we said, if the market comes down enough like it did in 2018, Powell backed up his plan. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen a 2018 chart. You see this move right here? Forgive me, because I know the market's coming down, but I want you to see this. So look, little bounce. But look at 2018. You're at all-time highs. You start dropping 4 days in a row. You're like, yo, man, it's going to bounce by the day. And then yo, man, what the hell is this? And then you're like, nah, it's the 50-day, 20-day. Nah, and then it goes down again. You're like, what the fuck is this, Josh? You know, you didn't even have Josh back then. You did, but you didn't. You were probably young. It's okay. We still love you. We're here live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, youtube.com/the stock market. But anyways, it bounces right back up, and then everyone's like, oh, dude, I told you by the dip. How your head's pushed shorts now, you know what I'm saying? Everyone starts flexing. Michael made like $20 million that day on the bounce. You know what I mean? It was a crazy day. Everyone goes crazy, and then it starts dropping again. And they're like, wait a minute, man. I hate the market. Why am I even investing for 25 years if it's going to go down in 25 minutes, man? I hate this, Josh. What's going on? And then it keeps, and then you're like, nah, it's going to bounce. And then we get excited with the bounce, and then it flips at the end of the day. You're like, it's doing it again. And then it drops again and plummets, and then people start tripping out, and then they're fighting, and then Jim Cramer saying a bunch of shit. This is what before he told you to get a booster every 10 minutes, but then everything started to bounce, and then it bounced back up again. And then everyone's like, I told you, this is where you buy the dip, man. And everyone's like, I told you the market is going to be up. It's solid. It's strengthful. You know, everything's good, man. Jerome Powell, we love this. Was before people had money praying. You didn't even know about Wall Street bets back then. It's crazy. And then what happened though? Boom, they got hit again. Everyone's like, I told you, heads put shorts. This is why you short it. It's all gonna crash. You should have bought gold. You should have planted your own garden farm. You know what I'm saying? Then it starts dropping again, but then the candles start getting bigger. And now here's a fun fact. All of these big ranges, every time you see me talk about, oh my gosh, it went up 2% and then down 2%. Look at these candles. That's what started happening in the final days. Again, and you can see it start to come back. And then eventually they got a gap down. Everybody woke up. They were at the 100-day, 200-day, 400, 800-day. They were tripping out. All the technicals were going crazy, and they were like, dude, we got the gap there. And everyone said, that's it. The Titanic music started playing. People were filling out wheels. It was insane because everyone thought it was going to die, but then all of a sudden, Jerome Powell mixed in with a little bit of, what's his name? Mr. Mnuchin, and then you had the holidays. People said, fuck that, I'm gonna be thankful. And then the market was hella thankful and then bounced back up. And we were like, yeah, America, gosh, we love Thanksgiving. But honestly, the world was kind of woke around then. So they started criticizing Thanksgiving because, you know, the genocide and all of that shit. You can't enjoy anything nowadays. But then everything started to drop again. People are like, nah, man, fuck the holidays. Fuck Thanksgiving, man. This ain't looking like a good Christmas. And this was before any inflation, man. It was crazy. And then it started dropping again. And look at these moves in 3 days after just imagine a month and a half of all of this stuff, right? And then 3 days, you lost it all. Then you right back at the 100, 200, 400, 800 day moving average, you know? These moving averages get crazy, bro. And then it bounced one more time. People like, nah, man, they ain't gonna do it before Christmas. And then right before Christmas, that's it. Everyone said, Powell, he keeps being hawkish. Powell kept being hawkish. And then they said, no, we're done. We're done. Everybody head to the exits. Everybody started selling off. And you thought the 200, 800 day was bad, but oh, bro, it went to zero. It pretty much, we didn't go to zero, but this felt like zero at the moment. And then eventually, day after, this was the worst Christmas trading holiday ever in history. And then all of a sudden, they were like, nah. Mnuchin made some calls. They made a couple calls to China. And then eventually, Powell came on, and Powell had a speech. And then Powell said, nah, man, we're not going to be tapering and doing that anymore. It wasn't tapering, it was balance sheet reduction. But then he said, nah, I'm not going to do that anymore. And then the market bounced. And then that was it. Yeah. So you see what I'm saying, though? But this is like, so again, we're getting a lot of this right now, but this was a Powell pivot. So that's why the next couple days, I mean, if hedge funds wanted to bring the market down to get, it's not even just to attack retail, but essentially when you get this sort of tantrum, if the market drops too much, I mean, Powell will respond. I mean, at the very least, you have a historical example, 3-4 years ago. So keep that in mind. That made the market go up. I think a lot of y'all y'all digested what happened, and there you go. So, does that make sense though? I could probably find you the video clip. Jerome Powell, because I think he backed out of tapering. Let me see. Yeah, look at this. I think it was because look, he had a news conference on December 15th. So take a look, and we'll go back to the chart again. Do you guys want to? I mean, I could play it for a second. I think it's very applicable. And you'll see, because I'm just talking about the next move. Again, we have to respond to today, but I am also looking ahead at this. So look at December 15th. You see this? This day, the market was selling off. This was Powell, right? And then all of his press conferences afterwards, he had another follow-up conference and things dropped. So it was like he had back-to-back conferences, and it was wild.
Has been growing at a strong pace. The unemployment rate has been near record lows, and inflation has been low and stable.
Oh, yeah?
All of those things
that was years ago.
Today.
Again, no inflation back then.
Since the September meeting of the
This is from 2018.
However, some cross currents have emerged. I'll explain how my colleagues and I are incorporating those cross currents into our judgments about the outlook and the appropriate course of policy. Since September, the U.S. economy has continued to perform well, roughly in line with our expectations. The economy has been adding jobs at a pace that will continue bringing the unemployment rate down over time. Wages have moved up for workers across a wide range of occupations, a welcome development. Inflation has remained low and stable and is ending the year a bit more subdued than most had expected. Although some American families and communities continue to struggle and some longer-term economic problems remain, the strong economy is benefiting many Americans. Despite this robust economic backdrop and our expectation for healthy growth, we have seen developments that may signal some softening relative to what we were expecting a few months ago. Growth in other economies around the world has moderated somewhat over the course of 2018, albeit to still solid levels. At the same time, financial market volatility has increased over the past couple of months, and overall financial conditions have tightened. That is, they have become less supportive of growth. In our view, these developments have not fundamentally altered the outlook. Most FOMC participants have instead modestly lowered their growth and inflation forecasts for next year. The projections of committee participants released today show growth continuing at healthy levels, the unemployment rate falling a bit further next year, and inflation remaining.
Bro, the funny part about this, there's like 2,000 of y'all who think this is live, and then you're like buying the dip. You're like, no more inflation. This is from 2018.
And keep us near our goals. As the economy struggled to recover from the financial crisis and the subsequent recession, the committee held our policy rate near zero for 7 years to give the economy the best chance to recover. And the economy did recover steadily.
So he's explaining why they raised rates, but just
3
listen.
years ago, the committee came to the view that the best way to achieve our mandate was to gradually move interest rates back to levels that are more normal in a healthy economy.
Again, he was going through
Today, we
normalization.
raised our target range for the short-term interest rates by another 1/4 percentage point. As I've mentioned, most of my colleagues expect the economy to continue to perform well in the coming year. Many FOMC participants had expected that economic conditions would likely call for about 3 more rate increases in 2019. We have brought that down.
Sound
a bit,
familiar?
and I think it is more likely that the economy will grow in a way that will call for 2 interest rate increases over the course of next year. We always emphasize that our policy decisions are not on a preset course and will change if incoming data materially change the outlook. And given recent developments, the statement notes that we will continue to monitor global economic and financial developments and assess their implications for the economic outlook. Now I will provide some additional context and detail, starting with a review of policy over the last year. Last December, the unemployment rate was 4.1%, and inflation had been running just below 2%. FOMC participants and many other forecasters were predicting that growth in 2018 would be strong. This growth was predicted to push the unemployment rate down to near historic lows, and the increasingly tight labor market was expected to help push inflation up to 2%. Given this outlook, committee members judged that the appropriate way to sustain the expansion with inflation near 2% was to continue gradually withdrawing the extraordinary support for the economy that had been in place for almost 10 years. Thus, in December 2017, the median of the projections of FOMC participants pointed to 3 quarter-point interest rate increases in 2018, which would have left the target range for the federal funds rate at year-end at 2 to 2.25%, still below most estimates of the longer-run normal rate. Early in 2018, it became clear that the economy was likely to be even stronger than we had expected, in part because the fiscal stimulus adopted near the start of the year was larger and more front-end loaded than most had anticipated.
Okay, this sounds exactly the same. But then I'm skipping. I'm not going to give you the whole 40 minutes. But then look at what happens next. So then again, that wasn't his full like pivot backwards. But then a couple days later after that, it's Ben Bernanke, Yellen, and Powell. And then it sucks that these are all 50 minutes. I want you to watch all these. But essentially, this is where
12,000 payroll jobs added, very strong.
I want you to see he pivots heavy, and then the market rips from there.
Below 4% for 9 months now, the longest period since the mid-1960s. We have labor force participation picking up.
Small caps just rocketed again. This was the 200-day.
And finally, we have wages, which are continuing to gradually move up. Average hourly earnings moved up, and that's quite welcome. And also, for me, at this time, does not raise concerns about too high inflation. So very strong report today. We've also seen, on a more forward-looking basis, we've seen initial claims for unemployment insurance near their historic lows, and so that's more of a leading indicator, and we still see real strength there. Consumer spending has been strong right through December. The reports we're getting from the retail industry suggest continuing spending right through the holiday season. I would say those are all good data points. There is yesterday's Institute for Supply Management report, which came in well below expectations. And I would just provide a little bit of context there. The ISM report is a survey of manufacturing conditions, and it had been at historically high levels, in fact, higher than it had been even in the strong expansion of the late 1990s, and much higher than it had been during much of this expansion. So it's now at a level which is considered consistent with ongoing moderate growth, and is about at the level or even higher than it's been in the earlier years of this recovery. So that's a little bit of context. I would say the
Okay, I mean it's gonna take a long time to get here, and I think a lot of you think this is live. It's not. This is from 2018. I'm trying to highlight pretty much the last Powell pivot, so that's pretty interesting. I mean, you got a couple of moves right there on a couple of names, but point is, I mean, 28. That's what I'm expecting here coming into the next move of everything. Is that Powell has been in this situation, but if the market drops enough and it starts to threaten the other factors they work on. Remember, they gotta manage a couple of things. So that's what it does feel the same. I mean, and a lot of you wisely pointed out the biggest difference between now and then, and that's why I'm saying Wednesday is so much more important. Is that you actually have inflation. Again, back then, my man was talking. He's like, yo, man, we ain't never seen inflation before. Like, legitimately, again, inflation is a phenomena. As much as it is, intrinsic, it's psychological as well, too. But that's kind of the point he was getting at. Netflix is still dumping off of that. They couldn't even get 2%. They had to fight for 2%. They never got it. Man, this sucks. Even some of these plays, how they just played out right there, that was insane. The frizzle pivot, baby. What time is it? It's been an hour. We made the other plays free. Again, put premium is actually just holding up on this, though. I hate these scammers. Man, why they scam me so hard? They're literally scamming you. Okay. Oh, wow. I tried to type that out and I just... Whew. Netflix, are you okay? Are you okay, honey? Honey, you okay? All right. Don't trade that. Not a recommendation. You will, what's it called? You will lose money. Again, I've told you like every hour or so, I've been throwing out these small plays. I mean, I'm trying to get a couple of these for free. But the idea is, I mean, we're going to get a lot of movement here today. So that's what I'm, especially after what we saw yesterday, anything could happen here. Again, it's just a crazy range, crazy move. So I threw out a couple puts right there. I just grabbed a IWM January put. So I grabbed a January 28th next week IWM put. Again, some of they're just you know exactly which one I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna go for the one that doesn't have as much premium, essentially. Yellen actually might be on. We could watch the OG one though if you want. We could watch her in 2019. What was I gonna see? Yellen. It says she's at 1120. Yeah, a lot. And then Intel CEO, he's going to probably talk about everything. Their little chip thing. Don't play no old shit. I mean, I genuinely feel like, why do I felt like the market really thought that was, they're like, wait, did Powell just say we don't have inflation anymore? They're like, yo, I just saw a live video. It said Powell said no inflation. So I guess inflation went away. That's crazy. We'll take it. I mean, it's coming back down, and we were at the bottom when that happened. That's why I was saying we were at 440. If you break below 440, again, 10% down is about 430, 431 or 433. But 441 is the 200-day moving average. So again, some people were preparing for that one. We'll see how this one plays in here. Again, even in that move, a lot of the puts, they still ended up holding up. Unfortunately. Market went up. We were playing that. So that wasn't real time. No, that video was not in real time. Again, we were going through 2018 to highlight, again, the similarities of what you're experiencing right now. And again, the next move with Powell on Wednesday, that's really the key for it all. Oil popping. Yeah, oil is going up. How is XOM? Surprisingly, energy wasn't really defensive today. XOM. No, I don't think these candles are real for the volume. Again, you're seeing a lot. What is the volume, though, for the day? Bro, this is huge volume. You're at 60 million in the first hour and 15 minutes. So this is going to be a very, very big day, you guys, both top and bottom. So keep that in mind. What time is it? We'll see. Thoughts on Ford? Ford is a safe haven, but again, the last 2 days have been like, I don't know if you ever pulled out the Ford chart and like you see like Ford doesn't move like this. I mean, it didn't make those moves on the upside, but you look at the size of you haven't seen a red candle and consecutive red candles on Ford like that in a very, very long time. Options worth 1.2 trill expire today. So we're fighting at VWAP again. You had that. You had a straight flush to start out. We're holding up. NASDAQ everything's below 1%. Dow is still holding on. Again, a lot of defensive industries held up today. So the only thing that matters about stocks is the Fed. A big portion. I mean, as long as the Fed isn't adjusting something, that's fine. But the minute they adjust, I mean, it's gonna adjust how people play. TLT is coming down on this. This is that's where the move gets a little interesting right now. And again, dollar is down. SPY is starting to come up. HII holding up. How's Lockheed? That was doing good the other day. They actually bounced pretty big on that little pop. Apple, Amazon. Apple is positive somehow. Tesla bounced up. Again, we still got that put is up 30% on the Tesla. The IWM I just got is still up. And then the Netflix, we sold out of the Netflix, but they're lower. Yeah, 10-year yield is going fake out. I mean, anything could happen. Again, the real big worry that I have is the last hour. These moves, again, when you saw these two moves play out exactly the same yesterday, this is a very bad. This is just everybody selling. That's characteristic of a very negative sentiment. Is when you start just dumping everything at close for the last hour and a half, where it's not even. Where more sellers are literally outweighing just into close. So it's like, I mean, people may hold over the weekend. We'll see. But I'm not even. I don't even care that it's Friday. I'm just saying the last 2 days that you saw. Baho! I'm glad you woke up today, man. God bless you, man. I'm proud of you. That's amazing. It's amazing. January, I've seen you twice in January, you know? That's good. I'll take it. 2 days is fine with me. It seems there's more kids now than grown men investing. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I have heard a lot of, I think there's more new investors. I don't think it matters with age. Because again, the logic that I've heard a lot where people are like, well, why would I invest for 2 years if I could lose it all in a week or a month? And I think that's just, again, we've been in an environment for 2 years where the risk and the downside has not really been apparent. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I think where it comes into play. That I just don't think you have, you just haven't experienced everybody. It was just like the lie you would tell yourself, you know? It's just like everybody's investing. It's like, yeah, we know investing's risky, but since you haven't seen a real risk in 2 years, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's where I think it's surprising a lot of people. Again, and now, like, this is with the 200-day battle and then the 10% S&P battle. I mean, you're really, if it stays like this for any longer, it's starting to shift from fear of missing out to fear of holding a bag. Far more YOLO trade. It's not young. I don't think age has anything to do with it. Just because, what's it called? It was how do you say it? It's just like I've seen older people. I've seen like again, like I have people come in you don't remember beginning of last year? Like I was you would talk to anybody on the street at the Tesla charger. I had people come work at my house. They would talk to me. Like it wasn't really, it was just people who just discovered it and they were like, oh, I'm going to get into stocks and like, oh, I saw this. And then everybody started kind of, so it's just, there's a lot of new investors. Again, this has been the biggest amount of new retail capital that's entered in a while, at least 2020, 2021. So oil's popping, market kind of coming back again. Netflix looks like it's getting some steam. Mm-hmm. Trading is much more available. It is, and that's why, I mean, we'll see. I mean, these shifts, I think the real W out of all of this is that, once those new investors kind of get conditioned after this, I think it might create a lot more stability, believe it or not. Because now, again, fear of missing out just got slaughtered. This right here, I think, just that's it. The dagger is in the coffin now, where I don't think you're getting the same FOMO moves. I don't think you'll ever see that. I don't think you'll ever see that in the same way back until maybe for another 5 years, maybe 10. UNG broke daily high. Biden's a little bit later here. Market is coming back up. We're at the open of the day. So remember, we opened up pretty decent. The Dow is surprisingly positive right now. Bank stocks are going up. Citi is on the high. That Caterpillar, what did that cat do? 25%. Spies breaking out from there. Tesla's coming up. Airbnb green. Is it? No, almost. I was like, what? That's crazy. Yeah, Tesla's starting to wake up now too. A lot of things are. Again, we'll see. This was like Wednesday, not yesterday. Yesterday, we just went straight up. I remember Wednesday, but this is happening a lot faster. This is only 7:50. Again, it's only been an hour and 20 minutes. Volume is over 60 million right now. So this is like the last 2 days kind of combined in a weird way. But you're getting some moves up here right now. He's going up. There it is. That's a big move right now. Again, people are getting gassy right now. What time is it? 7:51. The SPY's about to go green. S&P is now green. SPX is fighting there right there, but SPY, the ETF, is up. The SPY is green right now, only a 1/4 point on tech. So all of that just to get us here. Apple. Let's see how these hold up. Again, the Tesla put, remember, the puts we made free from today. The Tesla is now coming back to break even. See, Netflix is coming up. Shopify terminated contracts with several fulfillment centers. Buy more puts now. I mean, I grabbed it on this first leg. Those ones, the IWMs went down 12% from this move. That's why I'm saying I'm going in small. Literally, I don't think I've spent more than like 300, 400 on any of the plays today. I'm just going to keep them small out here, and I'm going to use these to watch how the premiums play out today. And again, if I can make them, if I could take profit instead, I'm keeping one on the table. So pretty much just making them free. But the idea is we should get a lot of movement here today. But let's see. This is essentially right now, you have gotten some level of bounce off the 200-day moving average. You should have bought the dip. So FOMO still exists. So never mind. We'll see. We will see. TR key. TR key. Let me see where the Netflix go to. And just like that. Let's see. I mean, you hit the top. I mean, you're fighting between positive and negative. This is at least high. It's higher than where we were at, but I mean, this is still kind of no man's land. 446. You're 4 points away from the 450 flush from yesterday. Let's see. This is good. It's fun. This is why these volatile markets get fun. I mean, I'm telling you, it's just back and forth, and we'll see how everybody feels throughout the day. Maybe we got 2018 Powell. I'll keep him on deck just in case. Just in case. But I think Biden is going to be speaking soon. So when's the afternoon sell-off? Pretty much like around after PHILO. So like the market is just like they get their daily PHILO and they're like, all right, word. Back to business. Why market falling? I mean, you can't answer it with only one answer. I mean, there's been so much in the last couple days, but, not to get lost in the sauce. It's just pretty much simple as you got, what's it called? You have the Fed. It all boils down to the Fed and Powell, or at the very least, if anyone's going to make things relax or get worse, it will happen on Wednesday. But I mean, after seeing Netflix, there's a side quest, a side fear of if Apple and Amazon and Facebook and Google, if they have bad earnings, and the overall, if Powell can't fix the sentiment, and it turns into even good earnings and sell the earnings, that is going to be the problem. Yeah, and today is a huge options expiration. Remember, like I said now, take a look. You're 5 minutes away from an hour and a half. Every 30 minutes, every hour, it's taking some off the table for the most part. Can Netflix price all? Well, pretty much after Netflix in this move, you have to think about it. What happened after this gap down? Every company started pricing in bad earnings on the option chain after today. That's it. Do you see it? Like, go look at a lot of the puts now. Even some of them, some might, if you bought them today, like the IWMs, those are down from when I got them like 10, 20 minutes ago, but they were still up from yesterday. Even like the Boeings and stuff like that, because now after Netflix, people are a little bit worried. So now put premiums across the board. That's where people are kind of holding those now, or like they're getting a little worried. So now this just made all the options expensive. And then depending on how much it bounces today, it could even mess with the calls a little bit too. Does the housing market follow this correction? No, the housing market it waits for confirmation. It waits for Powell. pretty much, because then the housing market is solid up until once Powell really starts tweaking the rates and stuff, and if they do stuff like that, then it will affect loans, and then you just got to battle with the supply-demand situation of real estate right now. So SPY's about to break out a little bit from the high. I mean, breakout, take that with a grain of salt. You're just green right now on the SPY, going green. The Dow is up 1/3%. Airbnb is green now. TLT. The Wish CEO might be an executive from Walmart. I did not see that. Again, Wish is an interesting company. I mean, they make revenue, they just don't make profit. Like Wish has more revenue than Shopify, but I don't know where they even get all this money to spend. Making everybody sell out their puts. I think it's different compared to yesterday. Again, after seeing those last 2 days, I think everybody. I mean, we saw paranoia yesterday. I mean, we kept calling it even as the market was up. You know, that paranoia mode. So even then, that's why I'm throwing. I'd rather throw out these smaller plays. I'm gonna ride some here if I have the opportunity to make them free and get free puts. Awesome. But the whole idea is that the range is too wide right now. Again, what I showed you, this hasn't happened almost really ever. Again, this range is just like nutty. So like people don't like, do you see this is like every week? Look at from November till now. You're talking 2 weeks at a time, 5% top to bottom, right? And then bouncing back up 5% 2 weeks later and then going down another 4%, right? And then recovering more than 4% only to drop 4.9%. And then recovering that to drop another 5.7%. This does not happen. Again, I don't know how much I could explain this to people. Again, when you see the market go up 2% to down 1% in a day, you could hold that, the amount of times in the market, you could hold that in your hand. It really, throughout the history of the market, you've probably seen it less than maybe 10 or 20 times. So that's what you got to think about. Like it's a big sort of move that you're not really getting. What follows it just shows volatility. I mean, again, if you have people going in and out at that range, if the range is that wide, that means the range of opinions is wide, right? That means people there's a 5% difference between to what people are thinking every week. Just imagine that on the whole entire stock market. SPY rejected. It's going to be a long day. Just get ready. But just pay attention to the floor and then pay attention. I mean, if we do get upside, see how far. Again, the range is just, look how wide this is. I'm telling you, the last two, you're literally in no man's land for the day. Boosters fend off disease from Delta Omicron studies show. Why is that? That's coming out as breaking news. Oh, the CDC. CDC with the statement. That came through like it was like super breaking news. I was like, what? Let's see. It's decent. Isn't this still falling the drop every 19th of the month? SPY has fallen the day. Oh, you're saying the what's it called? That pre-earnings move, and then when it bounces, you're right. I didn't even think about that. It is. it is, but it's just the factors right now. That there's a lot going on, but that could be one of the factors. But like I said yesterday, all bets are off. You broke too many levels for anything in the past to kind of give us a lot more solidarity, if that makes sense. So it's like right now there's a lot of unknown, and that's what I'm saying with any of these plays. I mean, again, you guys have watched me get clapped on the pre-earnings plays. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But moving forward, I mean, I hope you see the level of volatility and risk here. It's just like anybody taking a step forward here until it's like a lot of people don't I don't know if you guys are trading every day and going about it. I mean, we do things a little bit different, but you have to think about it. We are here every day, but a big portion of the market, when the market starts trading like this, they walk away. You walk away until this thing smoothes out, because right now your precedents aren't really hitting the same. So that's what I'm saying. It's just like you have a lot of risk right now. Every single play you make, every single step, you're pretty much going into something that is unknown. It's not the same level of stability that we get from the news, the plan, everything else. You know what I'm saying? So like that's why I tell you, don't be afraid to take it slow. I mean, I would not even hesitate to just slow down, especially if that's what you're seeing. But right now, if you're not up for the risk, or if you don't you have to understand that there's nobody could offer you a level of certainty in this market. Again, the range is too wide. Everybody is tripping out, top to bottom. And that's why even next week we have way more unknown, which I keep saying. But that's the key to all of this. So I mean, approach with caution. Again, I hope you see what I'm keeping the plays small, and we're going in them. If I could get free plays and there's a lot of unknown, that would be ideal. But every single play, you're taking more risk than you were last week, the week before that, and every other point, essentially, just because we're at a different market than November or December, and even prior to that. But a lot of these historical trends are still there. I mean, selling off fat before earnings, we saw that 10 times last year, or in the last 2 years. So you got a lot of this stuff playing out. You have the 200-day moving average, the buy the dip at the 100-day moving average. You have 10% correction. You have breaking 100-day moving average. How does it perform the day after? There's so many things, but what a lot of this is showing us is that there is some uncertainty. So boosters benefit. Yeah, is PFE related to that? NVIDIA is on the high. I bet you can't drop the upgrades you off the top of your head. Why? That's an easy one. I know you see the jock of getting money is what we riding drop top in the winter with the heat. Bad yellow bitch, heap a passenger seat warm. Leg hanging out the window, you ain't got these on. Oh, see, that's a classic. It's a classic. News quiz while the market's chill. I'm down. It's holla. It is Lil Weezy. They cannot see me. They are like Stevie. I am bearing a ton like Levy. Circle your house like he be. She be. Never give freebies. 75,000 for these fees. Okay. I can hit 100,000 up in these jeans. Big stacks. My pockets on creatine. I know too much of this song, honestly. TSM. All right, we're going to do the news quiz. Y'all ready? TSM is actually popping up a little. I think we got a little bit of time. Y'all locked and loaded? Let's go. Y'all ready? The market, we got a little bit of chill here. Biden's going to come on. Let's hit this news quiz. Let's see what happens. Chad, I need you guys, okay? Okay? Hit me with it. Let's go. Locked and loaded. Where's Charlie? Charlie saved us. I need someone to save us this time. Let's go, baby. Remember, y'all can start Googling, too. Let's go. We need some backup. Game time. Here, let me get this spy up here. Hold on. I need all relevant information. I may not read it out loud. I'm going to try to go a little bit quicker. So you ready? Here it is, Chad. The sell-off pushed major stock index into correction. NASDAQ. Okay, JP raised rates for the first time banking to, oh shit, how much do they get paid? Is it 100 grand or 90 grand or 110? I think it's 110. How much they paying them? Damn it. 100K, Charlie Poll. Damn it, it was 110, Charlie Poll. I love you, though. I'll take it. It's fine. Next one. Shares in which dropped 13 on Wednesday in wake of Microsoft's acquired Activision. Was it Sony or Nintendo? I think it was Sony. Yeah. International flights in the U.S. were disrupted by 5G rollout. Bank of Japan governor said that raising rates is the obvious move, unthinkable for later this year. Oh, shit. What'd he say? The obvious move? I don't know what he said. 3? Not likely? Unthinkable? Oh, let's go, Troy! Let's go, baby. See that? I just saw Troy. I said, I'm going to take Troy. I said, I had no idea. Hong Kong ordered cooling the household hamster. Sad. I can't believe they did that. I got that on 27. They scammed us. Netherlands is retrofitting natural gas to transport production, heating, fuel, hydrogen, sewer, beer, natural gas infrastructure to transport the production of this heating fuel. Is what? Hydrogen, right? Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. Why is beer on there? Yeah, anyways. This country's central bank proposed a blanket ban on the use and creation of cryptocurrencies. Russia. Goldman Sachs paid this much in benefits in 2021. Oh, compensation. How much did they spend? Is it 17 billion or 1.7 billion? 17? Yeah, there you go. There you go, baby. One more. The name of the volcano that erupted, I think it's Hunga Tunga. Yeah, I remember. I will never forget Hunga Tunga. You know what I'm saying? I was like, that Hunga Tunga crazy, bro. 90%, top 500. I'll take it, baby. Thank you. We got some good assistance there. That Hunga Tunga, baby. That Hunga Tunga. I saw, you know damn well, bro. They're tinfoiling me. I was Googling Hunga Tunga for a while. You know what I'm saying? I was Hunga Tungaing. I was like, yo, what the hell is this earthquake? And I was like, where is Hunga Tunga? What is a Tunga? I said, where does Hunga Tunga? Yee! Oh, let's go, baby. Horn! Oh, I love it. Oh, that's good. We did good. We've been good this year. I don't know. Good year for news quizzes. Bad year for everything else. Bro, every single day gets crazier. And not even with like it's like stock market. I'm telling you, man, this Gatorade, the Mercury Gatorade, bro. I don't know. I don't believe that stuff, but I'm starting to be like, man, this Mercury Gatorade getting real out here, bro. You got 73. Wow, there you go, baby. There you go. I fell down the hamster rabbit hole. That's bad, bro. My girlfriend asked. She was like, Josh, we need to do something about the hamsters. We need to adopt them all. That's just so awful. I'm like, man, you ain't know shit about China, man. We ain't saving no hamsters. Okay, but it is wild. It is sad, but I'm not going to adopt any. Okay, that's on you guys if you want to do that. I was like, I had no idea. It's weird. It's true though. That's what they're literally Hong Kong right now. Hong Kong and China, they're literally exterminating hamsters. Like this is zero COVID strategy, bro. It's so y'all, you have it a little better here. I hope you realize that they're literally just like killing off hamsters like. That's it. They think hamsters are spreading COVID. So they're just killing hamsters. Why hamsters? I don't know. I don't know how somebody came to that conclusion. They're like, yo, man, this hamster looks sus. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how they got to that conclusion. I really don't know. Netflix is coming back up. He's getting some steam. NVIDIA is leading up there. I mean, things are chilling out. Tech is still down. You're only up 0.03 on the SPY. The Tesla puts are still up 15%. I got to bounce there on a lot of different names, though. So we'll see. Peloton long-term plays, yeah. I mean the long-term deposit's on the way. I was thinking about giving myself an early deposit, but I will have to see. I got a lot of names I like. I could either get some dope average downs. I mean Starbucks shouldn't be up today. I thought he would be lower. But I like that. If Uber still stays low, again, I mean, I'm just thinking about the positions that I want to build off of. But I mean, long term, I'm as excited as ever. I mean, I hope you guys realize, like, I don't know, in a weird way, like, you know, like some people were focusing on the year to date last year, like we still eked out a nice like 10% on the long term. Like it was you had to fight for it. But it's like now when I look at it, especially after watching everything go down another 10%. And then seeing the stability with the long term, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I hope this highlights the benefits of the long term at the end of the day. It's literally like, it's really not that bad. Again, because everyone's saying I lost everything, or it's like if you bought this and then 2 years later, but it's like, I mean, realistically speaking, I mean, you're holding. I mean, again, 18, the ones, you know, the longer you hold, the less risky it becomes. The newest account is down 7, but I mean, to be able to hold 18%. Again, someone said, what was that noise? Someone said it was dead today, but it's like, nah, I mean, this is still holding up and we've taken a lot of pain. So it's like, I can't minimize that aspect. So it's, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we've gone through a month of one of the worst years since the great crash. And you're still, you get to walk away with 20% still. And that's not adding into anything else that happens from here. So, just, I mean, shout out to long term, and then again, just focus on the what's it called? Focus on just building the nice quality. That is it. We bought Snap at like anywhere from like $8 to $16, so I think the average is like 16 or 13 because we averaged up throughout there. We started the long term in 2019 at the top. And then the long term went down. Again, a lot of people don't realize that the first couple months we had the long term, it was awful. When you say the worst month, I'm saying the worst start to the year. So maybe that's a better way to phrase that. So like actually, factually, the NASDAQ has not sold off 10% to start a year since 2009. Same thing with the IWM. So this is the worst 1 month period for the indexes. This S&P is fine, but for the NASDAQ and Dow, it's the worst start since 2008 or 2009. That makes me feel good. I started this year. Yeah, well, the longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. But again, when we first started the long term, I mean, it did go down. It was a battle, but eventually, I mean, you saw how things played out and over time, and that's why it's like I hope some of you don't get discouraged about this stock market. I mean, learn from this and learn. I mean, this market taught us a lot, and there was a lot of craziness. But at the end of the day, the age-old strategy, you know, owning these assets and keeping it little by little, month after month. I mean, that's all you need. Japan earthquake 6.4. Fucking man, this Mercury Gatorade, bro. Can we just get 1 day with nothing? That's it. It's gonna be like, oh, it's an earthquake, and then we sent weapons to the earthquake. And then now we're talking about this bill. And then be like, Jerome Powell wants 18 rate hikes. And then be like, oh, Goldman Sachs CEO said everyone's going to die. And then Elon, after selling $10 billion, says there's going to be a recession. It's like, oh, fuck me, man. Just Earthquake Japan, like the sun coming out. I thought 6.5 is pretty big. That's why I was like, I don't know. And then after Tungahunga, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to get into Tungahunga's way, you know? And that Tungahunga was crazy, man. You know what I say? You know, like the stock market, you. All right? Stop with me. Pass the bill back better, Bill. Right now. Huh? What? I don't want to invest anymore. Well, guess what? You know why? Because watch. I'm going to build this back better. We're going to go to the moon. Okay? Don't worry. It's going to be glorious. But first, you got to get a booster, you prick. Come on. You need to stay focused. What? It's been a year. You know what I did? More than you. Why you asking what the president did? Ask what you did. You prick. Come on. I'm just saying. The market is down, up. It's going to come around. It's okay. We need to pass the fucking bill. I'm done fucking around. Okay? Yeah. And why'd everyone forget about the Decepticons? They're there. They're right there. You prick. All right. Thank you. No more questions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. Please. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Did we just bottom out? Yeah, we did that like 8 times this week. I thought this could be. This could have been it. I mean, this could have been it. This could have been it. This could have been it. This could have been. I'm just saying it's going to be a while. I mean, impossibly. But at this point, like I said, man, there's a lot of unknown right here. And that's why, I mean, again, trying to make some plays free, willing to hold them. I have enough calls in stocks where if we get a bounce, it'll be beneficial. But even then, it's just there's a lot going on right now. Oh, yeah, look at this. I love these. Oh, that was man, who works for the White House, bro? His eyes. He just looked at me, bro. He didn't even blink, flinch, or anything. It's like he knew I was looking at him. Oh. All right, can I tell you a story? This happened yesterday. All right, I'm going to tell you a story. Yesterday, it reminded me with that eye contact. Oh, my gosh. I went to pick up food yesterday, right? I went to pick up food. I ordered food, and I went to go pick it up, and I walk into the restaurant, and I forgot my mask, right? And then, like, the lady starts looking at me, and, like, I didn't know why she was looking at me, and then it clicked. And then she's like, Sir. She just stares me in the eye. She's like, you need to put your mask on. But then I don't know why I instantly, like I didn't even hesitate. I just looked at her straight in the eyes. I didn't even blink or hesitate. And I looked at her. I said, ma'am, I've been vaccinated 8 times. And then I just stared at her. And then we kept staring at each other. And like she didn't know if I was messing around or not. But like I was super serious. And then like none of us blinked. And then she blinked. And then she didn't say anything. And then I just went and I got the food and left. And then that was it. It was crazy. Okay, honestly, that's not a true story, but that's how it played out in my head. But still, it was honestly, it was a day. I got called out for the mask, and then that was the daydream that I had. But then it played out like that. But I won in my head. But I don't know. I don't know if it'll work. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I went back and I got my mask from the car. Stop. Come on. I said I apologize, and I went right back and I got my mask. I said I'm sorry about that, and then I picked up my food and left. Okay, that's it. That's what happened. Why are you dreaming about being in Texas? That story would have been different. I would have said I pulled up in my F-350 with my Harley Davidson in the bed of the truck. And then as I stepped down from my King Ranch Ford, I saw a Tesla next to me. So I made sure I opened the door wide and hit it. And then I proceeded to walk into the restaurant. But then they didn't sell cheese curds, so I walked out. You know, the first time I ever tried a cheese curd was in Texas. You mother effers. You know that? Y'all insane, bro. What the hell, like a cheese curd? Have you ever had a cheese curd? Has anybody not had a cheese curd? Oh, man, bro. Yeah, they got like cheese curd. I'm like, what? First time in Texas. That was the Texas boys. They're like, nah, you got to try these, Josh. Okay. They were good, but I felt very like, I was like, dude, I'm eating fried cheese, and it's the size of my head. Like, Texas is huge. How they do everything is bigger in Texas. That is facts. I might go to Austin in a couple weeks. Actually, I got invited to Austin, so I was thinking about that, but I don't know. I feel like I would get too confused. I don't know, like, because if you go to Austin, like, are you supposed to, like, I don't. How does it work? Like, does every, like, if you're from California? Oh, here's our man. Look at him. Yeah, let me tell you something. I just farted. I'm just kidding. But yeah, if you have ibuprofen or Imodium, let me know. Okay, where do I look? My hands are cold. Sometimes I sit here and I pick the lint in the pocket, and I see if I can make origami. Hey, wait, when did Nancy dye her hair? Hold on. Oh shit, it's not Nancy. Oh, fuck that. I don't know who is this.
Gelsinger, the CEO of Intel, and Intel for making this massive historic investment in American manufacturing right here in America. Now, from day one, President Biden has recognized and been clear that if we want to compete globally, we have to invest domestically. And he's prioritized the revitalization of our manufacturing economy and given those of us on his team a crystal clear mission to get those jobs back from overseas to America. And thanks to the president's leadership, our economy added almost 6.5 million jobs last year, the most in any year in U.S. history, and our unemployment rate dropped nearly 70%. Make no mistake about it, by any measure, the United States economy is strong. But the fact is, car prices are currently driving 1/3 of inflation. Why? Because we don't have enough chips. Last year, automakers made nearly 8 million fewer cars than they could have because of the semiconductor chip shortage. Electric vehicles, for which the president has set an ambitious goal, 50% of new car sales by the end of the decade, require 2,000 chips. Each EV requires 2,000 chips, more than twice as many as a traditional vehicle. So that's why today's announcement from Intel is so exciting. Semiconductors produced right here in America will allow us to shore up our supply chains, bring down cost, keep manufacturing facilities up and running, and create American jobs. But if we really want to end the chip shortage and ensure our global competitiveness, there's more to do. Today, our semiconductor supply chain is far too dependent on conditions in countries halfway around the world. A COVID disruption, a typhoon, political instability in another country has the potential to shut down an auto facility and harm American families in places like Ohio. The semiconductor industry was created in the United States of America, and it's time for us to lead again. Right now, there's a bill before Congress that would invest $52 billion in semiconductor production. Congress needs to pass that bill to revitalize America's domestic manufacturing. Passing that CHIPS funding is a win for workers, businesses, supply chains, and our economy. So again, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership, and thank you to Intel for choosing America. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Pat Gelsinger, the CEO of Intel. He's a global leader in the semiconductor industry, has been a leader in the industry for decades, and the announcement he'll be making today will create nearly 12,000 jobs in total. And it's a perfect example of what we can do if we invest in America's manufacturing industry again. So with that, I will turn it over to Pat.
Thank you, Secretary Raimondo. Thank you, President. Thank you for my best Ohio friends and the senators. And we look forward to being welcomed into Ohio. I am thrilled to be at the White House today. Such an exciting occasion, historic day for Intel and the global semiconductor industry. And for a farm boy from Pennsylvania, I thought I'd never be here. Today, Intel is announcing plans for an initial investment of more than $20 billion to build 2 new leading-edge fabs in Ohio. I would be remiss not to thank Governor DeWine and his team in Ohio for their fantastic partnership, and I look forward to commemorating this special day together at our event in Licking County, Ohio, later today. This will be our first new manufacturing site in 40 years. and spanning nearly 1,000 acres will be a mega fab location that can accommodate a total of 8 chip factories, or fabs as we call them. What we're announcing today is the first 2, but we hope to build out that full campus. This initial investment is $20 billion, the single largest private sector investment in Ohio history, and we plan to continue to grow this presence. You know, at full build-out,
The previous record was $2.
Grow to as much as $100 billion of total investment over the decade. This impact of a mega site like this is simply profound. A semiconductor factory is not like other factories. It's more like a small city supporting a vibrant community of services, suppliers, and ancillary businesses. You can think about this as a magnet for the entire tech industry. And all of this is creating new jobs. And we plan to invest an additional $100 million over the next decade to help develop and attract a pipeline of skilled talent and bolster research programs throughout the region. Intel's investments will help meet the unprecedented demand for advanced semiconductors, or chips as they are called. As every consumer in America now knows, we've seen disruptions in our supply chain globally. Many products are in back order, and Christmas trees were not nearly as full this year simply because the industry does not have enough chips. Our lives depend on them. And ponder for a moment, what portion of your life is not becoming more digital? Our dependence, the criticality of semiconductors, the brains that are powering critical industries, education, business, medicine, work from home, learn from home, care from home, infrastructure, national security, all of these depend on chips. But as Secretary Raimondo said, most semiconductors today are sourced overseas. As a country, we cannot rely solely on imports for such essential technology. And the only way to address this economic and security risk is to increase our domestic semiconductor manufacturing capacity. That's why last year I announced a historic investment to expand our operations in Arizona and Mexico. And as the company who put silicon into Silicon Valley, and the company that is now the catalyst for the Silicon Heartland, Intel is committed to restoring end-to-end leadership, innovation, and manufacturing here in the US. We are doing our part, but we can't do it alone. The federal government has shown strong bipartisan support for growing this strategic industry. And I'd like to thank President Biden, Secretary Raimondo, and everybody involved in this supporting the semiconductor industry. And I would also like to thank Senator Schumer, Cornyn, and Representatives Matsui and McCall for sponsoring the Chips for America Act. But as Secretary Raimondo said, now Congress needs to finish the job. Our announcement today is motivated by the CHIPS Act. We're putting our chips on the table, as I like to say. We are getting started, but this project will be bigger and faster with the CHIPS Act. The CHIPS Act will help address the long-term impacts of the semiconductor shortage, global supply chain challenges, and associated rising costs faced by American families today. It will also ensure America maintains its leadership role in semiconductor manufacturing and R&D. We welcome the opportunity to work with President Biden, federal and state governments, to transform the turmoil of this time into a recovery that creates world-changing technology to improve the life of every person on the planet. I thank you, and it's now my honor, my pleasure, and something a farm kid from Pennsylvania would have never imagined, that I get to introduce the President of the United States. Mr. President.
Thank you. Well, you've introduced a kid from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I didn't think it either, so it's great to be with you. Pat.
Don't tell. There's no way they cut it off. This has to be an issue, right? Hold on. Let me find. I don't know why it cut off on there. I'm like, no way they doing it like that, bro. I did not. The Bloomberg one just cut off. I was ass.
In America, and American workers, this group of Washington reporters have heard me say many times, it's never been a good bet to bet against America. We have the most qualified folks in the world here in the United States of America. And I want to thank Sherrod Brown and Rob Portman, two senators who deserve an enormous amount of credit for us getting to this place right now, bipartisanly. The idea that we can work together is only just beginning to dawn on people here, I think. And I want to thank Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, who from day one has been helping lead our efforts to strengthen American manufacturing in America and American innovation. Look, Pat just laid out today's big announcement by one of America's most important companies. This historic investment for Ohio, one of the largest investments in semiconductor manufacturing in American history. A brand new $20 billion campus outside of Columbus, Ohio. 7,000 construction jobs. 3,000 full-time jobs. And I was kidding Pat earlier. I said, I may need a job. And he said, well, it's not bad. You start over $100,000 on the line, but I got to get some training. But look, at the singular, look, to be able to say, made in Ohio, made in America, is what we used to always be able to say 25, 30 years ago. That's what this is about. But folks at home might be wondering, why it's such a big deal for manufacturing something so small, the size of a postage stamp? Why is that so important? Well, semiconductors are small computer chips that power virtually everything in our lives. Your phone, your car,
Are we gonna go to
your
Verona
refrigerator, your washing machine, hospital equipment, the internet, the electric grid, and so much more. And here's the deal. America invented these chips. America invented these chips. And federal research and development led to the creation of these chips. Taxpayer dollars. These chips helped power NASA mission to the moon. The federal investment helped bring down the cost of making chips to build a market and an entire industry. As a result, over 30 years ago, America had about 40% of global production. But since that time, something happened. American manufacturing, the backbone of our economy, got hollowed out. Companies moved jobs and production overseas, especially from in the industrial Midwest. Decades ago, we used to invest 2% of our gross domestic product in research and development. Let me say it again. We invested 2% decades ago of our gross domestic product in pure research and development. Today, it's less than 1%. We were ranked #1 in the world in R&D. But guess what? We now rank #9. China was #8 in the world 3 decades ago. Now they're #2. And other countries are closing in fast. As a result, today, we barely produce 10% of the computer chips despite being the leader in chip design and research. And we don't have the ability to make the most advanced chips right now. But today, 75% of production takes place in East Asia. 90% of the most advanced chips are made in Taiwan. China is doing everything it can to take over the global market so they can try to outcompete the rest of us and have a lot of applications, including military applications. Folks, look, during this pandemic, your pocketbook felt the consequences: inflation, higher prices. Whenever a factory shuts down in one part of the world, the production and shipments of goods to shops and homes and business all over the world gets disrupted. COVID-19 has compounded that problem many times over, especially with these computer chips. As a result, everything from cars to dishwashers are delayed getting to showrooms and customers, just as demand for them is up because the economy is growing. And because supply is low, we find ourselves in a position that we're really behind the curve. Prices are going up. In fact, 1/3 of the recent price increases that have been seen nationally are due to car prices, as mentioned earlier. You know, I'm going to turn to the boss here. What percentage of chips are needed to build the cars today, and what's going to happen in the next 5, 10 years?
4% today, 20% by 2030.
20% by 2030 is going to be required to, that's what the car is made of. 20% of it is going to be these computer chips. Historic as today's announcement is, we need to be, this is just the beginning. And this is an important part of today's message. Right now, there's a bill in front of the United States Congress, because the two men behind me are pushing it, U.S. Innovation and Competition Act, which includes several of the ideas I proposed last year that would accelerate the progress in a big way. The bill calls for authorizing nearly $90 billion for research and development, manufacturing, and supply chain. Look, including empowering the National Science Foundation to bring together local communities, universities, community colleges, private companies, and more partnerships like this. And by the way, speaking of community colleges, you all know this, the Washington Press Corps does at least. My wife is a community college professor. She said it's the best kept secret in America. This is a community college graduate who skipped his senior year in high school, went to local community college, and then went on. My wife's got to meet you, man. Look, this includes a $52 billion incentive for more companies to build their manufacturing facilities here in the United States of America. I want other cities and states to be able to make announcements like the one being made here today. And that's why I want to see Congress pass this bill right away and get it to my desk. Let's get another historic piece of bipartisan legislation done. Let's do it for the sake of our economic competitiveness and our national security. Let's do it for the cities and towns all across America working to get their piece of the global economic package. And let's do it for the dignity and pride of this country and the American worker. I made clear while I was running for president, and from day one of this administration, we are going to invest in America. We're investing in American workers. We're going to stamp everything we can made in America, especially these computer chips. Vice President Harris and I, along with Secretary Raimondo and our entire team, have met with members of Congress in both parties because this is a bipartisan issue. We brought business and labor together to see where we could ramp up production and help resolve bottlenecks. Soon after I was sworn in, I signed an executive order to revitalize American manufacturing and making our supply chains more resilient to disruptions, whether it's a pandemic, climate change, or cyber attacks. In some cases, building resilience will mean increasing our production here at home. In others, it will mean working more closely with our trusted friends and partners, nations that share our values so that the supply chains do not get used against us as leverage. In fact, I made this clear to President Xi of China. We need not have confrontation, but we have a stiff economic and technological competition, and we're going to insist everyone, including China, play by the same rules. We're going to invest whatever it takes in America, in American innovation, in American communities, and American workers. That's exactly what we're doing here today. As a result of the progress we've made, record economic growth, record job growth, faster economic recovery than any other nation on earth, we are better positioned globally than we have been in a long, long time. Intel's historic investment is one example. It's not the only one. In fact, last year, the largest semiconductor companies, including Samsung and Micron, committed $80 billion to build new facilities in the United States, in Arizona, New York, Oregon, Texas. And why are these companies choosing us, the United States? I think it's because they know we have the most productive workers, the best research universities, a dynamic venture capitalist system. And
Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I grabbed Disney next week puts. I kept it small. I kept it $100. It's a weekly put on there. But again, if you've been watching today, you've been seeing how I've been throwing these out there. So that's kind of related to Netflix, but I decided to make that not a recommendation.
With the bipartisan infrastructure law. And I want to thank Senator Brown and Senator Portman for their hard work in getting that done. That law is going to upgrade everything from roads, bridges, ports, airports, railroad, transit, to make our economy move faster and reduce prices for families. This is going to create better jobs for millions of Americans all over the country, rural, urban, suburban. And it means America is the most attractive place for companies like Intel to invest and make their products. Because of the law, this year, for the first time in 2 decades, our infrastructure investment will grow faster than China's, for the first time in decades. This is a game changer. Now we have to build on that progress, and that's what this today is about. It includes Congress acting on our competition bill, which I mentioned earlier, and my administration is going to keep using all the tools we have to reshore our supply chains, strengthen our economic resilience, and make more in America. Because at the end of the day, this is about national security, economic security, and it's about jobs. Good paying, decent jobs you can raise a family on. Jobs. Jobs now. Jobs for the future. Jobs in every part of the country. Jobs that bring the industrial Midwest back. It shows the world that we're always going to fight for American workers. In fact, these facilities are a symbol of what America's all about. PhD engineers, scientists, alongside community college graduates, as my wife says, they're the best kept secret in America. Pat went on beyond that. But people of different ages, races, backgrounds, working side by side. They're all working together to do the same thing. The most sophisticated manufacturing we have ever seen. Tiny computer chip the size of a stamp. They're showing what I've always believed. There is nothing beyond our capacity as a nation if we do it together as the United States of America. And I want to thank Pat again and Intel. I can't wait to see this next visit that you're about to have in Ohio today. And I want to make one last comment. You know, folks, and I asked Pat this, but I've asked many other corporate leaders around this nation. When the United States of America, when the government makes a decision to invest considerable amounts of resources in a new industry or in an area that we need to build up, that encourages business to say, they're doing it. This is going to happen. I'll get in too. I asked Pat whether that was part of the judgment. Am I misleading? Am I misstating it at all? And it is, but I just want everybody to understand. When, I'm sure there were people who looked at both my colleagues who helped lead the fight in this CHIPS Act we're trying to pass. When are you going to spend all that money? That money attracts money. It attracts investment. It demonstrates we're all in. So, folks, I'm going to say what I've always said. There's not a damn thing this country can't do. Not a single thing we can't do. You've heard me say it before, and I'm going to say it again. I I spent about an hour and a half today with the Japanese Prime Minister on a virtual meeting with our staffs. And I told him about when President Xi asked me, can I define America? When I was in China with him. I said, yeah, one word, possibilities. Possibilities. We can do anything if we put our mind to it. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. And by the way, the reason we're not going to have any time for questions now is these guys got to get quickly on a plane and go out and do a major announcement in Ohio, and you guys will ask me all about Russia and not about anything having to do with chips.
I have a question about this. If you could, how are we going to guarantee the raw materials will be available, since many of them come from without the United States, including some countries like Afghanistan that are in turmoil?
We're working on that. There's a lot not in Afghanistan. We've been finding out and moving on directions to find where the raw materials are. We're making contracts to make sure we have access to them, and we are doing things that we're finding out here in the United States. We have assets we didn't know we had in terms of raw material.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. If necessary.
Is it time to meet with Putin, sir?
Thank you. Come back to tell us about Russia when you can, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I told you I need that in my life, bro. For real, bro. If I ever meet any of y'all in person and you give me bad vibes, I'm gonna have someone on deck to do that. You're like, oh, Josh, what's up? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, market's kind of chilled out a little bit. We're going to see where this plays out from here. You're literally right at open. That was good news. I mean, we got that in the morning with Intel and all of that. So they're talking about, chip shortage, supply chains, making chips here. I mean, the thing that sucks is that, any factory started today is probably not going to start today, but it'll actually probably take, I think, when's the Arizona plant going to be done? So we'll see. It kind of chilled some things down. Chilled some things back, but we'll see. We will see. Airbnb CEO on CNBC. He'd be like, we announcing everything. I mean, he usually goes hard when they make announcements, but we'll see. I mean, Airbnb was positive for a little bit. Again, I added to the Disney play. We hit the Netflixes. Those plays even came down. Again, we flipped out of all of them already, but playing the same logic. I mean, they're probably going to move the same. The Disney's decayed a little bit harder, so we will see. We will see, but again, I mean, for the rest of the day, it's already 8:30. Hopefully you guys did some push-ups. Hopefully you moved around there. Again, there's a lot of different things happening. The volume is extremely high, and like we said, every 30 minutes, every hour. Bro, you're already at 84 million at the second hour. Do you guys see that? Holy crap. That's big. Today will probably be a 200 million day. Maybe at least you're like 150. I think you're going to get one of your larger days here, low key. Yeah, you might get, I think, 150 million. If you're already at 80 million in the second hour. Man. Dip again at 12. I mean, watch how this plays out here, because it looks like yesterday, or it looks like Wednesday, but faster. So remember, but we started off a little bit higher. Instead, we had the first sell-off. Then you had the bounce back up, but we're right here at open. But then it's just kind of making these moves a little bit quicker. So, I mean, I'm still positioned on them I'm only going for the small plays here, but keep your eye out for this. Airbnb is on CNBC. All that volume to go nowhere. Well, maybe for the day, but again, I mean, there's somebody buying and somebody selling. But I mean, again, when the market, it seems like you have a lot more sellers here, or that's been the case for the last couple days. Again, people have been buying. There's been a lot of purchases, but it just seems like more people are hitting the exit than not. See, some of the again, Disney, those premiums went up even though the stock went up, and then right now on this red candle. So a lot of things have high correlation right now. Just keep that in mind. I mean, dollar and bonds aren't really doing anything. This is what I have for you, though. I got you a nice, pretty picture to show you live. Live, pretty pictures. You don't have to wait for the watch list for this one. Take a look. This is everything I was talking about in the morning. So this is the big debate right now. I don't know if you're involved in the debate or not. Every single one of you have your own opinion, but this is what I'm noticing and what I'm seeing here with market participants. It's pretty much retail is the yellow line, hedge fund point is the red line. So this is the 200-day moving average, and then this is the pocket between 10% correction. So you see what I'm saying? So again, the last 200-day moving average, it brings you back to the other dip buy points, but now this is what makes today's range. So again, this is another... You got another 4 or 5% from the floor here before like everybody calls the buy essentially. So right now you have a lot of people calling the buy at the 200-day, but then I mean a lot of people are really going to start getting a frenzy at 10% down. So this is the gap that we're fighting right now, and this is what I pretty much think is the main thing both for today and then coming into Powell. So keep that in mind, and that's why it's like, I mean, anything could happen here for the rest of the day. It's going to be big. So just keep it in mind. I mean, the volume already you've done in the first 2 hours more than you've done in the last days, pretty much. So that level, that was the 200-day moving average versus the 10% correction. Again, that's where I'm saying S&P is down, or Dow Jones is down 10%. The NASDAQ is down 10%. The S&P is not down 10%. So even though the S&P is dropping to the 200-day moving average, it is not down in 10% correction territory. So that's the only one left, and that's why people are saying, okay, NASDAQ is below the moving averages. NASDAQ is at 10%. Same thing with the Dow. A lot of people are going to look for that. That will at least be one buy signal. The number for 10% is just a correction, just 10% down from the highs. So look at that is your last high on the S&P. 10% down right here would bring it right that level. It's like the low end of September. I'm pretty sure. What's the chance we blow through the 200-day? We can easily. That's why I'm saying this is the battle going on right now. You are going to literally have buyers, like there's going to be sets of buyers who need to determine, okay, where is my buy the dip moment right now? You have one signal at 200-day, but then a lot of people like to wait for a 10% correction. So how do the markets play out? Again, I think the markets, if we close red, it's just going to fight to the down 10%. And then once we hit down 10%, you're more liable to bottom out, I would say. But even then, it sucks because next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's setting up for Apple, Facebook, and then Powell on Wednesday. So I don't know how much further we would move below 10% without hearing from Powell, but that would still be in the cards, especially if the earnings end up being trash leading into it. Today is Friday. I know. Tomorrow means Monday. Okay? You're a newbie. That's all. You okay? We are addicted to the market. We only think in market terms. Okay? You know, business days. So the next business day is tomorrow. That would be Monday. Market is already pricing it in. That is in, and even then though, but the lower we go, the market may start pricing in the less amount for December. So this is I think is very, very crucial. We're going to find out because again, you already bounced at the 200-day moving average today. So we're going to see if buy the dippers show up there. That's it. Otherwise, the real question is going to be if you get people buying the 200-day, which we already saw, and that falls through, the real money has to come in at 10%. He's optimistic on travels, using Airbnb moving forward. I feel you, man. I feel you. Airbnb. Spencer, where's AJ Mack? Where's Mack? What was it, 310? AJ Mack 310, 330? That's it. Someone with real estate. I mean, again, my thing is, especially with crypto winning, what I would say is, my move. I don't know what some of you guys are holding. I mean, I like crypto. I love it. I'm always going to hold some, but this would always be a good time. I think real estate is the total outperformer. Oh, look at that, AJ Mack, baby, with that pony badge. Woo! They don't feel you, baby. Horn. I love it, just like that. He said what? AJ Mack, you know the name. You know the name. You know the level. You know the Neville. He was talking threes, bro. He was talking threes. He was like 310, 330. What you know? AJ Mack, baby. God bless you, bro. Good to see you. I love you, man. I love you. Shout out to Chad. And shout out to Chad who remembers the other Chads. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like someone said it. They said only the real ones know AJ Mack. Only the real ones know AJ Mack. You know what I'm saying? I'm pushing Peach, baby. Oh, he waited for you. Did you knew I was going to get hyped on that one, right? Oh, hard. Oh, I'm pushing Peach, baby. Oh, my gosh. I'm pushing Peach. You want to hear Janet yelling? SPY is coming down. Some things are moving a little bit differently, but pay attention here before I throw on Grandma. Let me get the thingy up here. I'm pushing Peach. Yeah, industrials came up a little bit. It seems to be the same sector. Semiconductors actually have became a green spot in the middle of this. Consumer goods, industrials, that's what's coming up. Industrials, transports seem to be picking up a little bit, but same situation we got going on. Let's go. Boo-boo, Dad. Bro, love you. Can you share thoughts on earnings for Microsoft, Tesla? Can I do it in Biden's voice? Man, you got to pick one, man. You got to pick one. Do you want to know about earnings or you want to hear from Biden, huh? I can't confuse business with the pleasurability. You know? Huh? What do you want? You want earnings? You want the damn stock or you want Tesla? You want to know what I think about Tesla? I don't mention Tesla. Let me tell you about brought to you by Ford and GM. You see this sucker? Just goes 0 to 60 faster than I went 0 to 60. Took me 60 years. I'm just kidding. Yeah, come closer. But as far as Tesla, I think Tesla is going to be a victim to the market in terms of just, they have to have good earnings or not. But, with any of these, the run-ups there, I think Microsoft has the ability to be a little bit better. But with all of these plays, I'm buying before earnings. I already got clapped before earnings. But the idea would be to flip them prior and then sell them after. So That is the plan, my friend. I did get that email for your friend. The unfortunate fact that house is listed already, and I think she'll get a way better price on the market. Again, she bought it in like $490 or something. So unless she, it looks like she's already going to be selling it quick since it's already up there. I did not average down on the Microsoft calls yet. Newark has $12 million to his $2K per consumer EV rebate program. That should be good for Tessie. Nope. Tessie's coming down. I sent you the off-market Titanic owner house. I don't know what that means.
Care, education, and health. What role do you see? Is it a different role compared
I honestly
to
don't
the
think
past,
Yellen's going to
or
move
do
the
you
market.
see
We can
much
listen to
more
it for a
engaged
couple
role of
seconds, but
business,
she
in
shouldn't
this,
say any. I mean, again, yesterday she's like, yo, inflation going to 2%. She's kind of left behind.
Thank you, Klaus, for that question. I am very encouraged to see the tremendous interest that businesses have in wanting to contribute to social infrastructure and the need that so many business leaders perceive in shoring up our social infrastructure and addressing the climate challenges that we face. And the Biden administration looks forward to working hand in hand with businesses on these objectives. Of course, government has an important role to play as well, working with the private sector. And our job, we think, is to provide incentives, in particular through tax incentives that will encourage the private sector to increase the supply of quality childcare, working to improve elder care, working to train workers. Government has a critical role to play, but the private sector also needs to work with us. And of course, with respect to climate change, we very much look forward to working. The infrastructure bill, for example, includes major incentives to improve our electric grid, to make it capable of supporting increased supply of renewable energy. I believe that private businesses are ready and willing and able to invest in improving that infrastructure. And the incentives that we hope to provide for electric vehicles, for investment in renewables. I think this represents a cooperation between the government and the private sector to pursue green and sustainable growth.
Madam Secretary, one very last question. In our global risk report, a debt crisis was among the top 10 concerns for the next 2 to 5 years. And of course, public spending is critical, but we recognize also that strengthening the social infrastructure ultimately will lead to higher productivity. But could you just say one word related to the debt situation and how you see the future? Will it hang over our shoulders for many, many years, or what is your assumption?
Well, I believe that for the United States and other countries, pursuing a sustainable and responsible fiscal policy that keeps debt within manageable range for an economy is critically important. In responding to the downturn in the economy induced by the pandemic, we felt, and I strongly believe, that it was appropriate to engage in spending that wasn't financed by tax increases. But looking further out, we have proposed pay-fors, additional tax revenue, and importantly, ways to strengthen our collection of the tax revenue that's due under our existing tax code in order to fully pay for the initiatives that I've described.
Honestly, I'd rather just say shout out to Germ, baby. Harder! I love you. My NFT friend. My NFT killer. I delisted the Jen Psaki yesterday. I said, I'm hodling the Jen Psaki. I'm hodling the Jen Psaki, okay? God bless you, Germ. I love you, man. I love you. You are an inspiration as well, bro. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I'll see y'all through the years. Get ready. Get ready. I was even saying it with the with even crypto. I don't know if any of you guys were in the original back in the day when we bought crypto back at like $10,000 for Bitcoin. Even at the beginning of the year, I mean, you should still be up. What's it called? Over 100% on the Ethereum. Just keep that. Ethereum is pretty much the only index, and crypto hasn't followed the rest of the market yet. But keep in mind the real estate. Again, I don't know if you guys ever go watch that video I posted a couple months ago. I let you know what I was going to do with that crypto account. So keep your eyes on that and be, houses. Because again, I mean, people keep asking me now in the midst of all this. A lot of people are freaking out, but you're seeing it. It's not really, real estate is yet to get hit by this. But we're gonna find out very, very shortly. Nigerian buying Netflix, Tesla coming. It's Friday, showing my weekly love, baby. Hey, man, happy Friday, Josh and Cole. Stay blessed. Keep that armor on, bro. Notorious really do be like that every Friday. He really do. He really in there, baby. Amen. Amen. I know it was good. Yeah, I got 1.5 Bitcoin for $10,000 or $15,000 in August 2020. So but that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you were in any of those positions or even the Ethereum at the beginning of last year, I mean, again, go watch my old video on it. But I'm thinking, what's it called? I'm thinking a lot of real estate. Let's see, it's SI, and it's game time. Even then, we got time. And I mean, that's why the long term too. We finally got some discounts, and that's why whatever battle we see today and through the next few days, whether we get 10% or not, keep your eyes on that single family or multi, anything. I'm getting, find a good location. That's what I would say. Anything, good location, or if you could get a good deal, that's the real key to it. I'm still interested in the REITs. Oh, yeah. See, O is even up today. It might end up holding this level. I mean, that's where it's been at. But if we do get some real risk off, I would love to see the REITs come down to the September levels. That's what I'm saying. If we do get that type of S&P, if we do get a real flush and some of those REITs are there, I'm going to get it. I know now I'm second guessing the long term. If you're ever second guessing it, just stick to the schedule. You see what I'm saying? So if you're like, oh, should I go early or this and that, just you hold. You wait, keep your own schedule, and again, like we said, let your portfolio guide you. I mean, that's that's the craziest part. Like, I'm saying, wow, we got 19%, 18%, the long term's holding up, right? So, but it's like you have to realize if we buy back in at DraftKings, your percentage goes up. Did you know that? Have you thought about that? Again, it will. You are going to add more risk on the table, but that's what I'm trying to say is that like let your portfolio guide you here. Find the ones you really, really like. Even Airbnb, thankfully, one of my favorites is pretty much right here at break even between, only up 1%. So there's a couple of other plays where you could, let your portfolio guide you, stick to the timing, so you space it out, and then that's it. That's all you got to do, man. That's all you got to do. Even Tesla, whatever you want, man. Whatever you want, whatever you feel good about, whatever you like, realistically. That being here feels good to be back. Love you, Josh. Any long-term ads? Lately, the last one that we got was Airbnb. And that's what we're talking about now, is because I do want REITs this year, and I'm waiting. I mean, the long terms, we've definitely taken a beating, but the positive, I think, after watching so many things drop, is that we still got a nice gain on it, and that's what we're kind of talking about, is just letting this guide you here. But there's a lot of opportunities right now, and then we made a couple of different plays today. Again, if you ever miss anything, follow me on Instagram. I do post the long-term plays on there, so if you're ever not able to follow along with this stream, shout out the watch list as well too, baby. We love you all. Airbnb is going to crush earnings. I hope so. And I mean, if we get a good beat, Netflix is now popping, starting to break out. Netflix is higher than it's been all day. The Disneys are the same price on the puts are going up, even though the stock is moving. So keep that one in mind. Airbnb is up now, 1.2. Let's see if Apple and Microsoft come to life. Call 59 was trading at 28. Yeah, bro, that move on Netflix, you saw a 20% drop. You know, that is a very, very large move. So, you know, to see the moves we got, it was absolutely killer. I say I love you. I love you, baby. God bless you. God bless you. Amen. Shout out to Colt. Happy Friday. And I hope you're ready. Damn, bro. Today's a big day, too. They have stopped the peach. Our peach man has been capped. You have reached the maximum number of brand accounts. To give you a blast in the past, here are all your frizzles. You got 1920 frizzle, Bahu frizzle, birthday frizzle, Bradley Baldwin, Bradley Dividend, Bradley Friday, Bradley from State Frizzle, Bradley Saki, Bradley Inhale. That's crazy. Frizzle, Bill Bradley Better, Dave Frizzle, Donald J Frizzle, Elon Frizzle, another peach or something, Band Frizzle, Blind Rage Frizzle, Bradley Bezos, Bradley Fibonacci, Bradley Frizzle in the Giant Peach, Bradley Ketchum, Bradley Frizzle, Camry Frizzle, Dirk Frewitzel, Donald J. Frizzle Jr., Farmer Frizzle, 10-year Frizzle rate, Asan Derulo, Biden Frizzle, Bradley in the local Frizzle deduction, Bradley Bong, Bradley Freshman, Bradley Frizzle with the mustache, Bradley Philo, Bradley Bucks, Brandon's Frizzle, Kathy Frizzle, Do I Sell Everything Frizzle, Donkey Frizzle, Fed Chair Frizzle. Wait, is there more? Wait, what? Oh my gosh, there's another one. Oh, it doesn't stop there, Chad. Doesn't stop there. You got Fisherman Frizzle, Frizzle B&B, Frizzle or No Frizzle, Frizzle-thon, Frizzle year-end sales event, Happy Bradley Frizzle Day, Island Frizzle, Jensen Frizzle, LeBron Frizzle, Long-Term Frizzle, Martha Frizzle, My Whole Account is Red Frizzle, Old Baron Frizzle, Poop Frizzle, Pushin' Peach, Speaker Frizzle, Tanya Frizzle, Uncle Frizzle, UWM Frizzle, We Are All Here to Learn Frizzle, Frizzle Land, Frizzle D. Roosevelt, Frizzle Saving Time, Glossary Frizzle, I've been in meeting all day Frizzle, Jack and Rose Frizzle, Jerome Frizzle, Let's Go Bradley, Lurker Frizzle, Milton Frizzle, G. Frizzle Hennessy, O. Frizzle Hennessy, Old Saint Frizzle, Post Frizzle Continuation, Rapid Rewards Peach, Small Good Defrizzleizations, SSB SSRI Frizzle, The Frizzle Terminal, United Bradleys of America, Veteran Frizzle, Xijin Frizzle, Frizzle in the Furious, Frizzle is the answer, Frizzle Varion Inc., Habibi Frizzle, I'm going to bed Frizzle, Jen Psaki is a 5 out of 10, Cole's Cash, Let's Go Brandon Frizzle, Mariah Frizzle, Mr. and Mrs. Frizzle, Obama Frizzle, Oh Wise Frizzle, Power Hour Frizzle, Surah Frizzle, Sniff Frizzle, Snitch Frizzle, The Frizzlesaurus Rex, Unrealized Capital Peaches, Volume Weighted Average Peach, and then Young Frizzle. That's culture, baby. God bless you. Shout out to our Frizzle man who has given. Do you realize these are daily memories? These cannot be replaced. You know that? This is very valuable. Thank you, my friend. Honestly, God bless you and hard. Hard! That's hype. That's dedication. That's dedication. That's humor. They don't feel me, man. That's the cult. Some of you have got to see all of those peaches. Oh, man. Thank you. That's funny. I love that. That's beautiful. That's going up on the Cult Museum wall. We are going to get that there. We are going to get that there. That's amazing. That's amazing. SPY is coming down. The SPY held up as we went through the frizzles. Now it's like, nope, we're coming down. Relates to the PHILO. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, that's money right there. Whew. Whew. Happy rewards. Make it an NFT. We might be able to, honestly, at that point. That one kid who sold his selfies every day for a year, he made $1 million. He didn't even mean to. He didn't even mean to. That's good, though. This is hype. This is hype. What? That's good. I was just checking. I saw it on Instagram. Y'all just followed me on Instagram for some reason. What's up, new Instagram people? I'm not going to follow you back. That's going to be an impersonator. And he going to talk mad reckless to you. Okay? So just be careful out there. All right? But we post the long terms on there. So especially if you have, that's why, if you haven't been here in a while, if you go to my Instagram, literally my last I don't use Instagram. So anytime I do post on Instagram, I'm literally posting the long-term portfolios. So you guys can follow along with what we got over here. So that, you know, all the long-term stuff we keep talking about. So it's there. I love you. Fib and Frizzle, baby! Oh, dude. Oh, they get a little bit of Fibonacci, dude. Totally, dude. We're going to run it, dude. Totally, we're going to hedge fund bounce, dude. We'll get a hedge put short, dude, and we get a hedge put bounce at the little, where the hedge funds, dude. Oh, dude, we're going to hit the Fib. We're hopping to the Fib. Are we out of Fibonacci, dude? Because I'm trying to awaken Fib, dude. It's still pretty early, you know? UNG is moving. Everything's starting to move again. SPY's getting to the lower end. I mean, it's slipping off just like it. Bro, this is happening faster, but it's the same sort of pattern that you got yesterday. I mean, see if this turns into no bounces and just straight sell after sell after sell, and then watch. 440, 442 is still a very key level, so keep that in mind. You still could flush from there, but watch out. Everything's down now again. 1% on the NASDAQ, 0.7 on the S&P, 0.4 on the Dow. You were green on everything probably about, 40 minutes ago? I think so. So it's good. It's good. My portfolio clap. I know, man. I feel you. I know yours has been clapped. Mine is just getting clapped, but I feel you. You know what I'm saying? So I hope your long term is doing good. I know you're a Chad. Chad, did you get the long term? I don't know if that Chad got one. I feel like you might have. I don't know. Fradley Brizzle. Prost Frizzle Peach Clarity, baby. Oh, hard. The peaches are coming. The peaches are coming. No, this is a worldwide clapping. This is a worldwide clapping. You know what I'm saying? So it's good, but I mean, this is part of the game. I'm not really too. I don't know. I feel like I'm just as excited as I was December 25th, even coming in till now. I mean, this is the range we need in a weird way, and I really think, you know, it's gonna bring it's humbled everybody. That's why, I mean, honestly, man, whether you talk smack or not, I mean, I got mad love, and honestly, I don't like clapping people back sometimes because, you know, quite frankly, I feel like everybody should have some humbleness in them after this. You know what I'm saying? To be real, and that's why it's like you could say one thing here, you could say one thing now. Whatever was said about a month or two ago, I mean, a lot of opinions are changing, especially when you compare it, and that's why, I mean, if I could remind anybody, man, it's just very, very simple. This is a long journey. I mean, quite frankly, at the end of the day, when the shit was up, y'all weren't selling for anything. I mean, myself included, because that's how investments are. You know, we are planning to hold a lot of this stuff for a while. And again, there's going to be trades. Like I went too early on the earnings. I got clapped for it. I mean, I didn't see that coming, but that is the risk. It's not like I didn't not expect to get clapped if I was wrong. But again, that's in the short term. But hopefully you don't lose the long-term vision with this. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, above all else, man, whether you are one to talk shit, not talk shit. Again, it don't really matter. I think everybody knows their life a little bit more than random people on the internet, but I think everybody has been humbled to a degree. And I mean, there's a lot of upside in the market, especially and there's a lot of stability. If everybody could just get humble and ride with it, you know what I'm saying? Because I think this might bring a necessary, it might put a leash on the market in a weird way, and it's going to stop a little bit of the exuberance. And, I think everyone's been humbled. I mean, myself, at the very least, maybe it doesn't apply to you. Maybe it doesn't, but I know I have. So that's the way I'm looking at it. And it's just, keep that in mind as you're moving forward. But, long term, it's a weird psychological dynamic because, like I said, when you are up, you have to really ask yourself, you weren't going to sell anyways. If that truly was your decision, I mean, you did have your chance and all of that, but it's like, most people, I know myself. I'm at the very least, I could speak for myself just because I know, when I buy some of these stocks, especially the long term, I mean, you have watched the long term through a lot of different things, but there's a lot of reasons to aim for the long term, but there's a lot of reasons why I wouldn't sell at the top. Because that's not my plan. So here at the bottom, I mean, you are going through something psychological, but unless you really need the money, there's no reason to sell. Again, if at the end of the day, if you did want to sell anything, what I would tell you is that it's have something to buy. That still stands. So if you want to if you want to sell anything and you are really like, oh man, I don't like this. Again, I've seen it. I've seen posts. Even on the Cult News Twitter, I've seen people are cashing out. Some people are already quitting. I've down to even influencers and stuff like that, or micro influencers, whatever you want to call them. But it's just that's the fact of the matter. But it's if you are going to sell something and you want to sell, I mean, for investment's sake and everything going on, I hope you just find something to buy. And it doesn't have to be a stock. Again, if you're like, all right, man, I don't like this. I don't like holding for this long and to watch it go down like this. Yibbity yabbity boo, you know what I'm saying? All you got to do is buy a house. If there's enough, use that for a down payment. I think if you really put it into the property or put something to buy, anything that I'm going to be doing is that's what it comes down to. Thinking selling half my long term for real estate. Well, before you sell, go put out some offers. That's all you got to do and make it real. Don't just say that to yourself because a lot of people will lie to themselves, just how we will lie to ourselves at the top. You know what I'm saying? It's like people at the top, people are like, oh, I'm never going to sell. I'm up, up this amount. I'm never going to sell because, I believe in the long term. And then it comes down and then you see a market like this. And then now, so it's saying if you really do want to consider that, go put out an offer on a house and go get it accepted. And then once you get it accepted, go sell. Then you're good to go. And that way, too, you could let real investment decisions drive your financial actions as opposed to emotions. Does that make sense? So every single thing I do, I'm going to put it on a timeline if I want to do it. I will have an example for you actually very, very soon. Again, I got a bunch of houses that I'm in escrow on right now. So you'll see what I'm talking about, but it's very, very simple. You don't have to, you don't need to react to it emotionally and don't let the numbers freak you out. But essentially, like I'm saying, if you align the next purchase and you operate your buys and sells on a timeline, that could take you a long way, or it could at least minimize a lot of the emotions here. You're to what? To optometrist? UNG going up. Of course, on my expiration day. Need more times. Time is good. Tech is definitely slipping. I mean, we're getting right down here to the lows again. And like I'm saying, I mean, everything from earlier today still exists. Somehow the Disney puts are up. That was a weird one. The IWMs are up 30% now. See, that's what we do. This is a stupid environment. I would have not held any of these. I would have sold these or I wouldn't have touched these. Again, I hope you like today. I'm lowering my standard of what I'm willing to buy, but then I'm lowering my amount of money that I'm putting in. Does that make sense? Because that's why I'm like, I don't like any of these plays. I really don't. Just because I'm like the volatility and the premium. But it's like that. So that IWM, remember, we bought it up here, right? I think we got it around here, then it dropped, and then it went up, and I was down like 12, 15%, and then now pretty much right at the same spot, a little bit lower, it went up 30. So even the Tesla put is still at 40%. So that's why I'm like, it's just, and these are all plays for today. It's not like it's anything crazy, but it's just like, I hope you see what I'm doing about it, but it's not like, I'm not really the biggest fan of this, but it's just like, you don't have to. That's why I'm saying your option is do this and take shitty plays with less amount of money, or you wait. That's it. Netflix calls are up 18. I need to see the puts and what those are back at. The Disneys did go up. I've been waiting is again, don't underestimate if you're just because you're in the chat room and I don't know if you've really been an active day trader over the last year or two. I'm telling you, so many investors, when they see shit like this, they stop. They wait until this smooths out. So I don't know if they talk about this on Wall Street Bets or anything or anywhere else on Twitter or anything like that. But like, again, you're like the silent majority of investors of retail that you don't hear about, the mom and pop, and again, all the random people who go in some stuff. There's a lot of people who will just, you say, wait till this smooths out. And that's what I'm saying. I'm just playing a little smaller, but I'm very close to just buying long-term and then wait till we smooth out a little bit, if anything. But there is a lot of the cheaper ones. In this environment, you simply buy puts for earnings, just not on the high side. Again, that's the thing. So as long as you're waiting till they get a little cheaper, play the bounces. Again, that's what we've kind of been trying to do, but it's still a different type of risk. Don't buy any stock. If I buy equity, I don't care. It's not like if I put it into the long term, I have zero hesitation. And I have no worries about it. Again, if I go buy a REIT right now, oh my God, if it goes down, whoop-de-doo. It's like, again, I'm still on that longer term time frame, and you still do have some of the cushion. But then if I make any average downs on any of this stuff that's down big, it will actually put us it will increase the risk on those plays, but it will balance out. It will make us a lot more beneficial at some levels. Dude, this is the time to buy at lows. People want to buy when it's at all-time high. Again, I'm talking about trading and option trading. Like I just said, I would not hesitate to buy any equity right now. Stocks, if you're adding it to the long term, but you have to have a budget. Again, I'm on a budget. I'm on a timeline. You give me 10 days and my new month comes around, and I might give myself a couple-day deposit early if I need to. But at the end of the day, equity, that we bought a month ago, I wouldn't be against buying it. I bought that leap a couple days ago. But the options, the volatility and what it's going to do to options and break-evens, it will be a lot more difficult. That's why shares is going to give you something different. But I do, again, if you really do have a 10-year plan and you are not using money that you're going to trip out if you lose on, and it's just real savings money and it's real, for equity and stock, I have no hesitation on that. I feel like this is one of the greatest buying opportunities in my young life. It's not. It's an opportunity, but it's not the greatest at the end of the day. Again, do you guys not remember what my analysis was at the beginning of 2021? I said something about the next decade. I don't know if you remember it. I'm going to pull up this chart. I said something about the next decade. Literally from 2020 to 2030. I have a prediction. Let's see. Let's see if anyone remembers. Oh, there you go. Some of you remember. Somebody said it. I'm dead next decade. Get life insurance. I'll pay for it. I'm just saying, there's a way to profit off the negativity. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying. What the hell are you doing there? I'm just saying. Yeah, you guys understand it. I said this is going to be the bottom of the 10-year cycle, but not here. I said that in the beginning of 2021. Does that sound familiar? So we could go as low as 374. I don't think that's out of the question. But I don't think we break any lower than 2021 in the next 10 years. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is an opportunity, but it's definitely not the best one of your life. I mean, again, with inflation, real estate, everything that happened, I mean, essentially, I said this a year ago, and you're kind of even seeing how it played out. Look how high we went from there, and even after this such negative move, right, and people are freaking out, imagine you go down another 10%, you still haven't bottomed from there. You see what I'm saying? Like, you would have to go down. We drop another 40 points, you're right above that point. So we would have to go down pretty much another, like, it'd be like a 30%, 35, 40% round trip move. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it's like you do have an opportunity there, but that's why, I mean, I hope you guys could see our strategy. I mean, it works very great at this moment. You have a budget, you have a time frame. Just play it with time. That's why it's like this is an opportunity, though, so don't be intimidated by it. That's why some of these, I mean, I'm going to average down on something for the long term. And again, we have the money right around the corner. But again, you have all those events next week. It's going to line up pretty good. But it's like at the end of the day, this is one opportunity, but I'll also be prepared. You still got a little bit more downside, but at the end of the day, I'm not, after that point, even if I buy the dip for another 30% down, right? That would be bad. Let's say we lose the 20% profit, then we would flip to down 10, let's say, right? Assuming it moves a little bit more correlated with the market. Even then, imagine how long that would take, but then it's like how much lower than the 10%, and then if you make good averages. So, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, I still stand by this. It's played out for the last year, but I think this is going to be the bottom for the next decade, give or take, couple percentage points in between. But that's how it played out from the 70s. So if you go at the 1970s, again, this is inflation. At the end of the day, people are still freaking out about inflation, right? Don't forget the macro effect of it. Like I've said for years already, even from 2020, it's going to be a 10-year, It's going to be a 10-year cycle. Again, even looking at real estate, everything else. So that's why the moves I'm doing, again, short term, there'll be opportunities. There'll be times you could get clapped as well too. But just don't lose sight of the main mission here. And especially if you're long term, I mean, take a look at it. But a couple of this is rebalancing at the end of the day. Like I'm saying, if I make an average down on DraftKings, I go and put half the amount I have into this. This goes down to 30%. And then that changes where you're holding up. Your cushion starts to change a little bit. These asset prices are so far out of true value, no one knows what they should be. I agree with you. And why are they so far out of value? You know what I'm saying? What caused them being out of value? Was it, I mean, again, analysts are making some of these valuations, right? So, but what caused it? You know what I'm saying? It's not, it's kind of the Fed, but there's something beyond it. Like you can't forget it. It happened before. This happened in history. I'm not speaking unknown. I'm speaking what's already occurred, and you have a historical example. It's not speculation. All of those were a result of this. It's not shills. It was a result of this. Fed policy did lead to it, but there's something that came before the Fed that the Fed cannot control. Not COVID, not greed. Again, greed may have came from this. It was literally all of the stimulus. It's government spending. That's it. That's the only thing the Fed can't control. So now it went from all the money increased from the government, but then the Fed didn't back it. All the Fed did was add fuel to that fire. You see what I'm saying? But it wasn't. A lot of it was government. And again, let me take you back in time, please. 1970s. Okay? This is the gruesome. I'm reading this from Investopedia. So you can read this on Investopedia and go look into the 1970s and what happened. Again, the 1970s in the stock market is a mess. It lost nearly 50% over a 20-month period. For close to a decade, few people wanted anything to do with stocks. I read this to you a year ago. I don't know if you remember this. I read this to you a year ago. So here's the thing. So again, the gruesome story of the 1970s, which began, I'm gonna read it so you could watch the market. Great inflation again in late 1972. Started in the 70s, effects happened 2 years later. In his book, Jeremy Siegel calls it the greatest failure of American macroeconomic policy in the post-war period. The Great Inflation was blamed on oil prices, currency speculators, greedy businessmen, and avaricious union leaders. Does that not sound similar? This was in the 1970s. However, it was clear that monetary policy, which financed massive budget deficits and were supported by political leaders, were the cause. This mess was proof of what Milton Friedman said in his book, Money Mischief. Inflation is always a monetary phenomenon. The great inflation and recession that followed wrecked many businesses. Interesting enough, John Connolly, the Nixon-installed Treasury Secretary at the time, who had no formal economics training, he later declared personal bankruptcy. So there were unusual bad economic times were preceded by a period in which economy boomed or appeared to boom. Many Americans were awed by the temporarily low unemployment and strong growth of numbers in 1972. Therefore, they overwhelmingly reelected Republican President Richard Nixon and their Democratic Congress in 1972, and then the Congress and Fed eventually ended up failing them. So literally, it was all because of government. Literally in 1970s, it's exactly the same as today. They blamed greedy people. They blamed oil. They blamed everybody. And at the end of the day, all it boiled down to is they were pumping more money in deficits than any time in history has seen. It's the same thing happening now. So that's why it's like, again, the Fed is now, it goes hand in hand with it. But that's the 70s dynamic that you're getting. But that's why I'm saying that it was the similar thing in the 1970s where you saw the market, that 2-year period from 1970 to 1972, it grew amazingly because once you add all that money into the supply, prices are going to go up, and that it sets a new floor. You've added so much more money through all of this that there essentially is going to be some level of floor, right? So then that's why I'm saying in the next 10 years, what I'm saying is that even like the 70s, it led to a big crash of 50%, but it never went back below 1970 levels. So the period of 1970 to 1980, you had the markets crashing, but at the same time, it never went below where the market started in 1970. So let me see. I'll get you the chart. I don't know. Does this chart go back to the 70s? I might be able to. No, it only shows me to 1999. I have to pull it up on Bloomberg. Hold on. Okay, here it is. SPX. No, I got it. So take a look. This is, again, you don't see it because of this boom. Like, it makes it harder to see. Take a look. Boom. It should look familiar. But again, you had the run up there. So look at like 1969, and then you started in the 70s, and then this is the bottom of the 70s, right? So this is right when this was 5 months into inflation, and that's where it started. But then the next 2 years were good, and then you could see it. It just started ripping for the next 2 years. But look at this bottom it's at. Again, right where the year kind of started coming into it, whichever low you had for that year, you hit it one time, and the 4 years later, when this was like when everything was awful. This was like the worst of it, right? 2 years, 20 months after the problem, it went a little bit lower. Like I said, give or take. I can't, again, what I'm trying to explain, I can't pinpoint this to the dot, but historically speaking, you could see it. Again, and you had a massive run up prior to that. Look at the floor from the 50s, right? But then it dropped. But then after that, you bottomed. Even then, you had another 5 years of massive inflation. So 1974, no, we're in 1972. You're 1972 right here. You see that? And then right when it turned in 1973, everything started dumping. Very, very similar to the 70s. You see what but again, in the longer run, your long term is safe. That's why why do you think I keep saying buy real estate left and right? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you could log the chart and you could balance it, but the point is it never went below the low from when the inflation and money supply increased. So the massive government spending, you will never watch the market drop below that. It hasn't. So you could call it it went a little bit. Granted, I'm not saying this is to the dot, but I'm saying for a general idea, if you were wise enough to be investing all throughout long term, and then even if you started and you got to take advantage of the COVID dip from the 70s, right? And then you were in there, it went up a lot and then it crashed a lot in a very short period of time, but you were really never down more than 10, 15%. And that's not bad at all, especially when you look at how much was up before that and then following afterwards for the next generation. That's where the inflation and money supply really wreaked havoc on prices, investments, and everything else. So do you see what I'm saying? I hope this helps. But that's kind of you're living through something, but that's what I'm trying to say. There's a dip by opportunity, but it could also get a little bit worse from here. But really, my main target is the low of when this all started, and then we see where we go from there. How do we buy real estate with no capital and shitty credit? You can find houses anywhere, cheap. And again, if you could find a deal. So I'm in escrow on a few houses right now. Every single house I've purchased at the same price as what they were going for in 2018, 2019. You could essentially go back in time. It takes more work, but it's possible. And that's the best way to do it, because if you find a deal with instant equity, people will give you money because you secured the right to it. Would you say the low is 2020? I would say the low is 2021 pretty much. You could argue 2020, but this is it would be too massively low, because I think maybe the real low might be here. Because again, like it's the start, and there was a lot of things pointing to it here. But I would really, if we really were going to say the real low, I would say my worst case scenario is 325 in the next decade. You could quote me on it. If I'm wrong, we'll see what happens. But I'm betting a lot on that. Oh yeah, Saki. Sorry, I had to get you your history lesson.
Given the go-ahead for 3 NATO allies to rush anti-armor missiles and other U.S.-made weapons.
You think it could go that low?
And finally,
I'm saying in the next 10 years.
DoD inventories that can be delivered under
are y'all not hearing me?
Program, among other mechanisms. We recently notified Congress of our intent to deliver M17 helicopters. So I would say the president is hardly waiting. Actions are pretty clear on that front.
I want to ask you about something that you said yesterday.
Sure.
You told me in response to it was a Ukraine question, it's important to remember who the aggressor is here. The aggressor is Russia and Putin. They are building up military troops. They are pushing out misinformation in Ukraine. So why does it seem like U.S. officials are so concerned about being seen as escalating things if Russia has created this whole crisis?
Because I think we want the American public and also the global community to be clear-eyed about propaganda. And they are pushing propaganda about Ukrainians. Certainly there's propaganda pushed here in the United States, but this is about a potential foreign conflict. It's about the buildup of troops by one power that is a much larger military power than the other on the border, and we want to be very clear with the public about the realities and the facts.
One final question on a different topic.
Yeah.
On crime, yesterday the Manhattan DA clarified his memo about downgrading certain crimes, and he said armed robberies, for instance, will be prosecuted as felonies, violence against police officers won't be tolerated, clearing up some of the confusion around how that office intended to prosecute crimes. Does the White House have a reaction to that or welcome that kind of clarification, given that these questions do keep resurfacing?
I don't have any reaction from here to the decisions of a local district, I think a district prosecutor or a district attorney, DA. I would say that the president, and he'll talk about this, he'll talk about crime. And you asked me about this yesterday, but I think can expect to hear him talk a little bit about crime during his remarks later this afternoon. The president believes that no one in this country should worry about whether it's safe to ride the subway or the bus or go to work or walk home at night. And that's why he's put more cops on the beat, has stepped up efforts to get illegal guns off the streets, and invested in proven community anti-violence programs. It's also why he's doubled federal support for community policing with $300 million more for cities, plus another $700 million more to bolster federal law enforcement. We've been working with mayors and local leaders on this, but I think the president's record, his commitment, speaks for itself. Go ahead.
First, just a quick follow-up to what you said about the U.S. agreeing to put a response in writing. Are you saying that the world should not view that as the United States making a concession to Russia?
I think you should see what it has to say, but it's part of a negotiation. We've been very clear about what we are not negotiating on, which is the sovereignty of Ukraine, which is this question that is continuously raised about Ukraine's right to pursue joining NATO. That's up to NATO countries to make that decision. And you've heard the president, Tony Blinken, and others say time after time that we are not making any decisions about Ukraine without Ukraine, no decisions about Europe without Europe. But negotiating takes many forms. It takes forms where you're in person. It takes forms where there's an exchange of written materials. That's pretty standard and has been in diplomacy for decades.
I know you've been asked something similar, but yesterday again, Minority Leader McConnell said that the U.S. should send forces to shore up NATO's eastern flank, not if and when Putin escalates, but now before it's too late. What is your response? Why wait?
Well, first of all, we work in close coordination with our NATO partners and allies and respond to what their needs are. We've been very clear, and the president's been clear, that we will support whatever their needs are, should they have security needs, but I don't have anything more to predict for you at this point in time.
And if I may ask one quick domestic question, just yesterday you were talking again about the idea of chunking off parts of Build Back Better.
Yeah,
You could get
chunking,
60,
a bad word. Maybe not the right phrase.
What's the better word? Splitting off, breaking apart, seeing if there was a certain policy proposal that you maybe could get 60 votes on. Anything else you can tell us about which policy proposal you guys might feel hopeful about? Is it universal pre-K? Is it paid sick leave? Where do you guys feel like you might actually be able to get 10 Republicans?
Well, you tell me. Is there a proposal where there are 10 Republicans? I'm not aware of one. Maybe there is. And there are some senators who have been out there saying they support different components. I know Senator Romney has said he supports or is open to some component of the child tax credit. He's not the only one. Are there 10 Republicans they can get to support that? Great, let us know. We're happy to have a discussion about it. That's not what the president was talking about the other night. What the president was talking about is getting as much, although we're very open to that, but what the president was talking about is we have 50 votes in the Senate. We're going to get as much, a big mountain-sized chunk, whatever you want to call it, as much as we can of the Build Back Better agenda that we can get 50 votes for. There is clear agreement on some key goals, right? Lowering the cost of childcare, negotiating the price of prescription drugs, lowering the cost of elder care, making sure the wealthiest Americans and companies have to pay more, and the unfairness of the tax system. So what we have to figure out is how much of that we can get and get approval for.
So it sounds like your focus is still on a reconciliation partisan package.
Absolutely. It's not that it's not, but you tell me, or I know you've covered the Hill before, but are there 10 Republicans who are supporting? We'd be happy to. We don't actually, it's kind of a mystery.
I remember when Ivanka Trump was up there talking about
well, listen, if there are 10 Republicans who want to come support the child tax credit or something else, great. They're welcome. Let's have a conversation about it. But, that's not, I don't really know why, none of us know why they're ceding the ground on supporting the lowering the cost of childcare to us, but so far they have. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Over the weekend, insurers started paying for at-home tests, or you could apply for reimbursement. But Medicare is not. I know that Medicare recipients can go through their doctors, and some through Advantage programs can get reimbursement, but broadly, members of the program can't. And I'm wondering why not. This seems like a group that would be, you would most want to sort of be vigilantly testing before going to gatherings, as they're elder and therefore most at risk for COVID. And especially since you said yesterday that you had all the money that you needed to fight COVID right now, why isn't the government paying for these tests?
Well, first, there are a couple things that are happening. You kind of glossed over some of them, but let me give you some specifics. So state Medicaid and CHIP programs are required to cover at-home COVID tests. CMS has also issued guidance to states to effectuate this requirement under Medicaid rules. There are a lot of people who are eligible for Medicaid out there, just to be clear, and the CHIPS program. And people who are covered by original fee-for-service Medicare. Medicare pays for COVID diagnostic tests performed by laboratories such as PCR and antigen tests. For Medicare, we're also continuing to explore the best ways to provide critical resources that will keep Medicare beneficiaries safe and healthy, as you touched on. So in addition to PCR tests, rapid PCR tests, and rapid point-of-care antigen tests are available at 20,000 sites across the country. We've also sent 50 million out to community health centers and rural health centers, but we're also exploring a range of options. So I'm not ruling anything out, but I just wanted to note there are a range of ways that different forms of insurance, even if it's not traditional private insurance, have been covering not just in doctor's office, but also at-home tests as well.
The Federal Reserve issued a report yesterday saying that they're weighing the possibility of launching a digital U.S. currency. They said as part of the report that they were asking for public feedback and would be engaging with lawmakers. So I know that you normally defer to the independence of the Fed, but this is an instance where they're openly soliciting sort of advice and consultation. And so I'm wondering, this is something that could impact our competition with China. It could have an impact in many ways on especially low-income Americans. So does the president, does the White House have an opinion on this sort of question?
I think it's unlikely we'll weigh in from here, as much as they've asked for public comment, but I can certainly check with our economic team and see.
The Times yesterday had a report about some internal memos, but they also said that there was, that you guys are setting up executive actions on clemency for drug offenders and police department reforms. Can you give any sort of time, can you confirm that that's kind of coming and give any sort of timeline about when we'll be hearing from the president on that?
So on clemency, the president has talked about, we have talked a little bit about the president wanting to deliver on his commitment to consider clemency requests for nonviolent drug offenders. That is something that's ongoing. I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of the timeline, but absolutely the fact that we have every intention of doing that is accurate, or he has every intention. On police reform, I think we said at the time that we're holding back on executive action because we wanted to give space and room for the bipartisan negotiations to move forward, because of course federal legislation would be the preference because it's permanent. But we have been considering and looking at, I don't have anything to predict for you in terms of the timing, but we have been and are looking at that through the policy teams. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The president on Wednesday, when he was talking about keeping schools open, referenced the tens of billions of dollars that were sent out in the COVID rescue plan. And he said that quote, not every district has used it as well as it should be used. What states or school districts is he referring to there? Because he's talked about this now twice in the last couple of weeks.
Sure. Well, thank you for that first, because it's freezing in here, I think, as everyone can confirm. But I would say, Karen, so one, what people should understand first is 98% of schools are open currently. It fluctuates a little bit, but 98% as of today. School districts, for the most part, are spending federal relief funding by and large across the country. Part of what the president's message he wanted to hammer home when he spoke the other night, and as you said, he's talked about this a little bit, is to spend the money right now for any school that has some left, or maybe some haven't spent all of it, and I'll get to that in a moment. And it's important for any of these school districts to know that different school districts spend it in different ways. So in DeKalb County in Georgia and Desert Sands in California, they're investing in safety measures like ventilation. Cut Bank School District in Montana are increasing pay and providing bonuses to help retain educators and staff. There's lots of ways to use it and spend it for those who haven't done it. But we're continuing to exert pressure anywhere that hasn't. So in terms of, an example would be Florida, where they have done little to distribute money, to little to no steps to distribute money to state across the state and to school districts. Now, part of it is you have to write a plan for how you're going to keep schools open to get the third tranche of money, and some have been delayed in that. But right now, that's an example of a state that could do more.
You just said, we're exerting pressure. How is the White House, obviously this money goes out to states.
Yeah.
But how is the White House exerting pressure?
The Department of Education is really the primary conduit here, but they have been working and continuously in touch with school districts and states across the country from the beginning.
And is there a way from the Department of Education perspective to have a public accounting so Americans can see where that money is going toward, the taxpayer money?
We, of course, work to ensure there's no waste, fraud, and abuse, and we are very closely in touch with how it's being spent with states, and I can certainly check and see if there's a public accounting bill.
One quick one. It's been 4 days since covidtest.gov has been live. How many Americans have ordered tests so far, and is the plan still to start sending them out next week?
Yes, they will be sent out very soon. I don't have an updated number of how many have been ordered. It's changing constantly. I expect we will have more of an update on that hopefully by next week. I know we have to wrap up. Go ahead.
On Build Back Better, first, does the White House need this bill to be passed by State of the Union? Is that the goal? Congress kind of needs deadlines.
We have not set a deadline on that. We want to get it done as quickly as possible.
Does it need to have a different name? Speaker Pelosi suggests that perhaps it does.
We'll see. Do you have any ideas?
Actually.
You guys are all wordsmiths.
No, I've got a few more. On the
Wells Fargo just cut price target on Lululemon and raised price target on SIG.
But here's the question. It's a bipartisan group right now. Is he going to let them work on their own for the moment, or is he getting engaged with the Manchin-Collins group now, as far as you know?
Our team is closely engaged with all of the members who are discussing every component of any legislation that is being discussed on the Hill, including this.
One more. Sorry,
yeah.
one more.
Let me go to Jeff, because I just don't want to run out of. We got to wrap up so you guys can gather. Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
Thanks, Jen. This happened right before the briefing. A federal judge in Texas has ruled that President Biden's mandate for federal workers to be vaccinated cannot go through. Do you have a reaction to that?
Well, first, let me update you that 98% of federal workers are vaccinated. That is a remarkable number. I would point you to the Department of Justice on any next steps as this news, it sounds like, just broke. But obviously, we are confident in our legal authority here.
And you had an event with Intel today. Is the White House concerned about Intel's presence in China?
We have obviously spoken about concerns we have had. I'm not familiar with all of the specifics of their engagement in China, so I'd have to check with our team. We have not held back, I should say, if we have concerns about engagement in parts of the country where there are human rights abuses. We also do, at the same time, work with a range of companies, even when we voice our concerns about issues that we don't agree with. Let me do this the last one, Linda.
Another Intel question.
Okay.
So they're planned for a $20 billion semiconductor facility in Ohio. How can this be viewed as an immediate solution to the chip shortage if the plants won't fully be online until 2025?
Well, I think our view is it's an important step forward in ensuring that we have manufacturing capacity here in the United States so that we don't have a chip shortage in the future. But we also, the president called for the passing of USICA, I just reiterated at the top of the briefing, so that we can get that $52 billion in semiconductor investment to get more going now.
What's the holdup with USICA in the House? Pass the Senate along.
I think Speaker Pelosi made clear she wants to move it forward. So we're eager, the president's eager to have it signed. Okay, sorry, I gotta wrap it up, guys. You guys gotta gather. I'll see you soon. Does the president like meatloaf? I don't, I would, what's the phrase? I would do anything for love? Is that part of it? Yeah, that's right. He might say that.
Well, thank you, Saki. That was it. No mask this time. She good. Yeah, thank you. But in a wild, I mean, it's crazy to think now. Those Disney puts went up 50%, the IWMs and the Tesla. So from here to here, it doesn't look like much, but the premiums are all going up, even though things aren't really moving the same. So it is a very interesting day so far. I mean, we still got a long, long day ahead of us. It's almost 10, actually. Today actually did kind of fly by. You're already at 100 million volume at the day. So, I mean, there is still going to be a lot. Now, this is kind of looking like one of the, it might go full sell-off here. Low key, it's just looking like every other day now. Because before you know it, I think you get a little mini slip into 10, and then it's done that every single time. But this time we're a lot lower, and then we're going to see from the 10% correction point. Bro, but they move, all the puts are even moving 50%, like in from here to here. I'm see those place markers help us out a little bit because it's like, what the heck? There's a lot of volume. There's a lot of volume. But even this move right here from just that little top to here, even from here to here, it created some premiums going up. Yeah, that place shouldn't be up. That place up 60%. I'm surprised it didn't move. The IWM's 34%, not 50%. And then the Teslas are up 73%. DT Nigerian. DT Dynatrace. It's already up, so it looks like it's getting some steam. Are we scared to cover the butt yet? Not as bad, but I mean, Tesla is just not looking good right now. Did I say Tesla? I meant the market. Everything. I bet that Tesla is interesting. But it's just like everything could go in a different way. I mean, or this is the same setup as yesterday. It's looking like day-end liquidation. So we'll see. But premiums are high. I mean, the market's already pricing in a little bit of fear coming into this. I mean, we're near the lows here of the day. Hold on. Look for plays. If you guys see any put premiums that are down from earlier today, call them out. And we'll read about the email. Was it the gap fill email? Someone sent me one of those. I looked at that one. Oh my goodness, man. They charge so much for this place. They are such scammers. Any chance we flip green? We might. I mean, again, I think anything could happen, but I think everyone's a little paranoid. We'll see. Maybe the reverse happens from yesterday. Everybody gets so paranoid that we see everything go crazy. Airbnb strong still. Yeah, it's holding up. Still positive, barely. We are not closed Monday. Monday is normal week. That's the craziest part about this week. This was a short week. So all of this shit happened in 4 days. As sell-off momentum loses steam, bond volatility is stabilizing. Extent of volatility implied by euro rates market in relation to higher yields may not be realized without new impetus. Implied volatility is broadly stabilized against rate sell-offs, which has lost momentum. That's what Bloomberg Intelligence chief derivative strategist Tanvir Sadhu says. Peloton moving up. Yeah, the Tesla calls are still expensive. Even the puts off of that move. Again, I sold out one of the puts at $2. They're going for $2.20 right now. So little mini bounce. I mean, again, this next hour. What time is it? 9:59. I can hit you with something. I got a car. Woo! Shout out to Chad, baby. It is so glorious. I don't know if y'all feel me. Y'all know it's quiet. It's hot in here. It's getting hot in here. Peloton. Look at that. Right in time. I just went to grab a carbo. I feel like Peloton. 14%? Oh, they did good. They did good after that. Dude, yesterday was vicious. Peace be with all of you. Amen. Tell them. We haven't had an 11 at 11 in a long time. I know. It's good. I know the 11 at 11s, I think, with the PHILO, and then the markets were getting weird. And then some people would get weird with me on the 11 at 11s. You know, I'd have to call everybody. It'd be crazy sometimes, but we should bring it. We should bring it back. We should bring it back. I don't know about today. I got a good PHILO for you today. That's the thing. I got a good PHILO. Can we play deal or no deal? Honestly, no. I got to file for bankruptcy after today. So unfortunately, if you guys want to, I'll play deal or no deal if you're down. If anybody else could host it for this week, you're gonna give me. I got to file Chapter 7, and then I'm gonna have to. We'll see how we get in and out of this. But the bank. I mean, I'm waiting for the stimulus. I need to file bankruptcy, stimulus, and then I gotta convert to EV to get the funding for it, because it's, bro, that was clapping after clapping. That's very, very, bro. That was 20 days of clapping. You know, like 20 days of Christmas or some shit, bro. That was like, on the first day of clapping, Netflix clapped our cause. La 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 la. That's it, bro. On the second day was NVIDIA, and those calls got clapped too. So it was. I'm telling you, it was like, bro, this is like a messed up Christmas movie. It was like the Elf movies. You know what I'm saying? You know, I know that guy who made the Elf movies, bro. He's like some weird. The guy who funded it, bro. He's like I think he's Israeli, crazy Israeli dude, bro. And this guy back in like the 80s and 90s, he funded all of those killer Elf movies. And like this guy put in like 50 million or something. Oh, he put in his whole life savings. He came, no, he wasn't Israeli. He was I think he was Syrian. He was Persian. I think he came from Iran. And then he took all the money out from the revolution. And then he literally put his money, he funded the film Elf, like the killer Elf movies. You know what I'm talking about back in the day? You guys know what like Leprechaun. That's what it's called. Leprechaun. So it was like Christmas killer movies and like killer like things, bro. Bro. And then he hit. So like he's like 20 or 50 million turned into something ridiculous, and then he just kept reinvesting it and made a series, bro. It's wild. Go see it. It's the weirdest movies ever. I'm telling you, it's the weirdest movies ever. And like people loved it. Like people thought he was an idiot. They're like, what are you doing? Like, why are you funding this this film? So it was crazy. It was crazy. Yeah, bro, those movies are cash cows. Like you wouldn't, bro, there's like so many like spin-offs of it, and they're stupid. It's like literally there's like Leprechaun in space or some shit, bro. And it's a cash cow. Like it's an actual cash cow. It's crazy. It's crazy. He said those are classics. Coming down again. You had a little move, but Boeing's IWM's creeping up. I think. No, I know who I'm going. They're going. It sucks though. I want to short the defensive names because those have cheap premium, but then it's like even then those are up, bro. Puts are up 100% even if the stock is up right now. That's crazy. Let's see. Watch this bear again. All the premiums throughout all day. It doesn't matter. Even when it's premiums have been going up on both sides. So it's a very, very weird market. Some people are panicking, but some people, I mean, at the same time, you're getting closer to the bottom than not. Again, this is our battle between we're at the 200-day moving average right now. You need another like 5% to hit like 10 or 3%, I think, to hit 10% correction. But then again, bond premium is chilling out. Volatility premium is kind of chilling out, but it isn't. I mean, with the earnings and everything else is hideous. How can you learn when premium is cheap or not? I'm telling you, the best and easiest way is just, you could chart it on TD Ameritrade, is just look at the daily premium and then compare it to the other days. And you could really get an idea. So like these Morgan Stanley puts, they're up today. You could see it. Even if the stock has gone up, these plays are up from yesterday, but they're down from the day before and then prior with the earnings and all of that. So you could kind of see it. That's just the simplest way to understand if it's cheap or not. Because again, it's based off relativity, but at the same time, right now in this market, that's why I said I made plays I didn't want to make today, but I just kept them small just because it's like if you are using that analysis, you will not find anything in the market right now because everything is too expensive. So pretty much I'm putting smaller amounts for lower conviction plays essentially, but just to get the exposure. And like I'm seeing today, you know, how it's kind of moving around. I'm all cash right now, chilling on the sidelines. I mean, hats off to you, man. Again, a lot of people, that it is usually the best decision to do that. And it's not like, I don't think selling everything, but I think, again, like I said, some people will wait for this to iron out before, getting the next move, just because the range, I wish I could say it more, because I wish everybody, I want everyone to feel me on this. The ranges you are witnessing now are massive, and you have not gotten anything like this in a while, but that's why it's like, people really want to see, the market needs to tighten up. He's all over the place. So until that happens, there's a good silent majority that is just going to chill, but then there is a lot of, don't underestimate the equities and people taking advantage of it. But at the end of the day, there is also, there's that range. You have the 200-day buy the dip, and then you have the 10% buy the dip. Finding puts that are back down. It's just comparing the premium. So essentially, go look at any premium right now on the put side, and chances are it will be more expensive than the day before. And then, given this is a bad example with Morgan Stanley. Let me show you Microsoft per se. Look at this. So all day, this is what would happen. Here's the volatility. The puts were expensive, and then boom, the market just simply wouldn't drop at the same pace. You lost 50%. Market would freak out. Boom, you come back up, but you're still down from the day before. You got scammed on here, right? Think about it. So if you bought the puts Tuesday and held to today, you got scammed. Do you guys not realize that? That's why I'm saying everybody needs to get humble about this, because I know there's a lot of people. There's some people buying puts if they did not take profits at the exact perfect moments, or if they did not buy at the bottom, you still got scammed. Do you see what I'm talking about? Why? So literally, if you bought it at open on Tuesday, or you even paid the premium and bought into the close, if you bought anywhere in the 30 minutes before or after and you didn't take advantage of the low, and then the market did every single thing that happened, it played out just like it was, you're getting the exact same amount of money for your insurance. You're breaking even. You see what I'm saying? And that's on the short term. Some of them with time will hold up a little bit, but you could see this. This is why I'm saying it's like, I don't want these plays, because anytime now, once they drop, they still have premium. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, even if I bought it at a discount, I'm still paying a substantial, there's still a giant floor, right? So then what ends up happening? It shoots right back up. It's like you don't want it, and then the market dumps at the end, and you're like, oh shit, I need protection. Boom, you end up paying the premium. You're scammed right off the morning again until the end of the day. Then it comes back up, and then you only have a 5-minute window to profit off of it. Then we open up. You have another 20, 30 minutes, but then at the end of the day, you're most likely going to be right at where you started. So it's high premium, and it's again, depending on who knows what the spread is and where you get filled, but that's what I'm just saying with it. It's like it's a difficult situation. So right now, the idea is to try to find a put that you could get cheaper than the day before. But if you're paying more than you were paying the day before that or the day before that, you're going to be paying a premium. Right now, the house is on fire, and people are saying, you want insurance? Well, we see the smoke. We see the flames. You're going to have to pay for it. Your deductible is higher. Right? The fire needs to calm down before insurance premium comes back low again. Again, when we say premium Premium, you pay an insurance premium for your car. It's the same exact thing here. Options are insurance, calls or puts, because even if you want to short, a call is insurance as well. And that's why now the premiums are widening out, and it's really a messed up back and forth game. That's why I'm saying it's kind of, I see the opportunity. I'm willing to go a little bit smaller. I was trying to go get way ahead with some of the earnings. I got clapped. I was wrong, but I knew I would lose if I was wrong. I just didn't think I would lose like that. But at the end of the day now, anything in the middle, it's like I want to take advantage of the movement, but we got to be a little bit smarter here. I mean, essentially, smaller plays could go a long way, but then at the same time, you got to watch a little bit here for the timing, and then if don't be afraid to hit the brakes, just because with some of these, it's like, damn, it's like I would love protection, I would love to get something in this market, but it's like at the end of the day, if this sort of volatility swings keep going on, it is a messed up game of musical chairs that you're playing. So, but you see today, every put we bought went up. So it's just a weird opportunity, but it's, nothing's for certain. And what I'm saying today about the puts, and even the ones we got, I mean, it could change in 20 minutes. Nvidia fighting back. The SPY just fought back a little bit there too. So again, this is if we could actually get back, if we go back up to here before 11, it might change how things are looking. Thoughts on Roblox calls? It's either you take it or you don't. It doesn't. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Every single thing, there's just a high level of risk, no matter what it is. So I like Roblo. If I loved the calls last week, I love them even more now. But I just understand everything is liable to shift another 30% on an option in the next 30 to 50% in the next couple of days, essentially, especially with Powell, the earnings, all of that. So you could try to get a lot of thoughts from people on it, but that's what I'm saying. Anybody in the market, smartest to dumbest, everybody is going to get ready for a wide range. So that's it. So I got the shorter term ones. We're playing that one. Again, I was expecting more momentum. I was not expecting you to flush through the 100-day to the 200-day all within one day, essentially. That was the last thing I expected. So that's where it's like it gets things out of there, and the range is so large. It just leaves us in a very interesting position. So I think, everything's, you're going in dark on every play, where you don't really have the same clarity. It's going to be market dependent, and it will be dependent on what happens over the next few days. So it's like, if you are willing to take the risk, take it. Things are cheap on the option. Otherwise, if you are thinking of Roblo shares, that's a different story. I'm money with that one. I like that. If Roblo drops below 70, I could even add it to the long term, because we don't have it on the long term. We only have it on that other account. So I like it at that price. But options, you got to be careful. Right now, it's just options. You have the balls to do it or not. And I'm not even saying anything about good or bad. I'm not trying to talk anybody out of it. Just know that you're taking a risk, but go after it. It's big risk, big reward. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you want to do it, that's fine, but just don't come crying tomorrow, Monday too. Again, I'll take my beating like a man about it, but it's like, I didn't think something would happen, and it did. What I didn't think would happen, and the fact is that just now opens up Pandora's box, I think. So that's where I'm like, okay, the options, I'm just gonna play them smaller. Shares is super easy. But yes, as we would say, punch yourself in the nuts and know what the pain is going to feel like, but you're not really getting the same follow through that you would have expected a couple weeks ago. Got my first flip under contract, baby. Let's go, Mr. Rojas. Why is Netflix this low? Netflix was on Squid Games. You liked the thumbnail yesterday? I loved the thumbnail yesterday. I thought it was so great. A lot of you shouted it out, but like, did y'all get the thumbnail? Because like the thumbnail went hard, bro. The thumbnail, this is why Netflix is like it is. Like, look. Like, do you get it? Like, you don't get it right now? That's what's happening right now. So Netflix got clapped, but look at, bro, this is the whole market, right? And they're all playing this. They're all playing the cookie game. So Netflix messed up. He got shot in the face, 20%. He's out. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Ford comes in. And that's it. Ford don't do good. That's it. You mess up, you get shot. That's what this market is. That's why I'm saying, like, yo, I just hope you realize how it's going to play out. That's all. Peloton just shot. You mess up on the cookie cutter, that's it. It's out. That's it. You get one thing, then you popped. Hey, everybody's on the list, bro. Anybody could get it right now. Anybody could get it right now in this market. Which one was the winner? We will find out in a week. Give it 2 weeks, and you're going to see who stays up with it, man. That's it. But everybody could get it. Yeah, that, bro, 20% on a, bro, to put it into perspective, Netflix lost more market cap value in the last 24 hours than all of Roblox. So if Roblox went to zero, Netflix lost more money just by going down 20%. To give you an idea of the scope, you lost one whole Netflix. You lost 50. That's like Airbnb dropping 50%. Yeah, it was like $40 billion of market cap. It's insane. That's what I'm saying, bro. They literally just got shot in the head. It wasn't even like that's the market was like, nah, bad guidance, gone. That's it. They said nah. The numbers were bad. Their numbers missed, and I don't think people were worried about the numbers. The guidance was awful, and it just brought up the sum of all fears. I mean, the biggest fear is that Netflix becomes Peloton in a weird way. It's just like what happened with Peloton. People were like, yo, shit, I can't go outside. Damn, this $2,000 bike is genius. I'm going to go grab this Peloton. And then they stayed at home for a year, and they're like, wow, this is great. And Peloton's like, bro, we're the best in the world, man. Look at this, right? And then, again, same thing happened with Netflix. Netflix, granted, was successful prior to the pandemic. So I'm not getting it twisted here, okay? Don't get it twisted. But what ended up happening is that Netflix had a surge. The stay at home, to say Netflix didn't benefit off that that's just not true. That was their record quarter. They're down 50% from COVID in terms of signing people up because so many people signed up, just like Peloton, right? It's not as if Peloton's not selling as much. They're just not selling to every American stuck at home. Again, same thing with Netflix, right? Because what happened with Peloton? People were like, oh, shit, I could go outside. I could ride a real bike. Okay, maybe I'll just go to the gym. So now, and you're like, oh, maybe I could go outside. Maybe I'm not forced to be inside the same way. I'm not going to be going in and, maybe I'm not going to watch as much TV. So that's the fear with Netflix now, because if their numbers and their guidance keeps going lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, they may face the same thing where you're getting the tailwind of COVID, where you had a huge, huge run up, but then everything slowly fades, and then that's it. SPY coming down again. Airbnb performed better than pre-COVID. That's why I like it. That's what people don't feel me on that. That's what I'm trying to explain. It's like Airbnb is perfect in COVID and out of COVID. Because again, even during the August and a lot of stuff, they recovered very, very nice. Yeah, so pretty much if Facebook or Netflix goes back to normal range of growth, that's bad. I'm looking at a play. That's why I was like, I got really quiet. I'm trying to do it's like super far out the money, cheap, only 10% premium, but then 150% premium from day before because of the little run over there. Let's do it. Why not? Oh, they just raised the price, you scammers! Dog, they just raised it another penny on me, man. So we're coming in. Bro, I can't believe they just did me like that. Now I gotta find another one. That was it. Fuck. They scared me. They scared me good, man. They scared me good. All right, SPY's coming back down now. I still might grab some. Bro, they raised it dude, I'm gonna kill them. This is insane. Bro, this is insane. Bro, I said, okay, I'll take the other one, and then they just jack it up on me. What are they doing to me? Okay, and now I'm going to get the other one, and they're still going to... Bro, if they scam me on this, bro, I'm going to hurt somebody. I'm actually going to hurt somebody. Thank you. It filled me at a stupid price. Bro, that was insane. Jeez, bro. Jeez, how they going to do us like that? Disgusting. This is going to be a low quality play. Again, it's low quality. I'm paying premium. Dude, I hate this. They scammed so heavy right there. That was my 10-15% right there. And it was barely the move. Oh, no, I did move. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I went for AMD next week puts. So I went for cheap ones. Again, some of them are pretty much almost break even to yesterday's close, but this is a low quality play. I did about like $200, I think, $200 or $300. So still keeping it smaller, relatively speaking, but I went for more further out the money. And again, it's just if we get end of the day momentum into here, that's it. And I just want exposure to it. They scammed me heavy, though. Tesla. The Boeing. So the Boeings, we sold out some of those today. Boeings came back up. The Teslas are up 60%. The IWM's up 50% now. The Disneys are still holding. And then we just got the AMDs. And the president just approved it. He did, but again, I mean, I don't think people realize, like, if they say they're going to build a chip factory, it's not Sim City. You know what I'm saying? They don't just, like, clear out the land and then just click 2 buttons and then it pretty much, that means your chip facility isn't going to be ready till 2024 or 2025, essentially. So it's good news, but, I mean, keep that in mind. SimCity's dope, though. You know what I'm saying? It's dope. Let's see. So you're coming towards the lows again. We had a little bit of hope there at VWAP, but the fact you selling off big before that, I mean, we're probably going to test another low here. Again, you were right at the 200-day moving average. It is coming down. What's the cash balance? Amen. Double bottom. We'll see. We will see. This is the game time. See it with the high-speed rail. SimCity. Double bottom time. Maybe. Well, I mean, this move looked promising, but I wanted it. It would have broke us out. This just looks like end of the day liquidation pattern. It sucks. It sucks. But that's why if it does come up from here, I mean, even if it stalls out, that's better than the last couple. You just do not want this. That's all. You just got to make sure because if it turns in, I mean, this could kind of look like that, but I just don't want to watch the last hour take us to 430 or something. That's right. There could be some short covering coming into the week. Yeah, Powell's going to control a lot. I mean, he has the ability to dictate a lot of everything we're dealing with right now. I got trapped into the inflation is eating your money bullshit. I mean, it's still true. Again, it's like the 10-year cycle. So what? And like we talked about this I think in May, when we were saying. So what ends up happening? Inflation creates the risk because as people worry about inflation, people start to overestimate it. So that's why the prices go up. And then if you buy into it and then things fluctuate. That's why right when the first time we hit like 5% CPI, prices went crazy. And then after that, they dumped on investments, crypto, a bunch of other things, because then as people were like, okay, maybe it's easy to overreact to inflation, essentially. Again, it's a psychological phenomenon with how it plays out. It's earnings after rate hikes. We'll see. I don't know. How do you guys want to do this? I want a PHILO. I got a PHILO, but now we are at a very critical level. PayPal getting destroyed. Really is. PHILO does make everything go up. It is true. It is true. All right, let me go to the bathroom first, and we'll see where the market is after the potty break. You know what I'm saying? That could say a lot. So make sure you what's it called? Make sure you guys like the video. Make sure you guys got the piece. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Again, long term is on the Instagram. Every single post has the long-term portfolio. You can watch how we update it. The long term, he is surviving. Okay? It doesn't mean he's not struggling, but he is surviving. I will survive. And I will buy my long-term stocks, and I will buy up all the dips. And I know that the market's bad, but I just spent the money I had, and I'll get more, and I'll get more, and Okay. Anyways. Shout out to long term, bro. Check that on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. That was cool. I kind of farted with the beat. I don't know if you guys heard that. It's kind of cool. All right, it's getting bouncy. How are we going to do this, man? The battle. The battle, man. The battle. All right, can I just give it to you, man? Let me just I need to give it. I don't care, man. Fuck it. I don't care. It's good. We still in the game. We still in the game. It'll be quick. I'm telling you, you'll like it. Trust me. Okay, trust me. You ain't going to be disappointed. Okay, I wouldn't, honestly, if my job is to give you something that's good for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying. Again, we dropped a lot of stuff today. There's a lot we got to go over, and I really hope y'all remember the long term. Okay, don't forget about the durations we're talking here. I know you live in the present, but I need you to live a little bit in the future as well too, but not too much where you get anxiety. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Just keep it calm. Okay, it's game time though. Don't worry about it, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. It don't matter what the market look like. It's PHILO. You need this one for you. I'm telling you. This one, I thought about this yesterday. I got to talk to a lot of people. I get to give you a good story. But, I mean, above all else, man, if I could tell you something, honestly, you know what's funny? I'm going to tell you this with PHILO. Because I got clapped, man. I got clapped. I'm not really worried about, the stocks that went down. But I'm just literally my streak of the earnings, the Nvidia, the Amazon, the Netflix, the Microsoft. There was like a Shopify. The other ones were from the old month, so I'm not tripping on those too much. But I'm like, damn, that was a back-to-back clapping. And you know what's funny? And I really hope you guys get it out of, when I looked at the video, because I'm like, man, I know we always got the trolls. I got haters on deck, bro. It's beautiful. Like, it's crazy. But I was like, man, I was expecting a lot of people to focus on that. And you know what I noticed? They didn't. Okay? Nobody did, really. And it's wild. But you know what I got from a lot of you guys yesterday? In the comment section, in my Instagram, those of you who take the time to email. Do you really know what people got out of the last couple days? Do you know what it was? Do you know what they had to say to me? Think about it. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. And I was like, wow. And it was very encouraging. Bro, you just had people saying, wow, Josh, thank you for just being able to smile and being able to give me a lighthearted moment. That's what it was. Come on, man. That's crazy. I had so many of that. People just saying, yo, this was a crazy day. It's been crazy. You know, obviously everybody's going through it, but a lot of people, for real, were just talking about, just the fact of what to focus on. And, like, people recognized it was hard, but it's crazy because, to me, I'm just being me, man, honestly. Like, I'm telling you, I mean, you hear it. You'll see, I'll make the jokes. We'll go over a lot of stuff, but it's like, what? And it's just, it's so wild to me how, like, I know it's so important, but that's the real thing sinking in. All right? So if I got to start, I'm excited. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I'm really, really happy. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have a real big reason to be happy after seeing some things, but it's like, oh, I feel so joyful, and I'm grateful to be surrounded by the Chad. But, like, for what people tell me and what, as the person people say it to, and I can say it back to you, I hope you guys realize how important the positivity really is. And how important guarding your heart and guarding your mind is right now. Because it's crazy that the thing that's sticking out to most people right now, people could spot the obvious real easily right now. But it's just the people what's rare that's sticking out is being able to enjoy this. And being able to have fun. And being able to smile regardless above all. And honestly, like, just dust it off and let's get ready to go, man. It don't matter. So it's weird because I feel happy and I know it's like, I don't know, you got to read the room sometimes. I don't think not everybody's happy right now, and I feel that, but I'm saying this as a way to just let y'all know, man, moving forward, every single step right here, you're going to go through some stuff that's natural, and you're going to feel a certain way. We're all human. If I'm sitting up here to tell you that I've never doubted myself or I get scared or worry, or that's not true. You know what I'm saying? Everybody goes through that. Even all the people you watch, I know I can say it firsthand. And it's just like, above all else, man, I just really hope y'all keep the spirits high and just understand how being positive and just being ready to go and still moving through all of it and again enjoying these moments, just living in the present, man. It goes a very, very long way. Okay, so that's what I'm starting with. But there's a story that it related to, and it's funny because I got to talk to some of my friends and I got to talk to some people, and they were talking to me about stuff. And one thing I noticed, and I was even thinking about the Chad, and I was thinking about the PHILOs, right? I was thinking about the PHILOs and all the PHILOs we get and what we talk about. And in a weird way, between me and my friends and even the PHILOs, I noticed something. I noticed that we talk about failure a lot. Oh, y'all don't feel me. But not how you think. This is why you don't feel me, because it's not how you think. We talk about failure, but we don't talk about failing, if that makes sense. The way I talk about it, I've noticed with a lot of the PHILOs and a lot of my people, I know a lot, like, again, what people are telling me they're working on, I'm like, wow. Yeah, but I noticed we talk a lot about overcoming failure. And I realized that, and I look back and I'm like, whoa. And it really just set in. And I got a verse for you to share. But I really realized it. Do you know why? Because do you realize why it's so important? Like, for real, think about it. Why is it so important? It's like we're not focusing on failure. But why does it come up so much? And why do we, think about it, we love failure. We love watching it. You don't know, Fail Army? The videos, I'll be watching them YouTube dash cam videos way too much, bro. I don't know why. We like it in a weird way. It's motivation, learning from mistakes, the lessons. Yeah, those are good answers. Those are good answers. But I've noticed this, even with my successful friends, when we have conversations, we talk about failure more than we talk about anything. Again, I'm talking people doing very, very, bigger than ever I could imagine. And I'm like, wow. Why? This is what I need to share with you today, man. We talk about it so much, and across many groups. I mean, failure is so important. It's so important to discuss it and why we do so many times. I'm not focused on failing. I do not believe really that anybody fails, to be honest with you. But I realized something very, very simple. It's because when you fail, that's what takes most people out of the game. That's what it is. It's because every single time you fail or have encountered something where you could interpret it as a failure, that's what's knocking people out of the game, stopping people from getting to their dreams and doing whatever they want. For real. That's why I was like, why does, and then even go look in the Bible, this comes up a lot. So I was thinking about it, I was like, whoa. It's because failing is the most important thing, not the actual failure, but what you do after you fail. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. Every story in the Bible to a degree. Again, you get to see what they did good, but like the missions and how God moves, it's all about what do they do after they fail. And the people who turn into a motivational story versus one that really was a failure, it's that they hit the failure moment. And some people keep going and some people don't. So do you see why we talk about it a lot? And I know you may hear these PHILOs and all of this, and I'm kind of confused why I was like, why does this topic come up so much? Sure, there may be a lot of failures and little stuff along the way, but I'm like, really, for real, think about it. This is why it's so important to me. This is why it's so important to share it with people. This is why it's like when I realize what I talk about, people, if I give information, I could give you education, we could go on it. But when it comes to this stuff, we are a lot of the times talking about handling failure because this is the issue. It is where you go from all of these moments. So somebody said it in the chat, man. I love it that you thought about it because I thought about it too. This reminds me of a verse. It reminds me of a story in the Bible. David. Remember, wash your face? That's what he says, to wash your face. If you don't know the story, very simple. David did some messed up stuff. David pretty much got a guy killed so that he could steal his girl. It was insane. I'm telling you, this is like VH1 drama. Like, oh my gosh, realities. You would be like, what? He literally got some guy killed to steal his girl, and this guy was blessed beyond belief. It was an epic fail. For real, if you really think about it, this guy killing giants, doing all of this, everybody look up to him. Like, it was a very real fail. And then what ended up happening, he got punished for it. And then he started crying for days and weeping, and he wouldn't eat, and he wouldn't talk to anybody. And then what ended up happening is that right when the punishment was that his son was going to die. So until the son died, he's like, I'm sorry. I hate this. I'm a failure. I can't. But he was weeping. He was grieving. That's it. It was kind of the end of him in a weird way. And then you know what he did? Right when he found out the son died, he got up, he washed his face, and then he got back to the mission. And he acted as if he was normal. And everybody was shocked. All of the people around him said, what? They even said, how are you going from weeping for days on end to then you find out the bad news that we were scared to even tell you? And then you just get up, wash your face, and then act as if nothing happened. Interesting, right? So you know what and it reminded me of all of this. Because I've interpreted that story many, many ways. But I think this just highlights failure. And I think it highlights more of that king character from David. He did make a mistake. He did fail. And honestly, that's why for some of you, what did he do right away? He broke down. He cried. He grieved. He was miserable. That's natural. Oh, y'all don't feel me. That's natural. That's natural. You fail and you're sad. You mess up and you're like, oh, I know I could have done better. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Come on. That's natural. So I hope none of you, I don't know what's going on. I know some of it, but I'm just saying that part is natural. That's what he did. That's how you should react to failure, honestly, to a degree. I could at least understand. But then afterwards, it's how he responded to the failure, though. He didn't let that be the defining moment. He did not. He processed it. He said, okay, I failed. I messed up. All right, I got to do better on this. And then what happened? He got up and then he kept going. That's the part of it. Yeah, we could talk about washing your face, wipe it all off, and that is definitely the major point. But just think about the natural failure process and how it occurs and how you're going to react a certain way. But that's not what defines it. So I'm sorry if you started feeling bad and you thought, oh, I feel bad about this, I messed up here, this, you feel bad. That's normal, dude. That's not the point. The point is what happens following that. So, okay, you got the news. Okay, boom. Can you mark it down as a fail? Great. But my question to you, what happens afterwards? How do you respond to it? And do you keep going? Do you stay in the game? And that's what David did. And honestly, at first, it's crazy because God said, I ain't going to give you anything. You messed up too bad. He said, you're ridiculous. But then he ended up blessing him as David started to move on with it. Woo! So that's what I want to tell you today. The key is not failure. The point is everybody fails. From beginning of time to today, the greatest to the weakest. You're all going to go through it. And you might even feel a certain way. And that's totally natural. And the reason why I talk about it so much and why I realize for myself why it keeps coming up, because I realize the point is the game changer that will change the trajectory of your life is what you do after the fail. Great. See the fail and recognize it. Amen. Because some people can't even do that. Some people wouldn't even cry over the failure. They haven't even got to that point. But it is where you go after that and what you do. So it's very cliche. You've heard this, but I'm realizing this is literally the pillar. This is literally the game changer and the difference. That could have been the end of the David story, but it wasn't. So, I don't know where y'all are at. I don't know how you feel. I'm not going to tell you how to feel. But I do know where we're going. Oh, come on now, baby. And I hope all of you can say the same thing with me and say, I do know where I'm going. And yes, it did feel a certain way. Go ahead, shed your tear. Go ahead, do what you need to do. Be my guest. Ain't no one going to judge you for it. That's why I'm saying, man, it's funny. Everyone should get humbled by it. It's okay. And even if they're not, don't worry. The point is, what do you do afterwards? That's all. Some of you may still be grieving a little bit. That's fine. But I'm just saying, I don't know if it's today, tomorrow, next month, next week. Once you find out the baby's dead, what are you going to do? Once you can say, okay, I didn't do as good as I could have. What are you going to do next? That is the key. That is what separates it a lot. Again, when I'm talking to guys who are more successful than me, and somehow all of our conversations wind up talking about this, even if we're doing good. Anybody with success will tell you this. Any good success story, you read it, right? It's they're all saying, well, this is what happened to me. This is what happened to me. And I remember I was this, and I was like this. But after that, I still kept going. So, I hope you get this. I hope you can realize it. Maybe you could apply right now. What I'm saying is buy the dip? Nah, I don't know what it is. I'm just saying you're going to have to wash your face and go somewhere, but I'm not even telling you to do that. For real, I'm just telling you how important the next step, if you feel as if you have failed, if you could sit there and say, oh man, I did not do good, or I'm worried. Awesome. But what do you do? What's the next move after? That's all I'm asking about. Because if you let this failure define you, the story does end. But where you go from here, I mean, this is very well the pivot point. I said this before, you know that? No one ever likes the story of where it's just like, oh yeah, I got super rich. You know that no one ever tells the story in saying, have you noticed that? No one tells the story starting at the end. And they don't just say, oh yeah, everything's good. Have you noticed that? No one ever talks to you about the destination. They always tell you about the journey. You don't hear about Oprah and she's like, I'm Oprah. Ta-da, here is the end. You see me now, I'm Oprah. No. They say, well, when I was like this, and I remember, and I went through here, and then I had to sleep in a car. And then my next journey, and then I did good, and then I lost it all. And then I had to learn from this, and then somehow it sent me into that. You guys realize that, right? So when you become very successful, I doubt any of you are going to tell me about your destination. You are all going to tell me the journey, and you're going to tell everybody you encounter the journey. Come on. You ain't going to sit there at the dinner table. You ain't going to meet somebody new and say, oh, yeah, I'm here. Every single one of you is going to look at these steps. So that's why I'm saying, I hope you understand this pillar of when you encounter some level of failure, any level, I don't know. Everyone fails at different levels too. But it's what you do after. And I'm telling you, the conversations this comes up in and the focus this has, because people like failure. I'm not saying focus on failing. You're not going to fail. At the end of the day, real failure, you will become what you think about. You see what I'm saying? But we're thinking about the next move, and then we're only human. You are going to react a certain way. Again, I look up to David. I don't know if you realize, I love the story of David. I love who he is. But it's so wild to think about. For what you should see what God says about David. God said, this is a man after my own heart. And this guy is messing things up and crying about it. What the? Okay, good. I mean, there's a little bit of hope. But the biggest difference is he shocks everybody. David shocks every single person because right after he fails, and once he comes and settles it, once the decision has been made, the gavel is gone, the kid is dead, he says, okay, on to the next one, my friend. God is still good. I'm going to worship him now. I'm going to get back to doing my king shit I was doing. So, just let me know, man. What's the next step? And I hope none of you, I hope you fight this. I hope you make an explicit, distinctive decision. Like you have to go and do it purposefully to not let this be the end of your story or whatever we deal with for the rest of this year. I'm not talking about just today. It is an explicit decision. Again, you will cry. You will be sad. You will doubt yourself. But you have to really make the decision to say, you know, this is where I think the story ends for this. It's where you go after. So let's go, baby. I hope you're ready, and I hope you take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're a mobile, press hard chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nolly Watch This main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Long term, baby. You ready? PHILO deposit initiated. Woo! Where we go, man? Where we go? Where we go? Where we go? You got... I want to listen to the Russia song again. I don't know why. I don't know why. I got one.
Hey man, I love y'all. It's a coke, baby. 2020. Ay, yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I never pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth, pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, it's no I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country. A dummy or a junkie, I'm humbly getting money. I'm different, don't be grumpy, I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the planet we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy. I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth, pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit claps. Yeah, they talking, but it broke through what broke through. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool. Like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still acting high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth, pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit clapping. It's a call, baby.
I said it's fucking playday, motherfucker!
Up in a foreign, rapping about, that should get boring. Looking around, things more important before it go down. I'm gonna short it, mama ain't proud. I ain't a lawyer, but to tell her, I got a coat, need me a castle. I want a moat, financials are fragile. Watch it real close, the technicals lagging. That shit a joke, this shit a fact. I'm not trying to boast, I got me a straddle, played on both. I always watch candles, come get the smoke, yeah. Hey, it's the realest shit. Reminiscent, PHILO 607 switching, then we dip. They said the Fed ahead of this. Investor sentiment was shit, but they only just seen a blip. They thought it'd be reliever quick. You smart, you buy with fear resist. I'm breaking it down and I'm kicking the facts. I love when they laugh when I say it'll crash. Just give me a minute, I'll take you to class. Like 2014, saw oil's first dip. Cheap energy made China and emerging markets rip. But oil had to dip cause Russia's really on some shit. They paved the way to take Ukraine and said they gonna annex it. Like whoa, that was the first sanction. $100 barrels down to 80 started tanking. But as it got cheaper, more producers started cranking. Output kept raising, lower futures kept on trading. Same time China bubble raising. We should've known it's trailing. But nobody was caring. How could that affect us? Buy the dips effective. If money was the medicine and healing wrote prescriptions. But let's go back to Shanghai. Let's talk them central bank guys. The market's down 60, so they had to move swiftly. Devalued in a day more than they have in a whole quarter century. But nobody thought that's fishy. Okay, 3 years, currency even weaker. EM growth even bleaker. Where it goes, they don't know, but need a leader. LTR, not talking leaders. Long-term rates is what I mean. Invert the curve and set the leader. Once it turns, they'll be believers. They see near. I saw for meters, now it's here. So now they hear it, and I don't need it. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all lucky this my favorite. Ay, ay. Ja, exercise senses. Call me Lil Buffett, been a decade since I made a meal. Y'all still haven't done it. Money come with problems and I love the repercussions. You an Instagrampreneur, nice pics but don't do nothing. Pull up dripping, I ain't got the time, I had to slide. You too high, remind me of the market in no fight. They like to creep a lot, I like to trade the spy. And I know they don't believe in God, but feel him in my vibe. Really rich, I pull up Millie in the parking lot. They tell me that they listening, so why you think I talk a lot? I'm making money on the markets, trading on phenomena. I beat the market every year, come meet me in the octagon. I'm on my Babylon, you lucky I got cameras. Get knowledge like I'm Santa Claus, got millionaires in Canada. I'm buying gold in Africa, I weigh it, I don't count it up. The factor in the tax enough, you asking me, I'ma laugh it up.
Uncle answers, baby. God bless the man. God bless the man. We love him, bro. Honestly, you have a new one coming. Okay? I think in like 10 days. I don't know. I could be wrong. Uncle cut me out of the process. He said, F you, Josh. He got really, really mad at me. And, he said, you can't keep me inside like this. He said, this is oppression. He's like that guy in the chat all day who's been saying oppression. It's been making me laugh, though, honestly. That guy said, he said, I'm bobbing my head. He said, I like freedom. What did you say, bro? You said something. You were like freedom. I'm bobbing my head. You were like, it's like freedom. You like, I like this like freedom. But yeah, so Uncle was like, nah, man. Yeah, Uncle was like, I'm done with this authoritarian regime you've instilled on me, Josh. I said, what? Yeah, and then he just took full control, and then he's like, nah, man, you can't keep me inside like this. He's like, I ain't quarantining the raps like this. And then he just, so I think in 10 days. I think in 10 days or something like that. But we'll see what happens. But the spy is back down. Byron is live. What? This is the most he's been live in a day. I think they're trying to get the numbers back up. Like, they're like, all right, man. Even the universities are taking statistics of how many times I've talked. So let's figure out the quota and let's bust this out in 2 weeks. And then that way, if we do 20 appearances in the first week, we don't have to talk to him for the next 12 months. Okay? Yeah, okay. I think, what do you mean? It's simple. It's fine. Come on, give me some pre-workout. Give me some sending the jets. Give me sending the jets and Mr. Pibb. You guys, what else? Yeah. Give me an insure. Give me 5 insures. Keep it on the bus. We'll knock these out real quick. I'll bring back young Joey B. Come on, I still got it. All right, that's fine. No. You got insure. Those hype me up. So much sugar in them damn things. And protein. You give me 1 insure. I get 1 an hour. Right? That's it. It's fine. We're liven things up. Don't worry, I got the life alert on me. If anything goes wrong, you'll be good. We just knock it out in a month. And then we could take a break. Take a sabbatical. Right? That's fine. Kamala can handle it. Kamala handle it. It's perfect. Let her do it. It's fine. I'm going to be, boom, knock it out. And UCSB could suck my prick, huh? You know why? Because then they're going to look at the numbers and say, look at what we did. I mean, I spoke 20 times this year. I got you all vaxxed up. Huh? We vaxxed that ass up. And now look at us. You see that? And I'm like, who did that? Me, bitch. Sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm excited. So that's it. We knocked those out. It's a great year. Come on. Tell Powell to do his job next, too. You know that, right? That's what I was telling him there. I'll give his ass 3 months. I'll give him 1 more quarter. He doesn't raise the damn rates, I'm going to be on his ass. I'll show you how the Scranton boys do it. Uh-huh. Talking to you, Jerome. Talking to you. You got 2 months. Okay? He got to do his job. Okay? Tell everybody do their job. I'm doing mine. That's it. And we're good to go. All right? Look at this. Spy S&P. It always bounces. You'll be fine. Who needs an S&P when you got J&J? Huh? I don't need S&P. You need PFE right now. Stop that. Fix it. Okay, I'm done. Next stop. I told you I could do this all day.
Milwaukee. Y'all are training workers to get help to get rid of lead pipelines. You have 450,000 schools. I mean, the idea that we have our kids drinking out of fountains that have lead pipes feeding the fountains. Because everybody deserves clean water. Everybody, no matter where you're, city, suburban, or rural areas. Here in Washington, D.C., it's funding the expansion of an infrastructure academy, preparing local workers to take the good-paying jobs in manufacturing, construction, and utilities that are going to be created as a consequence of the infrastructure law. Look, I urge every American to take a look at what y'all are doing. I urge every mayor in America to follow suit, to use the resources, the rescue plan, the resources that were intended not just to stave off disaster, but to build for a future around the people who make communities run. Use your funds to cover child care costs or temporary paid leave to help certain workers dealing with Omicron. Build pathways to better jobs through union-based apprenticeships and on-the-job training. To give people in every zip code a chance to deal for themselves and deal them into this booming economy. That also means building more affordable housing so people can have safe places closer to their jobs. Funding proven programs to help fight violent crime. We shouldn't be cutting funding for police departments. I propose increasing funding. Look, you know, we ask cops to do everything, including be psychologists and social workers. Guess what? They need psychologists and social workers. No, I mean it. Not a joke. So they can hire more social workers, folks trained.
Wait, why was that the most hype I've seen in like 8? Wait, what did he do?
Leaders, like the programs the Rescue Plan is funding in Atlanta and Louisville and other cities across the country. The truth is,
bro, that was so hype.
An incredible opportunity.
What was that? That was so hype.
We still have a lot of work to do to defeat COVID, to bring down costs for families. But just look at what we've accomplished together so far. Even in the
bro, that's all he needs. If you put a live audience like the sounds, that's it. That's how you wake the bro. I got this.
A single year in American history, more jobs, over 6 million. Unemployment rate dropped more than any year in American history. Income.
He's feeling it.
Incomes for
keep going.
Working frontline
He feeling
jobs.
This is good. I like.
Industry
I don't know if it's this good.
More than any year in history. The folks at
look,
the
he's moving around now too. He's watch. You get one more big clap, bro. He's gonna take off. Watch.
In this country
I know
by
him.
Nearly 40%, more than any.
See, they clapping before he done. He ready. You gonna smile a little bit more. Hit him with it.
You all know this. Business applications.
Go. Start clapping this stuff. He's gonna start clapping people next too. 2 more claps. He's gonna start clapping people. He has a list.
It's never been so bad. Why are people fighting to open up businesses? More Americans gain health insurance.
He thought they were gonna clap on that one. It's okay. Losing some momentum. It's okay. We're gonna get it back.
To confront the climate crisis, we deployed more solar, wind, batteries, and electric vehicles than ever before. And we're teaming up with mayors, labor, and industry to save families and businesses money by improving energy efficiency in our buildings. And in the battle against the deadly virus, we've gone from putting 2 million shots and vaccinations in people's arms to 210 million Americans fully vaccinated.
Yeah, okay, let's get the Momo back. That was his. He's like, that's the big one. Let the clap. No, let it ride a little.
Critical partners. I'm not trying to be nice to you. It's just a fact. You've been critical partners.
Oh, you making him laugh too. That's an extra point. You get an extra laugh, bro. You get a little extra hype. He's gonna get jumpy.
We partnered.
Oh, look at extra claps. There you go. Oh, they started early now too.
We partnered with you on the Mayor's Challenge last summer.
He's speaking faster. See, just go ride with it.
Get Americans vaccinated. In Richmond, Mayor Stoney, you created vaccination clinics that doubled the job fair, doubled as job fairs. Get your shot, and it's also a job fair, encouraging people to come in. In Detroit, Mayor Duggan. Are you here, Mr. Mayor? I tell you what, I worked with him for a long time. There's a man who knows what he's doing. Mayor Duggan partnered with solar saloons and barbershops to get shots in people's arms.
Wait,
in
solar?
St. Louis, Mayor Jones worked with churches
momentum
food program to reach neighborhoods with low vaccination rates.
You want to come about solar barbershop?
Not a joke. You've saved lives. Now, to keep up that fight against Omicron, We've launched dozens of federal testing sites in New York, Philadelphia, Henderson, Nevada, and elsewhere throughout sites that we're launching every week. We've devoted federal medical teams made up of military, first responders, National Guard to bring relief to the hardest hit hospitals who need additional personnel just to keep it moving because they're so overrun. We're purchasing and distributing free 1 billion at-home tests so people can test themselves in their communities. And we still face tremendous challenges, though. But together we've proven that we can get big things done in this country. Last year, your help, we laid the groundwork. This year, we have to build it. The biggest weapon in our arsenal is the Build Back Better Act. Nothing's going to do more to ease pressure on families. As my friend Jim Clyburn says, it's all about making everything more affordable and more accessible to people. Every mayor knows if people can't find affordable child care, they can't work. Some of your cities, it's $14,000, $15,000 a year for child care. That's why we have nearly 1.2 million extremely qualified women who haven't been able to return to the workforce. We can cut the cost of child care in half and fix that problem. Health insurance, we can reduce the cost for families we've done for $600 per year. On climate, extreme weather, disaster costs, communities, $145 billion last year. That's how much we spent because of weather-related crises. $145 billion. By investing in resilience and clean energy technology, we can do something about that. To give relief to families in the American Rescue Plan, we had the child care tax credit. That did reduce child poverty by 40%. There's no reason it shouldn't continue. And on education, today about half of the 3- and 4-year-olds are enrolled in early childhood education. In Germany, France, UK, Latvia, the number is more than 90%. Where the heck are we? No, I'm serious. We're falling further and further behind the curve.
Oh, there you go. They like that, bro. He came in with it. He gave a little authenticity. He was like, "Where the hell? What the heck?"
A host of other
There you. I like that.
And folks, here's
I
the
like
point.
that's more on. I like
we can
it.
do it without
Hell yeah.
increasing
Hell
inflation
yeah.
or the
Let's
deficit.
go, Biden.
17 Nobel laureates.
Oh, see, scream.
Wrote a letter to me recently affirming that this bill would reduce inflationary pressures on the economy. I don't agree. Reduce it. And by the way,
bro, this is the best crowd ever.
Entirely
I need
paid
this.
for. Every single
They going to scream for the whispers. Oh, listen.
Not a single person.
Oh, whisper to yell
making
to. Oh,
less than $400,000
he's playing it, bro,
a year
like a
will
fiddle.
pay a single additional penny in federal taxes. Not a single penny.
They didn't believe that one, but they still, you could tell that one. They're like,
I'm a capitalist. I'm not a socialist. If you can make $1 billion or $10 million, good for you. Just begin to pay your fair share. Pay a little bit. We can pay for all this by just making sure that...
This message is brought to you by The Call. Even though you could tax the rich, the better idea is to untax the poor. Amen. Thank you. Shout out to the middle class and anything under that and anything under billionaires.
Fortune 500 companies, and I come from the corporate capital of the world, Delaware, not a joke. More corporations incorporated in my state than every other state in the union. Okay? I get it. And I represented it for 36 years. But guess what? You got 55 corporations last year that made $40 billion in profits and didn't pay a single penny in taxes. That's not right. That's not right. Look, we can tackle all these challenges, just like we did with the rescue plan, the infrastructure law, and the fight against COVID. But we can't do it without you. I'm not trying to be nice to you. We can't do it without you. No, really, that's the God's truth. You understand the challenges people are facing, and you understand the solutions. You know this isn't, when it gets down to whether the garbage gets collected or someone is safe in the street, this isn't partisan, it's practical. You understand the cost if we fail to act. We need the voice of mayors, telling the stories, of what your communities needs and the impact we're making on people's lives or not making. If we can get this done, I believe this with every fiber of my being. If we can get this done, there's no limit what Americans can achieve. So let's continue to give working families a fighting chance. I wasn't kidding when I said, when I announced for president, that I am so tired of the working class and middle class carrying the burden. It's about time we grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And by the way, when the middle class does well, the wealthy do very, very, very well. I'm not joking. This isn't about punishing anybody. It's about getting everybody in the game. Raise your hand if you think the present tax structure is fair. And we'll take a picture of you and send it home. Seriously, guys. You know. The thing I like about mayors is you're straight. You know what I mean? You just, you shoot from the shoulder. So let's keep investing in the future of every city and town in America. Let's face these challenges head on and keep building. We can build back better. Folks, I really believe it. There's not a damn thing we can't do if we set our minds to it. And every single time, think about this now. This is not hyperbole. No other country than America has come through every crisis we've faced and ended up stronger than we were before we got into the crisis. Think about that. Think about that. So don't give up on the American people. You know, I've said many, many times to world leaders, particularly when they ask me about America, it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. Never, never, never been a good bet to bet against the American people. And when we stand together, there's not a damn thing we can't do, Democrat and Republican. Thank you all. May God bless you. And may God protect our troops. Keep it going, folks. We need you badly. We need you badly.
Bro, why he looked famous. I know he's the bro, but this was, bro, that was hype. I don't know what, I was the crowd, bro. The mayor's DC, bro. Bro, I'm honestly, bro, how do we get mayors, bro?
Oh, where's everybody going?
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding.
Let's
give it up again for the President of the United States, President Joe Biden. And that will conclude our 90th winter meeting. Get home safely.
Yo, bro, why are they so hyped? I've never seen a crowd, bro. That's more hyped than a lot of things I've seen in the last 12 months. Like, even like entertainment events, bro. Like, usually they be spread out like 18 feet apart, and then they be like they like hula hoop or something. I don't know what, bro. That was, then mayors go off, bro. What was that, bro? They were going crazy. Is that what y'all do in Ohio? No. Yo, that's nuts. That's nuts. They were hired actors. I don't know, man. I don't even think the hired actors get down like that, bro. They were making like corny jokes and we're vibing with it, bro. That was just like, bro, that was like, I don't know. That was like a Tony Robbins conference mixed with a Herbalife conference. I don't know. It was hype, bro. And then mixed with the politics, I guess. They were just, woo. I don't know. Like, why am I dancing? Why am I cheering? But everybody got into it. I don't know. I feel like that's a perfect example. I felt like it fit. I don't know. It worked, man. Wow. Yeah, and a little bit of BitConnect in there too. Like, oh man, that was crazy. That was crazy, bro. So do I get a BMW or no? Okay, different thing. You just herbal. I'm just saying, bro. So I remember, I'll tell you a story. I'll give you before the market dies and we start crying. At least I'll be the guy on the violin. You know what I'm saying? Just like, here, let me make you laugh while the S&P's about to go down 10%. Anyways, so like back in the day, like this was when real estate was going crazy. So like back when real estate was like back in the day, this is a story about my dad. I remember he was saying how like he literally like they like this the real estate people, they sent them out to conferences, right? Like you were making money in real estate, like everybody was making money, like they went to a conference, right? And then sure enough, I mean, they're balling off real estate. Who do they hire? They hired Tony Robbins. So all of these realtors in like 05, 06, 07, right? Like, you know, before everybody gets wrecked, we're talking everybody just like kind of like just imagine it's like doing this in April. Like everyone's like, we're like kind of like the Bitcoin thing. They're like, all right, well, they go and they bring in, I'm telling a story. Don't tell me Snap is dropping. Okay, but I feel you. We'll cry later. But they hired Tony Robbins, and my dad went. And, like, I'm telling you, like, this is, like, my Arab-ass dad. Like, you know, the last thing. And I just... and apparently, bro, they hired Tony Robbins. And, like, even my dad was saying, he like, there's videos of my dad, like, jumping and, like, doing all this shit and, like, dance. It's, like, so weird. I would never picture my dad. And then there's, like, even the people he was with. I'm talking, like, the most hardcore people I knew as a kid. And, like, they were all, like, so, like, they were just screaming and cheering and balancing on one foot for no reason. And, like, they got into it. And, it was, like, I was like, whoa, that was cool. They got, no, I mean, that's the thing. I like Tony Robbins. He actually, bro, that's, like, real hype right there. But it was, like, what? And I just remember that. And even my dad, he would just tell me, he's like, I don't know what happened that day. That's it. He's like, I don't know what happened that day. I don't know what happened that day. So it was good. It was good. Thoughts on Spotify? I was looking at it. I think Spotify is another, I mean, think about it. You got to realize Spotify falls into that list of, what's it called? It falls into the list of the ran up during pandemic. Is this the time where it comes back to reality? So Spotify, not Shopify. Oh, I thought it was what's it called? I thought it was no, I said Shopify. Did I say Spotify? I meant well, Spotify too. I like Spotify beforehand, but Spotify does actually, sadly. That's the ignorance that we have in the market right now. Do you realize it? Is everything it meets this criteria? Everybody's going to look at their portfolio, and at the end of the day, you really have to ask yourself, did your company that you love and that you're holding, did it benefit extremely off of the pandemic? And now will this be the reckoning, you know, finally 2 years later where the growth trends change from what we saw literally in the last 12 to 24 months? So that's where Shopify, I mean, again, Shopify was a $20 company, again, a $40 IPO company or something like that. And, you know, it went up, it went crazy. So they benefited a lot. E-commerce was one of the hype waves. So they I don't know about the technicals, but, you know, people feel a certain way right now. And that's the worry coming here into earnings. So that's why, like, Shopify's down 12. Like, I think even then I looked at the premiums there. I was like, this is insane, but you can see it's already breaking 2020 levels now. This is your lows here of 2020, and it's just it's a different ballgame. Again, this was at $300. It's still at $1,000. I mean, honestly, it's Sam was the first one to die. So if Sam could do it, I mean, I think everybody can. Sadly, again, just hype and hype dies. Again, Peloton, any of that. But that's the big fear of the market. But then that is the, you know, whatever gets reality about it, that's what will determine the prices moving forward. Tony Robbins, original PHILO king. Yeah, he's up, dude. He is. He's really, I do like Tony Robbins. He speaks some hot shit, man. I've listened to a lot of Tony Robbins in my life. I know I have before, especially when I was even younger too. I was like, you know, Tony Robbins gets you a little bit more, especially, I don't know, you got to be, even, I don't know, I actually haven't listened to Tony in a minute. I'm going to run that this weekend. Now that we've had this story, and I'm going to hit that. I'm going to hit that. Oh, you hear that one? That was great. Davis Goggins. Yeah, David Goggins, right? I feel like my dad would call him Davis Goggins, like the Davis Goggins. Davis Google. Yeah. I haven't listened to much David Goggins though. I don't know if I'm that hardcore. I don't know yet, but I've listened to a little bit and I've liked it. And I know a lot of people listen to it. But Goggins, I can't eat for like 7 weeks or something like that if you play his video. I don't know. Like I can't do that. But he's like, I listened to David Goggins. I ran 18 miles. I twisted my ankle, but I couldn't fail myself like that, so I had to keep going and get all the weakness out of my body. You know? No, what do you say, you soft? That's what it is. I've been attacked with David Goggins. That's why. All I've had is somebody go on David Goggins binge and attack me before, but I love you. It's okay. It's fine. But then I was like, yo, man, just relax. Chill, dude. I'm too much of a hippie for that, low key. But I'm going to listen. I do like it. Jocko. I do like the aggressive shit at the end of the day. Damn, snap at 33. Does that mean our covered call has fell out of the money? Wow. Let's see. They're still up 171 on that account. So still up 100%. But no, I'm still down 10% on that covered call, though. But that's nice. So even then, a third of the gain we have now, if the covered call comes back, I mean, we just make all that money, too. See, I was chill with this for a long time. I was totally chill. I said $35 was a great price for me at one point. Let's see, actually. That's good because then even when it bounces, I mean, with the timing on these will start to decay. And then throughout the year, we could probably roll these overs and do something nice with it. But Snap, Coin, even Coin down 21. Coin could be a long-term pickup now. It sucks. I really want value, but now some of these, I wouldn't really mind. Again, Coin, I actually do believe in that one still. Overstock too, I would like. All of these, the only ones I don't like is I just don't like big commerce. That's it. All of these, though, are kind of all back in play right now. And we're talking in the next week. AT&T I won't touch just because of the, what's it called? The split thing. SPY flush. Yep. All right, you're getting it again. A lot of names were hitting the low in the meantime. Honestly, it felt like this was going off here. Yeah, this whole side of the board is red. Consumer staples or services are barely holding up. Durables will go red soon. You got bigger gains here, but really there's only like 0.5% of cushion on any of the top leaders today. So there's still a couple industries up, but we are starting to flush now. Again, this is the last hour and a half. This is like yesterday. So, yeah, this isn't good, man. All right. Well, if we get any repeat of yesterday, it's going to get ugly, ugly, ugly. They're all really expensive still. Again, the AMD puts are even up, and the spreads are widening. The Disneys are up 60%. And these are all from this morning. IWM 50%, Tesla 60%. That's stupid. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous. So it's like if we sell off here, if it plays out like yesterday, it's gonna get wild. So we're gonna see here or there. Well, you could try to flip it, or again, I mean, sitting back and watching there's no shame in that, my friend. Because again, we've gone over a lot of the other stuff here, but this could, if it plays out like yesterday, I mean, this is definitely the worry on everybody's mind right now. I mean, I'm looking at plays just in case. I mean, you might just get broader, sell the books. How is that put even up that much? You could find some. Oh, that's why these ones came from the bottom. You're selling off a little bit more. There's Apple dropping. The Teslas are up. You could go after the UVXYs. I mean, again, if anything, I like the leaders. You could check the Boeing. Remember, we already have 3 or 4 different plays, but I mean, again, if we get anything that looks like yesterday, I mean, it's going to be hideous, or at least you got a couple points. But again, big option expiration today, so we will see. All right. Game time. This plays up a lot already today. Okay, I made a play. They have premium. Again, I'm not really down with this play. We might get a little bit movement, but after looking at this, I'm expecting this is if we get any sort of flush on it. Thing I like about this play, you'll see it. There's not as much. It has premium for today, but it is a leader. Here, hold on. Let me get this out. Let go. Do not trade, okay? Okay, do not trade this, man. Upstart, I don't even know what they do. That's all I say when anybody says that to me. They're down 11. Tessie on the low, so I don't like this one because it's a leader. I went with Morgan Stanley. The puts are up, I mean, a lot for a 1% drop, but they're a leader. I grabbed February puts. Don't trade it. You will lose money. Again, I like the Morgan Stanleys. I still have the calls. I went a little bit bigger, but I'm pretty much thinking if we get full-on liquidation here, I think it'll start to affect pretty much almost anything, and these are a little bit more stable. So that's the play. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. But that play, at the very least, the premiums on the puts, they're not any higher. They've gone a little bit higher off the volatility, but they haven't gone. I mean, pretty much you're going to lose 50% on any put right now if you're wrong. So that's the way I kind of see it. So I thought these were the best so far. Shop 877. See. The AMDs, those went up 23%. That's stupid. This shit's wild, bro. These guys are crazy out here. You know? I like Starbucks. They're even up today. We have AMD starting to move there. Again, any premium today has already gone up. And these are all plays I genuinely, again, if you look at the premiums, you had to buy everything with a shitty premium and even hold it throughout all of this to really get it. So all of them are up. The Morgan Stanleys, that's the latest one again. And that's if we don't get end of the day sell-off, I don't think that play is going to hit. Yang. China Bear. Because check BABA again. Those are the safe havens. The BABAs, did those even go up? Oh, shit. I didn't realize. Those did go up. I had those. I forgot. One of them did. I don't know if the other one's still. Yeah, some of the BABAs are still cheaper, though. Low key. BABA could actually be a decent one. Yeah, the IWMs, even that secondary one from here, those went up 70%. It's starting to move a little bit more. Remember, the last 2 days you would get like 15% off like the Boeings, but at least it's gone a little more crazy here. And then there's still the Tesla. So second set of BABAs came back up, but the first initial BABAs are down a lot. So BABA's actually but BABA, I mean, China stocks have already gotten killed. Yeah, interesting. BABA puts are up, but they're up on the week. Break even at the week, but then they're down on the 2 weeks. That one's an interesting one. That could be a decent put, but the only bad part is BABA's outpaced a lot of the decline, so you have to keep that in mind. Can we shred 10 points in an hour? Anything is possible, my friend. Gonna do a little bounce there. Where's Tesla? I forgot about the Teslas. Tesla calls for next week. Who's in it? I might be down. I was thinking I wanted Microsoft. I was thinking about averaging on there, but the premiums didn't drop. Did the Tesla calls actually go down? Dude, Tesla's kind of... Yeah, they're lower. At least, like, the Microsofts are the same price as last week on the calls, believe it or not. Tesla's at least decayed, at least to February. So, like, Tesla's actually cheaper on the call side, even if you bought into the premium now. You could at least get it somewhat cheaper than the last couple days. But if you went to Microsoft, every single call, for the most part, the call premium held up. So, Tesla's stock could be holding, but the premium on the Teslas are declining, which is good if you wanted to buy the dip, because like if you bought Microsoft right now, you're not getting a discount on the stock. So even though the stock's at a low point, the calls cost the same price 3-4 days ago. Is that coming up? We still got Power Hour. Maybe if we get a rip into Power Hour, I mean, we'd have to come close to VWAP, but for now, this is still somewhat downtrading. What's the volume, bro? 120 million with an hour and a half left. Oh, we're easily going above 120. Bro, this is crazy. Last time was March. We closed Baba put for 30. That was an old one. Remember, I grabbed 2 more. So I have a February Baba, and then I have a March Baba. So I bought these ones. I bought this one on the 20th of December, and then I averaged down on the 13th of January. I waited a month, and then the one I waited a month on, I'm up 20%. Those are still down 60. 218, 100. I think that one was a flip. Market maker scammers, they added puts to the chain. Is Zillow not working for any of you? Only my Redfin is working. Any Zillow links I've opened today are being weird. Come on, ZZ. ZZ, I made the grinding look easy. Zillow's not worked all day. Like, it won't show me certain areas, and then I've been clicking links on them, and it's not showing up. Still much time. I think everyone's just waiting for the close, man. If we sell off in a close or if we hold up stability, again, it's a big options expiration. It's a ton of volume. You want to watch AMC and Power Hour? I mean, we could put it up. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of things to watch during Power Hour. I mean, AMC's doing pretty good today comparatively. They kind of flushed a little bit, so we will see. Until when the action starts popping, we will switch away. Integrated Media, they're up 1.4. Airbnb, shop still getting clobbered. See, so Wells Fargo's slipping. I feel like Morgan Stanley should have. They just got good earnings. Yeah, you see all the other banks are getting clapped. I hope you see why I went for Morgan Stanley, but they were the best, so. But I don't doubt everybody to sell everything. Amazon, UNG dump. Yeah, Amazon's at the low 28, dude, below 2,900. Why isn't Airbnb getting clapped? I mean, I think it got clapped a lot, but it's the last 2 days it's been pretty solid. So, I mean, we'll take it. Again, I think their earnings are going to be killer, and they kind of, I mean, everything got hit. Like, again, even your top stocks, but, I mean, Airbnb is Airbnb. I do have something to tell you, though. Maybe, I don't know if I should tell you. It has to do with Uncle. Or should I just wait until you see it? I don't know. I don't know if I should tell you or not. It's tough. It's tough. Make you wait? Make them wait a little bit? All right. Well, there's a new one of Uncle's songs. The song is literally called A, B, and B. So I thought that was cool. I had to pay him for it. I said I would give him shares. I said I'd give him 100 shares. So yeah, he has a song. It's literally called A, B, and B. So I was like, all right, that's pretty cool. Netflix is going down again. The Disney's went up too. I mean, Disney came right back down. Morgan Stanley was the latest play, but Netflix is selling off. Again, every single put from this morning is still holding up, which is wild. Let's see. Is there one? I'm just, again, waiting until if we bust through, that is really going to be the key. So then, even then, after today, that will be the real key with all of this, just because this is a big options expiration. So that's the thing, man. We will probably see a lot bigger moves after this. Remember, after today, a lot of things are going into the graveyard. So just keep that in mind with anything moving forward. Tesla, he's fighting. This is the Hertz level. Where was the stock in May? Oh, shit. Is that 6? What do we got? That's TV. Where is this one? Yep. Last thing, consumer durables and apparel barely holding up. Again, consumer just defensive. It's crazy. You actually got people buying defensive stocks today to a degree. Am I selling or holding? What do you mean? I'm chilling, man. We chilling. I mean, I'm looking for stuff to buy. Or to chill. I mean, I bought a couple puts today. Pretty much that's it. We sold a couple. We sold out the Netflix. I haven't taken profits on any of the other puts, though, today, even though they're up. I do plan to take at least something off the table today. Let me see. But even then, the premiums go up. So, like, even if the stock goes up, the puts are going to go up in value. It's weird. It's not weird. It's like normal until there's a real bottom, but it's just, and again, today's expiration is wild. Again, after today, you're going to get a lot of different stuff. Why are you buying puts at the bottom? Why are you buying at the cycle? Because these are all short-term flips. I mean, it's taking, again, every put today hit at least 50% to 200%. Flipping a couple of them, but I'm mostly calls and equities, so I'm just playing this in as the point where we're literally at a very key level, and just the momentum of today. I said it today. I've been playing a lot smaller, but I'm spreading it out a lot more simply because this is the volatility. It's lower conviction plays, lower amounts of money just to have this exposure when things are moving this active. So it's not stuff I really plan to hold. I have other ones like Baba, and we're going to see how those play out. Where is Baba? Let's see, man. This is the final event right here. We'll see even in the bounce. Again, if there is a bounce and it's hard, if it does start to kill put premium, I mean, that could say a lot. But again, this is the expiration. Every 30 minutes, even if there is a move, if the move happens later than not, it's less pressure on the options market. The MOs we got out of that. I didn't think that one would fill, actually. I think I'm deciding to sell the Caterpillar or not. But I don't want to. I really don't want to sell anything till more so end of the day. If we break 440, this right here is literally the 200-day moving average. I think right on the dot almost. Yeah. Yeah, so you're literally just sitting at the 200-day moving average. And now this is the chart from earlier. This is the big, this is literally, do you buy here or do you wait for 10%? And this is the biggest debate right now. And then God knows what happens next week with Powell and earnings. I mean, I'm just even talking about even right now or even in the near coming days. Who knows how fast it goes here. But so look at that. You're right at the 200-day right now. I think it's starting to slip a little bit. But the real thing is, that's why depending on how we move from here, it's a pretty wild one. Coming down. Cue the music. Not yet. I mean, it's, bro. We need the last couple days. You see these moves right here? That's the real music maker. Again, we'll see. I mean, even if Netflix even hits below where it's been at too, that's going to also be a very, very important thing to watch. The violins. Oh, you want good music? I can give you. What's up, man? You good, bro? You're good. Don't worry. Don't worry. So I take my money out the market and buy real estate. Do it, but go get an offer accepted. That's it. My rule, I don't do anything until I get offers accepted. And then once I'm in escrow, I will move anything I want to get the job done. About to hit a new low on the SPY. Again, put premiums are starting to move a little bit. Man, these are crazy. 434. Bro, the daily with 1 hour left is going for 6 cents to 434. Why is, dude, that is so expensive. That means somebody is willing to buy the break even for a 10-point drop in an hour right now. Or they're not willing to sell it any cheaper than that. That's ridiculous. Oh, man, that's wild. So that's interesting. Again, even the Morgan Stanley's up like 10, 12 from now. IWMs, again, these are all puts from today. And these are plays I didn't even like. The 23 on the AMD. And then I sold out the BABA puts. And then we sold out and then I sold the Tesla too. I forgot about that one. We sold 2 of the Teslas. And then I sold 2 of the, what's it called? I sold all of the Netflix. Okay. Are moving. I sold half of the IWM puts. I sold 3 out of 5 to make them free. We already made Tesla free. The AMD I kept smaller. The Disney was small. IWM now, that we got that for free. Morgan Stanleys are moving now, and then that's them. I'll ride those for a little bit. Again, at least we've took profits on the Netflix and made all the other puts free for now, and then I still have some of the older puts. They're not really doing too much damage for me. I hope you realize that too. It's like I'm not making too much on them. I'm gonna just even take them off just in case, but it's just like I think we'll see how to pretty much, if we could play these moves like this, we'll see if it gets any more volatile from here, but that's why just being smart. You're at the 200-day moving average right now. Yeah, so the Morgan Stanleys, if Morgan Stanley breaks from here, I think it could get a little crazier there, but those are already moving. This is literally the lows of yesterday or today in the 200-day moving average. So we've not broken a new low. I mean, everything is waiting right here. Why did I sell UWMC? I did not sell UWMC. Come on, man. Don't play me like that. We had the ghetto lockup. Yeah. We just grabbed Morgan Stanley, I think February's. They were making a move there. So there it is. There is the break of the lows. It's right here at Power Hour. There it is, 440 again. Now we are talking the 10% down would literally be right here, like 429. So literally, if people wait, this is now the gap between retail and the hedge funds, or really all sentiment needs to agree on a price now below here. Otherwise, 10% down is the next mark. So if this doesn't get defended, we'll see what happens. Everything, even some of the winners are starting to go down, even like Airbnb. It's slipping a little bit. Block. Morgan Stanley. Netflix. Yeah, Disney. Everything's going to start getting a little bit clobbered here. 10% down is like at 429, 430. Right now, you're at the 200-day moving average. Roblo's at 69. I'm back to break even. Break even plus, actually up from covered calls, but still. But now we could buy back in. Even Amazon claw. Amazon now another 5%. TLT is kind of starting to move, but not sure. Just watch out if there's any real big leaders. Boeing, not everything's hitting a low. So look at, call out any of the ones that are hitting a low because some things are leading here. I just don't know what industry it is more or less. I think it's just tech. It's like Amazon, like Apple. Those are closer, but there's a lot of stuff hit. Not everything is really capitulating. I think today is even some of the China stocks. AMD. Yeah, 440. You broke it, 439. You just literally buttered that. Tech is down 2%, 1.5 on the S&P, 1% on the Dow. The Dow. Again, anywhere between now and 429, 430, 429. I mean, this is that second range, so we'll see where it goes from here, which you're starting to sell off now. Again, not every name is going down. That's what you got to keep in mind. So some premiums might move, but this isn't really, and then premiums are, if anything, they're widening the spreads. It's a little bit different here. 438. I think it's just really tech now. I think even Netflix at this point starts to hit again once, because everything's, I didn't even think Netflix would even drop like that. Again, I thought, because again, Netflix is leading down 20% and is still correlated. AMC. Some of the names that were up earlier are holding. There's your first little green candle. We'll see if it lasts. Welcome to Power Hour. It's looking a lot like the last 3 days. I mean, we're going to find out very, very shortly here. This next hour, it's either going to turn into that systematic sell-off, or it's going to kind of chill out a little bit. I mean, the chat looks just like yesterday. This is where everyone starts throwing up, where it's like, what is it doing? So if it keeps buttering those levels, that's it. It's not a quad witching. All this is it's a giant option expiration, but there's not every single asset class is expiring here today. See if the old Babas come up. Yeah. Again, you got consumer durables and apparels holding up. This went red. Food. Household personals are up 0.5%. Food and beverage and tobacco. But food and staples retailing, excuse me, not food and beverage. That's the one that went down. And then real estate is the only thing. Real estate's bare, but real estate's about to go red. Yeah. Facebook low. I think that's part of it. Again, Facebook is selling off big. It's big tech kind of leading the way down. And again, Netflix already has big weighting, because it's not everything like Caterpillar, Boeing. I mean, Netflix isn't even at the lows. It's China stocks and some of the other ones. And then Morgan Stanley's the only bank that's up. Yeah, Citi's starting to crater now. Facebookian. Again, these were old leaps I got. They kind of came back. These have been down for a while. But that's the ultimate escape hatch if tech really did drop. BAC new low. Yeah, Amazon dropped another 4%. It was down 4 or 5% yesterday too. Again, now we're starting to get the sell-off. Some of the banks that were holding up. Real estate's holding up, but I think that just is about to go red anytime. And then consumer staples, just really like household and personal companies and food and beverage are holding up. And then a couple of retail plays that bounce like Peloton. The Morgan Stanley's actually got time. Those are for February. They kind of chilled out, though. So they moved ahead of the move. That's what happens. Like, so on this move right here, like as we started to break, put premium went high here. But now as you're hitting a new low, they're not moving up the same pace. So keep that in mind. That's what happens with the IV when it gets high like this. It seems like all of them just stopped moving. They're all up, but they all just stopped moving low key. Roblo new low. Morgan Stanley moving again. I think next leg. Yeah, there you go. You'll start getting some movement. Let's see. The put premium is insane. Again, it's doing the sell-off like yesterday. I mean, you're now below 440. It's literally no man's land from here to here. Like we could honestly drop another even 2-3 points by the end of the day. I would not be like, look at, you have literally gaps everywhere at this level. Again, this is a 10% correction right here. So I would not, I mean, I don't know if we'll drop 9 points, but shit, you're already down 2.2 on the NASDAQ. Three standard deviations. Yeah, 1.6 on the SPY. Keeps going down. Again, the puts have already led into this move. Some of them are starting to get crazy here now. Like, where's the damn... Why didn't the Disneys go up more? Yeah, bro, there's nothing. You haven't been this low in, what, since September, October? This is now where that bounce started. You're like right at that point. This could be a bottom here too, though. That's what, 439? Because look, that's where the gap, I mean, you could go above or below it, but you're within a half a point of that now. Dude, this is it. It's doing the last same thing as the last couple days. That's bad. This is not, I mean, any market where you get this every day at the end of the day, I mean, it really, it says something. NVIDIA has, I know not every industry is going, but I mean, if you keep dropping, everything is going to start getting pulled down with it. That's what happened yesterday. Titanic music, and a little at the close. Where'd the IWMs go? The IWMs, those are 101 now. They went up 30% even from that last sell. So I still have the other ones for free. But again, this is what we were kind of getting ready. I'm going to ride this one out, and we'll see how it plays from here. Heart of the screen. Oh my gosh, 438. Is that 439? So okay, if you flush below here, you start really breaking the levels from September. Again, you're still not at 10%. Remember, this is what I was telling you. Big money may wait until here. It looks like they might, but it's still too early to tell, just because this is kind of, there's a lot of fresh emotions. It's both the fear as well as now it looks like it's doing what it did yesterday. It was a mix of a lot of things, but this time you're not getting any catalyst. There's no news. This is just end of the day, and again, a big option expiration, so who knows how low these even go. Oh my gosh, they're really starting to dump now. Again, a lot of leaders, low tickers going there. Not everything is going down, but this is getting led by tech. I mean, Amazon's guttering, Facebook, those are leading on the way, even Apple. So Apple's still a leader. Microsoft hasn't hit a new low from earlier, but that's what you got going on. I mean, pay attention to the ones that haven't. They still could hold up. That's the thing, like Boeing hasn't hit the low. Caterpillar. Dude, that's only been the first 10 minutes so far. Again, this is the September level or October where we bounce, but then it's really choppy around here. That's why. And then 10% is around here, even a little lower. Honestly, it's probably a little bit lower. Let's get the exact number. 479.03. So 47 points. So 9 minus, what was it, 479.03? It's still hitting another. I'm like hitting the calculator up. Yep, it's going down again. So 431.123. About, yeah, a give or take. That's 10% top to bottom. And again, that's a signal for big money. And again, they're already talking about this. I read a lot of articles so far, and there's like Bloomberg analysis with it. So I mean, there's the topic is there, the discussion is there, but you're already at the 200-day moving average. But again, NASDAQ and Dow Jones are already both below that. When is there going to be emergency meeting? There won't be. The meeting's next week. Why would you emergency? Maybe afterwards. So if Powell sticks to the hawkishness tomorrow and it gets crazy, he might do another press conference afterwards, or we'll have one scheduled. Again, that's what happened with 2018. All right, I got rid of the cats. Again, they could still drop a little bit, but I'm pretty much now, I just have all the free weeklies. The free weeklies are closer to the money. I think I'll make more on them. But again, I don't want to make sure I don't take anything. But everything else now I'm holding pretty much for free on the put side. But it's literally only been 11 minutes into Power Hour. It's going again. So Morgan Stanley chilled a little bit off that. Watch Alibaba and the China stocks. Again, they were up a lot yesterday. Amazon dumping. Oh, yeah. That's it, below 2,800, bro. This is the real Netflix effect fear now. That's hitting a lot of things. Amazon's going to pull this down. So I think Apple's doing the same, but Apple was up a little bit, but they're keeping it. And Amazon's the one flushing along with Microsoft now. Amazon's like actually flushing. The Teslas have came up too. Let's see. Yeah. Tesla kind of had a little bit of a flush there too. Again, a lot of the bigger caps. Is this good? It isn't. It isn't. I mean, it's still a lot of these bigger companies have flushed a lot, and you're seeing where it's taking this spot. But the problem is you got 45 minutes left. And I mean, if we start getting in a really bigger drops into no man's land, you're more likely to just magnet down to the low level. It could be pretty big. It's down 2.5 right now on the NASDAQ. So it's big, but I mean, you've seen a lot so far. So in the last couple of days, this isn't as big. It's just this is big. It's a big day on the third day of witnessing a lot of carnage. Let's see the AMD. See, some things are just chilling out here still at the lows. Again, these are the plays that we have with everything. So a little bit of a pop at 439, almost 439 flat. Let's see if it gives relief. It's only been 14 minutes here. This is like your first bounce that you've gotten. I mean, yesterday you didn't really have bounces, so we'll see if this doesn't last for more than 3 minutes. It's just gonna be crazier again. MSTR. Yeah, they down 20%. Oh, the Bitcoin boys. U.S. SEC rejects MicroStrategy's Bitcoin accounting strategy. What? Yo, whoa, what does that mean? No, but what does that mean? Does that mean they can't have it on their balance sheet? Yeah, it's coming across there. No, wait. Someone look into that real quick. It's going to circulate more. It could probably move off that, but what is it? If it means what I think it means, that's just not good. No, it's getting the volatility. I'm not seeing it. The chain is nutty. Yeah, that's just MSTR. You could even check any of the other, honestly, that would affect Tesla too. They have it on their balance sheet as well. MSTR just has the most. So you're getting, this is a real bounce comparatively. Hold on here. Hold on here. Let's see where everything's at. Let's see if it holds that. Again, let me get up to MSTR. I'd watch Tesla too. Everything's bouncing with that. So that one was a little bit interesting of a move. This is different than yesterday. You didn't really get a bounce like this. I mean, it is still early in a power hour, but the last couple days you could see it. I guess you kind of got one, but nothing this big. So it really depends how it holds here. Not everyone's going to do the same thing. Okay. I sold out of the AMD puts. Those were 40%. Worst January on record for QQQ. I would not be surprised. So I think we took a lot. I think I'm gonna hold the Tesla because I already made that one free. Hold the IWM. The only one that I didn't make free yet is Disney and Morgan Stanley, but Disney I kept it small. Riot, Mara moving higher. Come on. Scammers. I'm trying to get filled on some other stuff. They're not filling me. Hold on, you're testing again. That's a big bounce. If this one doesn't last here, it could get a little bit more wicked. But that's why I'm taking some profits, but I'm also looking for other plays, and I'm keeping certain ones. Scammers, bro. Okay. I just got scammed. But it's okay. It's okay. Try it one more time. See if they scam me. Okay, they wouldn't scam me there. They wouldn't scam me there. Okay, I got scammed. Kind of. I have an open order on the contract above it to see if they'll scam me. Okay, scammers, bro. Oh shit. I have an MSTR. Where's the other one? Oh, it disappeared on me. Shit. I don't know. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. It's already down a lot, and the plays are. It's a very, very wild premium. I grabbed a MSTR for next week, so this one's super risky. I don't like the sound of that news. It doesn't seem like it moved too much off of it, but again, I mean they have a weird, interesting risk. So we'll see. The way it has a little bit more time, and at least for the crazy chain, February 11th. That's the one I grabbed. It's not as bad on the premium, but the SPY's already back to the low, so. We'll see what happens. The U.S. rejects MicroStrategy's Bitcoin accounting strategy. But I don't know what it means. I mean, it could be worse, but we'll see. It's a super risky play. Just be careful on it. Your daughter got admission, early admission to a really good school. Let's go, baby. College. The college Babinski. Hard. That's hype. That's hype. Stay in school, kids. Stay in school. It's good for you. It's good for you. Where is it? What is this gonna do? Put Powell. Oh, put the Powell video again.
the fact that it moved down so much in 1 month is something worth keeping in
Let's
mind.
see. I mean, it's good. This is the 2018 one. Take a listen.
Report, though, I would say U.S. data seem to be on track to sustain good momentum into the new year. I'll talk about China for a second. China's been a big part of this story, and the most recent data from China have been more mixed. China's consumers appear to be pulling back, as seen in the Apple news and in the weak retail sales data. The 2 PMI reports we got earlier this week show softening in domestic and external demand, and this weakness seems to be spilling over to other emerging Asian economies and to global commodity prices such as copper, for which China is such a big buyer. That said, Chinese authorities are responding with additional stimulus, and China and the rest of emerging Asia should continue to expand at a still...
Sounds very familiar, right?
So overall, I would say the picture...
Literally, China's stimulus at the same time, too.
So
I forgot about that one.
Good data still, I think, is the story looking in the rearview mirror. But financial markets have been sending different signals of concern about downside risks, about slowing global growth, particularly related to China, about ongoing trade negotiations, about what maybe let's call general policy uncertainty coming out of Washington, and among other factors. So, you do have this difference between, on the one hand, strong data and some tension between financial markets that are signaling concern and downside risks. And the question is, with those contrasting sets of factors, how should we think about the outlook and how should we think about monetary policy going forward? Now, when we get conflicting signals, as is not infrequently the case, policy is very much about risk management. And I'll offer a couple of thoughts on that to wrap up. First, as always, there is no preset path for policy. And particularly with the muted inflation readings that we've seen coming in, we will be patient as we watch to see how the economy evolves. But we're always prepared to shift the stance of policy and to shift it significantly if necessary in order to promote our statutory goals of maximum employment and stable prices. And I'd actually like to point to a recent example when the committee did just that in early 2016. And I mentioned this in this December press conference in passing. As many of you will recall, in December 2015, when we lifted off from the zero lower bound, the median FOMC participant expected 4 rate increases for 2016.
No, this is not live, Powell. This is 2018.
2016, financial conditions tightened quite sharply. And under Janet's
I'm waiting to give you the drop where he pivots.
Nimbly, and I would say flexibly,
he has a pivot in here.
Rate path.
There's a pivot stuck in here.
Raise rates a full year later in December 2016. Meanwhile, the economy weathered a soft patch in the first half.
SPY's hitting a low. If it hits a low, I'm turning him off for a second. Okay, they said shut up, Josh. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. So some things bounced right there. Apple did. Facebook, I think Microsoft, they ended up coming back down here. Boeing, they're starting to slip now. The Caterpillars ended up coming down a little bit more. MSTR, that one didn't drop, but again, the volatility here. SI is dropping. Is that Uber? Oh, even Uber on the downside. Oh, man, Uber got smashed all the way back down. Oh, man. That was all Young Powell. VIX is moving up. I mean, you are selling off here. You got 30 minutes left. Big expiration. We may even get some crazy after-hours moves. What is the volume? Is it above 120 now? Oh, yeah. 150 with 30 minutes left. You're going to do 200 million today. 200 million. How do we miss this crazy volatility without puts? This was even a 3 standard deviation event. It kind of just came out of nowhere with it. I mean, even today, we were able to get some, and we had puts along the way. I just kept flipping out of them just because I thought the volatility was going to be contained, but not like this. And this one's, I mean, essentially to happen after the Fed minutes and everything else with the hawkish stuff. And today you couldn't have predicted the Netflix stuff. That one was a real, like, that added a big weight on the market today. Yeah, the 200-day moving average is well below now. I think the 200 days like right here. Where's the other one? Mr. MSTR. Tesla is kind of bouncing there a little bit at the bottom. He's fighting. The IWM. Is IWM dropping still? Hold on. No, those premiums just went up. Those Morgan Stanleys move pretty good. 30 minutes left. Okay, I sold out of the final IWMs. And I think I'm going to just ride the Tesla, Disney, and the Morgan Stanleys. Most of them, Tesla and Disney don't have time, but they're either free or cheaper. And then the Morgan Stanleys have time, so I'm going to hold. Early market on close, 49 to the buy side. Okay. Did one more. One more play. Just one more. Maybe. I know. I had to do it to them. Oh, that one, they got me on that one. But I'm down with it. It's, like I said, they were cheaper earlier. This one still has 20% risk to it. I grabbed a Tesla call for March. So not a recommendation. Don't trade it. Let us see what happens here. We got rid of the IWMs. The Disney, that one's small. Morgan Stanley still holding up. Still volatile. Still going to be a crazy 30 minutes. Again, the timing on this is wild. Nah, I mean, you're not at the bottom just yet. Again, like I'm saying, this is no man's land. You still have this range. It's still not unlikely to hit, again, with Powell and everything else. So that is the part that sucks about this. Powell speaks January 26th, next week. This is at least, it's Trey, you're getting more buys, though. There's not as many sells as yesterday. You can see how it's kind of like hitting the brakes, but then this is what kind of happens at some of these key levels. Because, again, I think this is that gap level from here. Because anything lower than here, it gets disgusting. I don't know if you could do that. And I mean, I think you'd go 3%. Let me see. Plunge protection, not yet. Not quite yet. But you know what time it is. We got time. I need to seal your ball. Please help. Oh, I mean water. It's moving. All right, we'll see. Well, this could have, maybe it just stalls a little bit if we get a bounce, but there's still a lot of time. No, a lot of stuff are catching candles still. It's not, you're not out of the clear just yet. 24 more candles. Isn't that crazy? You have 24 more candles left. Oh. It's good. It's good. It's not too bad. JD. How you feel about buying condos? All about that life. Just make sure it's all about location with real estate, especially now. Okay. What date was that for February? All right, I sold the Baba January or the February put, and I'm still holding this one. I sold the average down. It went up 40%, almost as much as we paid for the play on the original one. But oh my gosh, you see that? What is that? Wait, watch out, bro. This is either about to go really crazy up or down right here. Hold up. Did you see that? Oh, man. Hold on, bro. A lot of things got that candle. Yo, that was real. I'm pretty sure. I mean, you could see it on a lot of different tickers, or at least every single one I had up there. Refresh, it's fake. That was... It looked real. Okay, maybe it wasn't. Woo. That was scary. It's like, that was scary. I got do me like that, man. And man, my heart pressurized. That guy was like, what? I just looked over. I was surprised. Options expiration. It looks like, again, you got 20 minutes. I mean, if we are able to bounce from here, it could be a little bit better. So, I mean, let's see what's about to happen. couple of things. Vaxart on the low. This is different than yesterday. You did not get any of these bounces yesterday, especially in this period. So this was a battle. I mean, it looks like it's fighting for the 200-day, and it looks like it's fighting against the 10%. At the very least, this is an end to the selling there. At least you know you're not getting full liquidation. I mean, again, you are down 2%, so take that with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? Disney, no, the Uber. Amazon's popping a little bit. Let's see, where's MSTR? That's popping. The spreads are. That's a big move. Even check Shopify. Any of the names that were really, really down. You're getting a big bounce here. There you go. Latte, Latup. Bro, I'm not trying to say no spell. I think you've done this before. I don't know. I love you, Metamorphium. I ain't trying to summon a demon or anything. Hard! Woo! Let's go. Apple, $1 candle, Tesla. Let's see, man. I mean, shit, we still got to deal with Monday. You know that, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was a respectful. I don't know. I don't want to summon anything. I'm just saying. And again, we still have to deal with Monday. Just don't forget about that one. That's the kicker. But again, you are right below the 200-day moving average. So the question is, do you close above it, below it, or right there? We're going to find out. 19 more candles left. So remember, you had 24 candles. You have 19 candles left for the day. Woo! Man, happy Friday, huh? Oh, what an exciting one. It's good at Caterpillar. The Boba still hold the final one. And we'll see who hit the buy button. Maybe it was that candle. I don't know. It's good, though. At least this changes a lot of yesterday at the very least. So then out of any of the puts we got today, I'm still holding the Disney. And then I have the Tesla and then the MSTR. And then Morgan Stanley. And then we took profits on the other ones. But then that way, then the Tesla, I also have a call. Let's see, Tesla. The Disney, that one only $100. It's still holding 72%. Oh, and then the Boeing puts, we sold half of those. Still riding with the rest. We need water. Crazy Friday. Oh, did not get any Peloton puts today, no. I think that's it. We'll see. I mean, we didn't hit. You need a big rip from here. Like, it has to be. You have to go up at least 2% off of the 100-day or the 200-day. Otherwise, we're still close to 10%. That's the problem, but it could be. We're gonna find out. Let's see. Boeing's down 3. I think I'm going to be done. I think that's it for the day. I might even hold them. The MS puts are up like 15 or 20% now. They're up like 25. They're up 20% now. The Disney, 72%. And then the Boeing, the MSTRs, it says it's up because of the spread. Let's see, man. 15 minutes. If it needs to hold this. Again, I mean, attitudes are going to shift very, very quickly. That's welcome to volatility, my friends. So this is going to be an interesting one. This last 15 minutes. 16 candles remaining. 16 candles remaining. Yeah, so MicroStrategy can't strip out Bitcoin's wild swings from the unofficial accounting it touts to investors. The enterprise software maker in 2020 announced buying and holding Bitcoin as its key business strategy and used non-GAAP measures that don't comply with generally accepted accounting principles. So they said that they can't, yeah. So that means on every, so pretty much on the earnings for MSTR, they have to report the loss essentially. You have the link. I don't know how to get the link. It's just on the terminal. It's if you just search MSTR. It's the latest one. Tesla, quick drop right there. Everything just took a big candle down. Hold on. They may pump fake. TLT 160, I'm up. Would you hold them? It's hard to say right now. Again, if Powell pivots, TLT shoots up. If Powell doesn't, if he holds his ground hawkish, TLT rockets down. That's the only issue here. Dude, it came right back. 14 candles left. Those 2 candles just got rid of the other 2 candles. 10-minute rig music. I don't. Is it gonna be? Are we gonna have to? Everybody, quickly! Women and children first! Buy the dip or get off! Women and children first! If you're staying, buy the dip! If you're leaving, get to the lifeboats! Right there, women and children first! Please, if you're not buying the dip, make room! If you're not buying the dip, women and children first! Why am I still crying? It's so bad. It's still open. The mic is still open. Jack, Dorsey, Jerome. I'll never let go, Jerome. I'll never let go, Jerome. Jerome. I'll never do it. I'm not letting go, Jerome. Hold on, Jerome. Just cut the rates. What are you doing? Don't leave. Just cut the rates. Just cut the rates and we can both get on the table. If you cut the rates, there's enough room. No, I don't trust you, Jerome. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Women and children first. Okay, so women and children first. But seriously, okay, figure it out. Because you got Monday. I don't know if you go Monday, yeah, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and then Monday. So then the market opens up again. So just you know what I'm saying? Just finalize your moves, man. Finalize your moves. Barusu, what's that, bro? Are you doing exorcisms? I don't know. I love you though. I know you. I know it's from something. I remember we had this discussion. I just forgot. Hard. 10-minute rigged. 10 candles left. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This candle will probably set a big direction. Get ready. Get ready. Uh-oh, I said women and children first. This is 10-minute rigged. After that, man, that's it. Bahu already went to bed. It's okay. Bahu, we heard Bahu just like wakes up in the morning now just to prove that he woke up, and then he goes back to bed. You know that? He types 3 messages. He talks shit to make sure I see it, and then he goes right back to bed. We know he act like I don't know the tricks, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Come on. It's okay. The market's coming down now, though. 10-minute rigged. Get ready. Jack. Yep, it's down. That's it. If it decides down and breaks through here, it's not quite it just yet. There it is. Even Tesla came right back down. Everything's coming right back down. No mercy. No mercy, bro. They pump faked it. They wanted you to get a little excited. Oh, that was like the crowd during the Biden speech. They got us hyped up a little bit. They wanted it hype, but they said, nah, don't forget. Don't forget. Ain't no FOMO. It's FOSNO. Fear of not selling out. No more FOMO. That's what we go. Make sure you remember. This is Debo right here. Well, who does that? Just let it go up. Okay? Calm down, man. Calm down. MRK selling off now. Yo, MRK is just hitting. I don't know why it's hitting the low ticker like that when it was just lower. That's weird. That's really weird. Bro, why did it print 731? Huh? Big wick on TOS. It hit the low ticker. I think that came through. I'll take those any day. What time is it? I got 8 minutes. Give me 8 minutes. Give me 8 minutes. I have an idea. Unless they snake me again. Just get ready. Just get ready for me to yell out scammers. Did they scam me? They didn't scam me. Holy shit. I'm gonna try it again. Okay, I have an open order on another one. I might go back into that one again. No, I'll keep it small. I won't get greedy. I like it though. It's I bought a put at a discount and it's cheap. I don't know how. And I have an open order on the one right above it too. Market's coming down. I'm holding the Disney put. I only put $100, so it's almost 100%. Let's see. Damn Tessie. They just want to hurt me. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Merck put. For April. There's literally contracts. They're far out the money, but they don't have a premium. And Merck is cheap, but it's kind of a defensive name and doesn't move. I kept one open order on one of them just in case it snakes. So we will see what happens. Merck, we'll see. Dude, we're about to hit another low. That's crazy. That is crazy, my friend. These guys are crazy. Merck is even going up on that again. It's kind of moving defensive, but everything's kind of selling off here now. That's a solid red. 5 minute. I mean, again, you only have 5 candles left, and it's already getting clapped. Remember the 434 SPY for $6? Yeah, what's it at now? It's dead? Oh, yeah, I was going to say, bro, that thing was good. Okta on the low? Okta. Oh, yo, Okta is getting clapped. OKTA literally plummeting. Not seeing any news on that. Check news on that. That thing's hideous. Yo, OKTA? Bro, that thing's ridiculous. It just dumped probably like 5-10% right there. It says it's down 10% on the day, but it probably did 5% of that right. That was like what? 190? Am I blind? No, 190 to 177. Yeah, that thing's getting knocked. That Okta is actually Peloton. SPY's about to hit a new low in the close with 4 minutes left. Yo, this is absolutely wild, actually. You're literally coming into the close now. I mean, if it might go crazy after hours, so we're going to stick around here. And it is Friday, so hopefully you're having a wonderful Friday and have a life jacket or a lifeboat. Let's see. Okta, Sympathy, Twilio. I'm not seeing any news on Okta, just volume rising. I mean, it's software. I mean, software's already been the real lagger on the downside. Habibi, this is crazy. This is crazy. Last 1 minute. You got 3 minutes left. 3 more candles. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, and you should be, we're going to be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time on Monday, and we will be taking off with the full week here Monday morning at a sunny San Diego International Airport. And as we make this final approach into San Diego International, it is about 66 degrees and sunny. A little chilly out there, especially if you've been holding calls. It feels like a really cold world out there, but should be a good time for vacation, clear the mind, and welcome to San Diego as always. Fortunately, we are no longer under COVID guidelines. We have bought out the airlines, and as said, freedom is the way to go, but still, please be respectful of your neighbors as you exit and anybody's rights or beliefs, as we do appreciate all of you. But as always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful weekend. Let's go, baby. Bring it home. Bring it home. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, white with puts. What? What do you mean? What do you mean, man? God bless America. Where did that play go? Where did that play go? 1 minute! Come on, let's go, 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 go. Bring it home. Bring it home. You're still going to get after hours, but after today, you don't have to deal with it. It's almost here, man. A wild week. Bring it home. Wrap it up. You better make your decision on what you're going to hold, baby. This is it. This is it. Coming into the lows on the highs. Oh, you got less than 10 seconds remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Hard. Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go. GG's in the chat. It's not even moving too crazy after hours. You might see a lot of stuff, but come on. We need a GG in the chat, baby. GG in the chat right now. Everybody, it's been a crazy week. A lot of y'all were good. Some people cried. Some people talked shit. Some people got into fights. Some people cried by themselves. They did it publicly. Some people were victorious. They made money on puts. Some people bought the dip. Some people didn't care. A lot of things happened. It was crazy, ladies. Oh, my God. They don't feel me. It's over for the week. So don't get too crazy because we still got to do it again next week. But, man, oh, I need a GG. I need a GG. Everybody, good game. Come on. Oh, get out of y'all. Get out of here. If you can't GG, we don't want. No. This is a wild week, bro. This could be a pivotal point in history, for crying out loud. Who knows? Next week is. Oh, it's the pre. I need to take my sweater off. It's the pregame, bro. This was the fucking pregame. Oh. I need a GG. I need a GG. Yo, feel free. Swap jerseys. That's all I'm saying. Woo. Bro, are you serious? That fucking week? Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. I'm going to lose my voice. I need a GG from everybody. Let's go. Come on. You want me to know? You know how it should sound, right? Come on, everybody, please. Clear your sins. Bro, I'm telling you, for real, good game, man. Honestly, if you were able to make it from the beginning of the week till today, and you didn't, like, contemplate life, you didn't contemplate changing too much, and, like, you know what I'm saying? You at least got to even sit through it, man. Good game. Honestly, for real, good game. I'm just saying, that's it. We got to do it again. We have the next matchup on Monday, but I'm just saying, for now, wow. Let's go. I need GGs. You know how it should sound, right? You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. 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 You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. 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 You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. Let's go, baby. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound. It should be a GG. You know how it should sound I love you. Yeah, when I get up by the dead by mercy, I need you. Yeah, when I get up by the dead by mercy, I need you. Yeah, when I get up by the dead by mercy, I need you. That's not fucking Hey, pray for me, pray for me. I love you, pray for me, pray for me. I love you, pray for me, pray for me. Let's go, baby. Let's go. GG, that's how it's just sound. That's how it is. That's how hype it is, bro. You saw how hyped I got with the Biden getting hyped. That's the hype I'm saying, bro. Look at everybody. Oh, God bless you. God bless you. I love you. Whew. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my. I need a water. GG. GG. Oh, what was that? That was just our tradition. That was just GG. That was hype, man. There's a lot. There was a lot. You hype, bro? I feel you, bro. Let's go. Happy Friday. That's it, man. That's the day. Whew. Let me get water. Whew. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. How do you feel? Chad, so we're going to stick around a little bit here. I mean, we're going to watch post-market. If we mess around, we might be able to get an after-hours play. But, I mean, just tell me this, man. Just tell me this. How do you feel? What do you feel like right now? Now you could look back on the week. Man, just wait till this stream is over, you know? Y'all going to sit there for a I don't know what you got to do, but I'm just saying. Tell me how you feel, bro. You feel great? Blessed? Blessed, broke, relaxed like shit, peaceful, just chilling. Brutal. Blessed to be here now, baby. Amen. Hyped, feeling good, about to dip, baby. Let's get the Airbnb snippet. Rough week, I'm feeling good. Exhausted. exhausted. Oh, bro, good game. Blessed, anxious. We good. Blessed, excited, happy. I feel alive. Blessed, I feel like Josh. Feel great, baby. Green, up 150. Blessed, blessed, positive, patient. Like I have to go to the bathroom. Oh, yes, I'm ready, committed. Let's go. Blessed, ready for Monday. Woo! Oh, yes, blessed to have this stream. We blessed to have you, baby. Let's go. Cozy. Oh, I feel at home. It feel good. It feel good. How y'all feel? Come on, I'm just... So, like I said, man, this is really just the pregame. Next week is going to be so much crazier. So I hope you guys are locked and loaded. I hope you're able to relax over the weekend here. And I love all of you. And thank you for being here throughout all of this. Again, I don't know what it is. It's weird how some of us get sentimental about being on the stream when the market crashes. So hopefully, you know, if you ever need a place, man, we got you guys, especially during these times. And again, I mean, like I've showed you, we went over a lot of stuff today, looking at historical trends, the 1970s, all of that. So, I mean, a lot has happened. This was a 3 standard deviation event. I mean, the probability of this week happening is less than 1%, if that. So it was very, very wild. But like I'm saying, I mean, this is still very early on. And when you start off a year with a 3 standard deviation event, right? How do you think the year is going to end? Oh, man. So I hope these words stick with you, because there is going to be a lot. But honestly, man, thank every single one of you guys for being here. Thank you for holding it down. I appreciate all the love and support, and I'm just grateful for the opportunity. So whether you like me or not, man, y'all listened in today. Y'all held it down. The chat was awesome, too. I mean, I don't know. The chat, y'all been locked and loaded a lot with all of it in so many ways. And like I said yesterday, man, it's a blessing to be surrounded by so many committed people who are really about it. Even at the very least, man, I'm even even our haters are committed. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the best part about it. I hope you realize you're still part of a cult. Even if you don't like it, I'm just telling you, you're part of the cult, because you got more commitment as a hater than anybody else, too. So it's beautiful. And for real, man, bottom of my heart, we love every single one of you, and all the people who show love and come up with a good attitude every day, ready to learn, ready to contribute, man. Honestly, for real, we appreciate you. It does not matter if you have a membership badge, stream alerts, anything like that. We do not do any of this. We never started this out for money, and this is not the objective with it, man. It's for the community that we built and all these people. So it's like, yo, I don't care what you have on here. If you come in here and you let your soul and heart shine, and you just got, or at least, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you got a shitty soul, but you could work good. I could accept that. You know, I'm just saying, you at least contributing something in a way, or at least coming in with the attitude that just vibes very, very well. So God bless you and thank you. But double shout out there to the members holding it down, baby. God bless you, especially some of y'all rocking those badges for a very, very long time. I mean, honestly, some of you got badges. I mean, just chalk one up. You know, if you got like a 1-year badge, even like a 2-year badge, you know, you're chalking this up to another volatile time with the cult, baby. So I hope you're ready. Okay, don't let me get too hype. My voice is already going to be shot today. Hey, what? I don't even know what voice this is. This sounds very weird. That was cool. I didn't know I could do that. Well, I don't know what the hell that was, but I didn't even know I could do that. That's crazy. We might have got one. We might have learned something new. We might have got something new. Yeah, but I'm an island boy. Talking about it. Okay, baby, you're now. No, this hurts so bad, actually. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. New character unlocked. Woo! But I love you all. God bless you. Again, shout out to the stream alerts, all the guys on there. And hopefully over these last few days, you got to see some of the benefit there with stream alerts at the very least. I mean, even from the news all the way down to what's going on here. I mean, even if it's important, we're going to let you know. But again, shout out to the people holding it down and supporting through that, especially if you are staying active even in the stream too, baby. So God bless you, and I appreciate all of you. But that's it, man. That's the day. We're going to stay around for a little bit. I'm going to go get a cereal bar. I need a carbo to ice the throat real quick. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you want to listen to Old Powell? I was going to give you a Bible study. Here, let me see. Let me see if I could get you one. I don't think I have the edited version, though. I got to show it to you. I gotta show it to you. Hold on. From Josh Answer to Josh Answer. Where is it? Oh, this one is gonna sound a little different. So this is it. This is the unedited version. Okay, and then I'm gonna play you Powell. Oh wait. Oh, it's Bible study. I can't play Powell. Never mind. We have to do Uncle. Okay, you can get a little bit here.
Campaign, but I really need to fucking say to me before they.
Alright, we'll give it to him. I'll give it to him.
Love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing. Even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can trip about a fully on my wrist. Nah. Rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery and maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me, and when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
That's all you get. That's all you get. That's all you're gonna get. That's your Airbnb. I'd rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery and maybe live this seasonally. Keep on buying stocks every month, spread it evenly. Shout out to people that believe in me. Oh, let's go, baby. I hope you're living peacefully. Woo! It's good, right? All right, let's see what we got. Now you get the other uncle in the meantime. So it is Bible study time. So hopefully you guys fill out the prayer request wall or anything you need. I hope you enjoy your weekend and be chill. I think I'm going to have a video for you this weekend. I'm not traveling anywhere, so we will be good. But I love you. And you know, so stick around if you're going to make it, but please, no heathens. Again, we are a cult. If you are not familiar, we are an actual literal cult. We have been, I don't know if we will indoctrinate you. And a bunch of other things, but this is a full-blown cult. So here we start to get into our Bible study is what we call it. So please, if you don't have your cloak, you may have to sit out this time. But if you do have your cloak, please get that. I don't know. We are next week will be communion, so please make sure that you are prepared for that. Get your Bibles as well, and as we play the uncle, feel free to rebuke any of the heathens so that we could purify the chat. Okay? God bless you. Hopefully you don't take things too seriously. We love all of you no matter what. But I will be right back here in a second, and I'm going to go get my supplies to prepare for our after-hour session. Okay? And I think this song is appropriate.
20, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put, I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit, no games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring, I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in, drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting, skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating, seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming, hating for no reason. You a demon, leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, your ass a Peloton. Make $100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Chicago. You know what that shit look like?
YouTube.com/stock market.
Yeah. Feel like World War II, but we know what that shit look like. I guess we really did live a good life. But now it's inside. unless you get time. People
stock
buying
market.
everything so they can sell it online. Come on, dawg, you wouldn't even need that TP. How that EDD turn into PS5s and TVs. Another enemy that can't be seen, but just believe me. Everybody lying, but that truth ain't always easy. People without the money ain't freaking out no more. Long as you qualify, then you don't pay back the loan. Bail out they companies, not the ones that need it most. And the people with everything keep on tweeting about those.
YouTube.com/the-stock-market.
They care about if they profiting. I ain't never been the one to bitch about conglomerates, but this shit getting ominous. My mom won't come outside again. Some days I'm waking up and I feel hustle. Days is kinda jumble. I know it keep me safe, but it ain't keep me safe from nothing. It left me by myself, that in itself was kinda troubling. This shit really puzzling. How a piece of paper on my face.
You guys are just gonna have to wait. You're gonna just have to wait. You're gonna have to wait. Uncle won't tell me when, but it's soon. It could be 10 days, I think. I don't know. Like 10 days, maybe. I don't know. I'm cut out from the process. So all I got the unedited tracks. Like these aren't even finished. Like I don't even know what he handed me. It's like he banned me from it. It was wild. YouTube.com/the-stock-market. World premiere with the world's leading mixtape authority. You're like, is this? I thought it was you. Where's this trades? Yo, bro, I'm way too happy for getting clapped. Okay? So all my optimistic haters, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? But like, I love you too. But dude, it's Friday at the very least. I don't know. I enjoyed the little things. And ladies and gentlemen, it's at least this shit's not moving as much as it was anymore because it's closed. So I will see you on Monday. But in the meantime, what's up, baby? Oh, man, my voice is clapped. I'm going to be shitted on. Even when I make the video tomorrow, I'm going to be shitted on. And I'm like, hey, why? This is a new boy. But it's okay. I love you. It's game time. I'm excited, man. Like I said. Okay, I keep talking. You know I'm excited when, like, I'm even excited talking about the market. Because like I'm saying, if you start with the 3 standard deviation year, you're going to end with the 3 standard deviation year, bro. Again, usually it ends up at the same point. So I'm telling you, it's going to be, I hope you're ready. So I know if you don't get the first jump on it, don't worry. It's going to be okay. I'm just saying, but it's at least, this is going to be different than last year. I promise you that. I could promise you that right now. It will be very, very different than last year. You know, remember last year, it was just chilling. We would go fucking 60 days, 40 days with less than 1% move. You don't remember that? You don't remember, bro? We were in a certain mode. You know, it was like a sleepy mode, more or less. I don't know what to describe it. I'm trying to get an adjective. I don't want to get y'all too jumpy. I don't want to hear the Harley start revving up just yet. I know it's after hours, but still. But I'm just saying, it's crazy. So just get ready. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be exciting. I hope you're ready. Woo! So now you're gonna go get drunk and watch Leprechaun. I'm gonna go watch Tony Robbins. That's my chat inspiration. All right, let's start with that. I want to know what you're gonna do this weekend. But what's your latest chat inspiration? Can we share something recently where like somebody said it in the chat and then you were like, I'm gonna try that. You know, like clearly we brought up Leprechaun today. And then you were like, I'm going to go get drunk and watch Leprechaun. See, some of you are more wholesome and you read Proverbs, okay? You heathens. Some of you are heathens, okay? And that's me. I was like, we talked Tony Robbins and someone said something about the sound of it. I was like, I'm going to go listen to that. Oh, cereal bars, fixing my rental Bible app, baby. Door knocking this weekend. Let's go. Road tripping with my dog. Make more fancy wood. That's a Chad. We got a lot of Chads who could they carve and shit. You got a lot of handy Chads. Very, very good handy Chads. Sound off. Weekend movie recommendations. Poker, was that a Chad thing? Did the thing get you? I'm a radio show. Calling radio show tomorrow. I'm a handy Chad. You're door dashing. Shout out to Cole. Let's go, baby. Grind. I got 3K on Curry shoes, like Steph Curry. Who's down to rock climb? That sounds pretty. Bro, you were just saying you're going to go get drunk and watch Leprechaun. Now you want to rock climb? I'm looking out for maybe in like a different weekend or different date. Just please don't get drunk and rock climb, man. That's crazy. He's like, yeah, let's get drunk and do CrossFit. You down? No? Okay. This guy's definitely that's the plot twist. He was already tripping. He's like, I'm going to go get drunk and watch Leprechaun. We thought that was, normal. He's been on mind med for the last like 7 days. And now he's like, bro, he's just getting wild ideas, bro. He's like, he's just mixing and matching oxymorons and bringing them to life. You know what I'm saying? He's like, wow, I'm going to go just do all of this. I feel that's cool. I'm down with it. No, I'm just messing with you, man. I know you're a good sport. God bless you. God bless you. What else we got there? So a lot of chat stuff. Am I still clap? Nah, man, you're free. I mean, just use the freedom wisely, man. You know what I'm saying? That's not a threat either. Because I know. Oh, dude. Okay, can I tell you something? You're selling your Peloton. I'll buy it. Actually, I have 2 things. Okay, remind me about the Peloton. We need to talk about the Peloton, but then we got to talk about what's it called? We got to talk about like troll chats real quick. Okay, it's funny. Because I noticed this with some of you guys. Not like, I don't think you're in here, but this happened the other day. So a Chad sent me a lead, and he sent me a good real estate lead, right? And then it's a name I didn't really recognize, and I talked to him for a little bit because I said, wow, this is a good property. I said, I want it. And like, it's a pretty good lead, right? And then I come to find out, I banned this guy like 3 years ago or 2 years ago. And I'm like, okay. And then I remembered his name. And I was like, wait a minute, bro. And then it really gave me flashbacks because I'm like, bro, the email was so professional. It was so like nice and normal. Like it was respectful. I was like, bro, I know your username. I'm like, no way that is you. And I was tripping out. I was like, nah, it's not that I know people could change, but like, I know you got to realize it's the, what's it called? I don't think he changed. I think he still trolls. I'm saying, I think it's just like, it's like the internet. I don't know. It's like an internet complex. It's like, I think it's a Call of Duty thing. It's like a gaming thing. It's like, I feel like if you are like into like gaming heavy, I feel like you have an internet persona. And then most of the time you have like a very respectful professional persona. Does that make sense? Maybe some of you are like that, but you're not like you don't go fully like negative, like in the same, like that's what I'm saying. I think some people are just like, when they hit like a chat room, a Twitch, it's like the game, it's like a whole, like again, Yash comes out, like you've seen me in Halo, but like, I mean, some of y'all go to like the 4chan deep end, bro, for real. And then I'm like, wow. And then, yeah, like yes, exactly. No, they're humble in real life. Like they're just like, they're super nice kids. Like I say kids, some of them are adults, but like they're just like super humble. Like they're like totally the most unassuming motherfucker you would ever come across. You know what I'm saying? And like you're like, oh, that's like if I just like saw him, shook his hand, and like had a chat with him, I'm sure they would have said something nice and funny. I'm like, oh, okay, word. And then just on the internet, bro, they're just like. They just start they will literally sit there for days and just like go nuts on it. And I'm like, man. I'm like, well, I guess God is showing me something every day. You know? It's always fascinating. I'm like, I'm more understanding. I'm like, because I was like, all right, well, I was like, bro, you're chill. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I said, stop being such a weirdo, bro. Like, that's it. Like a good weirdo. It's like, I feel you, but like, why you gotta do me like that, man? It's clearly in your ability. Like you just why? Like why'd you pick me? Why'd you pick? Just relax. Like I'm chill, man. I'm your friend. But that was that was like a positive story, more or less. And then are you ready to the Pelotons? You guys want to hear my theory on the Peloton though? I'm about to shatter some dreams right here. Okay. Okay. I'm about to shatter some dreams right here. You have no idea. Are you ready? What is the difference? I've already said this. Here, I'll preface it. Once we'll get deep into this a little bit. I've already said this to like 3 metaverse hardcore people in their face every time. I wish I could see. So just listen. What is the difference between the Peloton and the metaverse? Again, I own Roblox. I own all of it, but no, think about it. What is the difference between the Peloton and the metaverse? Y'all got answers. Y'all got answers. It's good. Immersion. Is that, or is the chat? Is that the final answer? So just think of this is what I had this talk. I had to think about it for a little bit. I don't really think there is a difference. Think about it. You have a bike, instead of putting it on your eyes, like again, instead of living in it, you're literally at home, you're sitting there on the bike. Again, you're like, if you're not staying inside, there is a big point of a society that's just like, I'd rather go outside. Are you feeling me? So again, the metaverse is dope to it. Like again, the immersion and all of that. There's no one talking to you on the other end. Are you kidding me? Have you not seen the Peloton? They get hyped. They like, let's go, push it, push it. Don't they got friends on Peloton? And you could like ride with your friends and like, dude, the Peloton's a whole social network with it. I guess there's less worlds, but essentially, they're yelling at you. Yeah, that's similar. I guess they're so more social. But I don't know. I think Peloton and the metaverse are very similar to a degree. I hope not. I just hope that the appeal to go outside eventually will outweigh any technology. I don't know. I think it's a discussion that if we're not having it this year, I feel like we're going to have it in a couple of years. Still thinking you're biking. You see what? I don't know. It's unlike, I don't know though. I don't know. Again, a lot of people have gave a lot of things for even like Peloton. They're like, we'll just put Peloton in gyms. But I think it comes down to I don't know. Peloton is metaverse biking if you think about it. That's why I was like, well, why? And then why wouldn't that really take off even in this space? Again, I don't know. It's like, now would you Peloton with the headset? But it's like you already have the TV. I guess you could use that instead. But this was a talk, and I think it brought up, I know it surprised a couple of people. Say the biggest difference is the kids. I know, but then they're going to grow up to a degree. I mean, that's why Roblox just gets the kids forever, but like, I mean, or the new generation. But I don't know. I might go get an Oculus, though, this weekend to end this conversation. You know why? Because I live right now, and everything takes time. So until then, I'm just saying, it took 2 years for Peloton, and they were like, yeah. Man, you couldn't, a year ago, you couldn't even buy a Peloton. Now, I mean, I haven't even checked them on eBay. I guess maybe I'll just wear I'll just do Oculus. Maybe I'll stream with Oculus. That's how I could do my face reveal. I'll just only you guys will only see me wearing an Oculus. Valid question. It's a valid question, always. Peloton versus BitConnect Energy. Your avatar. I would be like Ready Player One. But that would just be me. You just get to see my beautiful beard. And then you'll see my big Arab nose. That's it. Do they got Arab versions? I didn't check. Do they got Arab versions for Oculus? Because I got a big nose. I need a different bridge setting on that thing. You know what I'm saying? Because I've Mark Zuckerberg. I know he ain't deal with what I got to deal with. Only the real ones know. Abivai FDA approval. Is that why OPK is getting clapped? Is that why Abivai? Come on, Abby. Yallah. Please mute your mic when you drink. Bro, you totally failed the vibe check for after hours, but I still love you. Okay? It's okay, though. I will, though, next time. Okay? Because I'm just considerate. I will keep that remembered in the future, but I want you to keep that in the mind for the future, too. Okay? See what I'm saying? You know, it's fine. It's fine. But I think that's all the stories I had for you. I really liked the joke I had, the joke about getting the food and them telling to put my mask on. I'm telling you, I had to share that with you because I fully imagined that scenario in my head yesterday when I got food. It was great. Other than that, I don't have any other stories or anything funny there. I think I ran out. I don't know if there's anything else. It's been a crazy 2 weeks, both market and outside. That's it. A lot of stuff. No. Okay, watch the video. I think I'm going to post the video tomorrow. I need to check with escrow. I have a cool video for you tomorrow. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. You will see. Will I ever try to build my own home? Maybe. But tell me this. What else do we got for the weekend? This is the best community. Look at the chats. They're all freaking out. Chat is calm. I mean, the thing is, and I don't know, I think like I oftentimes, you know, it's easy to lose sight of this, but it's like at the end of the day, it's not about like this room or that room or like this or that. It's just like at the end of the day, there's just like a retail trading community versus Wall Street in a weird way. I don't mean to make that sound like jihad, but like what I'm saying is just like it's for everybody. I mean, I really do hope that you know, it would be such a disappointment to see if the 1970s repeated and all of these new investors, I don't care what they're doing now, where they came from, anything. It's like if they ended up getting washed and just, you know, not able to really take advantage of the long term or anything like that, it would be it would be a travesty. Again, in the 70s, that's what happened. Again, like after the 70s, do you realize how many people how many people missed out of 2001 practically? It pretty much from the last time you saw the market like go crazy like that was 2001. So from the 70s through 80s, it was the worst 10-year period for stocks. It was not good at all. And then it took until like 2001 before you saw that FOMO hit the world again. So that's, you know, I want to see everybody calm, and I want to make sure everybody really you know, no matter what, understands, especially if this is how the year starts, it is going to it is just going to play out just as equally crazy at the end of the year or even towards the middle. It's just so there will be your opportunity no matter what. But even then, like I even show, bro, I have this chart still up here. This thing is so crucial. Again, look at this is the chart from the 50s. You know what I'm saying? So it went from it just. Bro, imagine the S&P at $13. That's insane. What would that be worth? Let me see. 1950 money to now. Inflation calculator. Oh, that's in 2013 dollars. How do I get it? Bro, that's just to 2013. How do I get it higher? What was it? $13? What is it? Does it show it? Oh, 13 is worth 150.39. Damn. Imagine that. You could buy the SPY. Back in the 50s, you could have bought the S&P for it would be $153 today. So if you had 150, and now what is it? 400? Not bad. I guess for what, like 70 years? And we got iPhones? Fuck out of here. Come on. Why are you complaining? I'm just saying. I know it could be worse, but I'm just saying we got iPhones. Shit. I know. And censorship, but still. But anyway, and then it went to what? And that was a 4-year period. And then you see it came down a little bit, but then, you know, there was a lot of rallies where you didn't, you know, if anything, it would come back to the decade's time. But like I'm saying, here's the 70s. So you can see it. This is where and they had this is where they were close. It was just like our market. They came close to crashing, right? They started dropping a lot. And they gave back a lot of gains from pretty much the last 5 years just on this move. You see that? That's 5 years of, they came to the 5-year low, or the highs of 5 years, because again, like this was the president leading in to the 70s with Nixon. And it was literally, this is where inflation, right before, this is where inflation started going crazy. This was like 69, 70. And then 2 years after inflation is pretty much where it really kind of got crazy again. I think 3 years is when it dropped, but this was when all the new money came into play. So this is where I would even say you had a lot of money come in here too from the government, but this was where the most money, I think, post-war. Again, that's what happened. Same thing with us. But this is what I was saying. This is the 10-year bottom. Realistically, wherever you start the decade of inflation is most likely going to be the bottom for the next decade. But even then, with all the money, it usually goes crazy. Well, this was post-gold standard. Again, after this is getting rid of gold. This is getting rid of the gold standard, and you even had volatility before that. Again, inflation couldn't keep up with the gold standard, and then people started panicking and all the other stuff. But like I said, look at what happened in the market. This is 1972, right? This is 1980. Oh, y'all don't feel me. So this was bad. This is assume this was the worst performance ever. That was 8 years. Yeah, everyone, dude, this was like, that's why this was a lost decade for American stock investors, for sure. That's why I'm saying it's like the biggest tragedy I would hate to see happen is watch 2020 have a record number of retail investors, and then all these people are just, for whatever reason, or they just lose sight of the long term or reverse everything, reverse both the bad and good. But like that was a period. Again, you still would have got, that's why, what would have won in this period? Think about it. You got to really think about it, though. If you were during this period, 10 years, rates were super high, right? So who won? It was dividend stocks. You could have got a 10, 20% yielding stock back then. The rates were at 20. So literally, if you compounded, even if you had a 10 cap, if you had a 10% dividend yield, that whole decade, you would have made you would have made 100% on your investment just through dividends. So that's why do you think we balance portfolios? You see, you never know, but that's why too, if people are really worried about inflation, this is what you're not going to get mad holding over that time. If, again, imagine you got your whole investment back over that 10 years, stayed the same price, but then the next decade afterwards, you got double your investment and then shot up 100, 200%. So in 10 years, no gains on the long term. That's worst case scenario, but that's depending how you look at it, right? You see what I'm saying? Because it's like, well, the price would stay the same, but you just doubled up your investment through the yield. And then after that, again, in 10-year period and all this money in the system, and then what do you think is going to happen in 10 more years? You're going to take off. That wouldn't suck. That would be the best thing ever. Are you guys missing the point? The price would stay the same, but you made 100%. And then the next 10 years goes up 200%. But even without the next 10 years. So it's like if all of your other stuff, if all of your money came back and then every single part of your value netted you 100%, wow, there was a lot of turmoil. Like, would you really be disappointed with that? So then the good years, again, so what? You're like 30, 40 now? Again, you'll still be young. And then the next 10 years of that, you will have double the investment, not to mention whatever you added or bought. But we live in modern times. They were stupid back then. And we're still stupid too, but don't get it twisted. Technology is going to move things faster. So you may, like I've been telling people, if I'm saying my 10-year bottom, right? Look at this 10 years, right? 70 to 80. It pretty much stayed exactly the same. But do you see how most of it was underwater? So look at you down, came back up for a little bit. This is the peak, but then you're down, came up a little bit, but then you're down most of the time, right? You see how it's like a downward bias chart for the most part? I think the intermediary part, we might flip. So let's say inflation went crazy and prices skyrocketed for no reason. I think if anything, you might get more and more upside. But then if it does end up dropping 5-6 years from now, we're just going to come back to 2021. That makes sense? Are you following with me? I think I'm giving you some good 10-year game right now. But this is how you play. This is how you play inflation. And you're saying people don't have that patience. That's fine. I'm just telling you, if you understand what I'm saying, you could get stupid rich. You will literally guarantee your spot in the 1% in the next decade if you know how to go about it. And then the following decade, that's literally a situation where that's what's created everything I've done. In the sense of, again, if you started early just like you did, you already have 3 years under your belt. Stop playing with me, right? So that 3 years, again, after the first 10 years, that's where even if you just doubled your investment just through dividends alone, right? Exactly. I just got it last decade. You would just double your investment, but then once you hit fast money, hot money, and then it comes back again after that 10 years of doing nothing, now you're stacked way harder, and then the next bull run, you're going to have way more money, dividends, everything else. And then that's where, like I'm saying, and who knows what this much money in the system will create. You don't know if this is what happened last time. I mean, again, I was very zoomed in on this chart. I don't think so let me show you, because y'all were like, oh, I don't want 10%. Again, look how fucking close I was on this. Don't get it twisted. Do you want me to zoom out? Okay, do you see it? So look at, that's the 1970s, and that's the decade. Oh my gosh, this is like you looking at the 5-year charts, 10-year charts now. Inflation, we're talking money supply. Don't forget it. Okay, now I'm going to pull it back out for you, asshole. You're like, I want to make double my investment and then watch it collectively compound at the most insane rate possible so that my kids ain't go, oh, man, it crashed again? Oh, we all good. We still up like 40,000%, man. We don't care. Oh, they play with me, man. They playing with me. Go to Japan stock chart. That's what I worry about. I mean, but we are not Japan, unfortunately. We have a lot of similarities, but there's one thing that makes us not Japan at the end of the day, and this is the thing that makes China, China. Are you ready? Japan is only 125 million people. So it's still a lot of people, but even back then it was a lot less and it stopped growing. But we are a lot bigger than Japan, and you have a lot more human capital. Again, not to mention technology, as well as, again, in our culture. Like, I love America, but, you know, our culture is fucked. If you really think about it. I mean, again, we're Easterners, and I read the Bible, and I'm telling you that, I have my bias, but at the end of the day, there is nothing like American culture where we spend racks like we do. Like, that's what I'm saying. There's nowhere like America where you make money like this and all of that. Stop saying human capital is the classiest bullshit. No, it's that's what I learned through economics, but it's true. I mean, even at right now, like, do you think I don't refer to myself as human capital? I'm human capital. Again, and I'm in the United States. Again, for me to put out the work and create anything to GDP, or even do anything, for me to make babies, to make money, to feed, to do it, all of that stuff. I mean, that's literally the human capital of all of it. So it's, unfortunately, I mean, it's not. Don't get so offended by it. It's not that crazy unless you view yourself as prey. Then I could see where you're coming from, but I understand. But it's true. Truly, I think I'm human capital, and I don't really have a problem with that. So it's like, it's just at the end of the day, we are bigger, a lot bigger than Japan in the capability for us to create, as well as our culture. Now, if we get a big cultural shift, God knows what will happen. But you know what I'm saying? Maybe the revelations. I don't know. I'm messing with you. But yeah, I need to go pee again. How do we turn Friday into talking about this? See, I'm excited, but for real, if you're here, I hope you get this because you're going to become a billionaire if you understand any of what I'm saying for the next 10 years. Okay? So can you become a billionaire for me? And this is how you're going to buy me a house? I wasn't kidding. I really think you will buy me a house if you understand everything I just showed you. I honestly, I think it's a good, I'm investing in you for the next decade. That's all. Like, if you could keep, that's why it sucks, because when the market runs hot, we play our opportunities, but you just can't make sure you don't get clapped. That's why understand the long term, understand the real estate, and just you're going to build pace, but it's little by little forever, no matter what in this market. But we are still living through the opportunity of a lifetime. Again, people I still don't think comprehend it, and the level of confusion around this. That's it. And straight up human nature and discipline is going to make a lot of people fight this. That's all. I show people don't want to wait, and who knows what's going to happen. People are going to trip out, but I'm telling you, this is for real. You are still living through the opportunity of a lifetime. Now, you may very well see the downside of what happened in the 70s. Guess what, buddy? This is what you get. You got blessings for being born in this time. You're like, I wish I could have been alive back then. Well, it was crazy when this shit would happen. So you get your opportunity. You get your ticket. Now it's your turn. You get to live through it. So that's the downside to it, is that you legitimately actually have to live through it. And that's the confusion of day by day, 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. You know, a 10-year chart, easy to zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. But that shit takes time. You're going to see it all. And then that's why, again, feel free to gamble along the way. As you see, that's why we're getting clapped if you're getting clapped on the trades. I'm taking my losses, totally okay with that. But I didn't expect anything else. I did want to make money, but I do know what these opportunities will get wild swings. It's not over yet, but at the same time, I'm still going to keep money locked in equity, still going to keep money locked in stocks, and still going to, again, we have balance of dividend and growth, and we have our long term. You see what I'm saying? We're still pushing, at the very least. I'm still going to push 100K from what we've already built. Again, even if you built 10K, it's just, again, a year after year, even if the prices get cheaper, your 10 going to turn to 20 and 30. And like I'm saying, believe it or not, that's why you're going at the right pace, even if you're on the small account. Watch. But opportunity of a lifetime, keep this one in mind, okay? Keep this in mind. That's all. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Y'all feel me though? Because I'm trying to talk. It seems like the ghost of 1970 is here. I feel like we've been talking about it from last year. So that's why it's like as we start to, this is the same thing. Look at 1972. I think it was right here at the beginning of the century. It was at the beginning of the year, and I think right here, right at the beginning of the year, you did the same thing. It was right in here between Christmas. You had your bounce, and then you hit it. But 74, but the real crash was 72, and coming in from the 70s. But this is where they first had it having high inflation, and then what eventually, again, in this next 10 years, what's going to happen? The inflation would drop, right? But this is why inflation's fucked up, because it would pop up again, and that's probably what you're going to see. So Yellen's ass is forecasting 2%. She's going to be right eventually. Watch. But, it could still go 7-8%. Market doesn't like it. You might be right here. You might be right here, right? But then what comes up afterwards starts to go crazy, and then that's about it. That's about it. So... But as it drops, I need to go pee, but I'm trying to show you I had a different thought with it that came to mind. But essentially, the CPI is going to pop, and then CPI will come down, and the market will like it. That's where some of your rallies will come from. But this is why the volatility will exist, or you'll spend 2-3 years doing nothing, because pretty much in the early 70s, it ran up. Then inflation dropped in the middle. And then in the latter half of the 70s and 80s, it came back up again and then eventually resided back to 2% land forever. So, yeah, let me go pee. Let me go pee. I don't know. Maybe you get Uncle because it's after hours. Where is it?
like this one? Yeah. God bless ya.
That's a good song to watch the 1970 chart to. I'm excited. I'm excited, but I hope you guys realize it, even with the long term. I mean, I'm very impressed with all of it still. 15, we lost 5% after today. Oh, no, 3% on that one. This one lost 2%. Colt sister, she new to the game. That's what you get. Welcome. You a pledge. That's what happens. Longer you hold, less risky it becomes. It's okay. You'll get there. Don't worry. But I'm just saying, the balance, you see dividends, all of it, bro. So stick to the plan, my friend. Stick to the plan, and that's it. Set aside the money that you're going to trade with. If it goes, it goes. But you build the long term. And right now, too, I will tell you, we're going to get the deposit soon. I mean, at this point, things are so low, it could drop another 10%. It could go up another 10%. It's just like the Uber. Don't really hesitate too much, but go for quality. Go for something that now really keep in mind how a lot of people, they don't know it yet, but there's a lot of targets on the back of anything that did very well in COVID. So you have to keep that in mind. So but don't really again, I hope you realize the long-term plan with the long term, and again, balancing the dividends. That's it, man. That's it. MSTR is not quality, unfortunately. Again, it ran up during all of that. That's it. Do you know MSTR? I found out something about them. Well, this is part of the story. This is why nobody knows what they do. MSTR was supposed to sell themselves in the 2020, 2019. Did you know that? What happened? Did you know that? Yes, no? You didn't know that. No. Yes. So they were supposed to. And then what did they do? He did one thing. Instead of getting bought out, they pivoted. And he did one thing. And that's where the stock is today. You bought the dip? No. All you did was buy Bitcoin. It was in like 2020. And that's it. He just started buying massive amounts of Bitcoin. And then it went crazy. And he owned Bitcoin and he made all the money with Bitcoin. And then the stock went up. And then they had that balance sheet. But the company was going to sell themselves. And then Bitcoin saved them. That's literally all he did. So that's why we're like, we don't know what MSTR does. Really, we don't. They don't really do anything. Oh, man. So, fun fact. Fortune favors the bold. Indeed. And like you're saying, Troy, a lot of things did change. There was a big shift, and it may not go back to that. You may not work in an office, but it's just kind of not everything, though. It's just like give it time to see the real trends establish, essentially. And that's why, too, at the very least, the strategy still applies. As long as you got 30% growth, again, even if 10 years, if you let it compound, it's going to bring, if we did nothing, it would bring you back all the money from the growth at the very least, and then you will be positioned with double the size of growth and dividends for the next decade at the very least. But essentially, it's just go for the go for some of the stuff that works. Again, at the end of the day, this chart, and we're saying you can see some of the really big upside with dividends and value, and this is why people go for these plays right now, is because you could really you could be put in a good position versus, again, this is the S&P, but it doesn't mean every company bounced back up like this. Again, there was going to be some losers in the process. But as long as you could get something good for compounding, but then also whatever's value, because like I said, for the long term, I want to average, if I average down, I'm telling you, it's just a numbers game. This is how people balance portfolios. Legit, you are going to take risks, but that's why if you really do believe in it, it's going to move it around. But anything that we're down on, if you average on, it starts to, you start getting, you'll notice the positioning your portfolio goes to. Oh, my sister just texted me. She said, what's the NPC movie called? Bro, I called my sister an NPC. Right? Are you ready for the crazy part? I called my sister an NPC. We were out. She was there when I even saw the house. I got to hang out with her in the Bay Area. And then literally, like, she would just, like, walk around and do shit. And I was like, why did you do that? And she's like, I don't know. I was like, what? I was like, why do you, like, she would just keep getting lost. I'm like, what are you doing? And like, what? And I'm like, dude, you're like an NPC. And then guess what she said to me? She said, what's an NPC? Oh my gosh. Isn't that crazy? And then, yeah, she didn't even know what it was. And then that's where I realized, bro, the real NPCs may not even know. Think about it. She had no idea what an NPC was. I was like a non-player character. You never heard of a video game, you know, it's like it didn't click with her. She just looked at me like an NPC. Dog, it was crazy. I was like, what? I know, it just proves she's an NPC. That's why I was like, what? This is insane. They don't know they exist. Yes. So I was like, yo, this is wild, bro. That was wild. But then, yeah, but I told her, I was like, you've never seen this movie? And then she just asked me, she's like, what's that movie called? So maybe, we'll see. If she watches that movie and she's going to be like, I don't get it. She'd be like, how's your day today, though? I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. This is crazy. This is crazy. Damn, we've already been here for an hour? That's crazy. That's what we said. Damn, that's crazy. You say you're crazy and last? How stupid is it to have your portfolio in 100% growth? I mean, fortune favors the bold. I'm just saying, like, I want anything. You know, like, I want to be ready for anything. Does that make sense? Like, just in the next 10 years, and it's like, especially if that's a majority of your money, especially if you're actually putting in, you're saying, all right, 20% of my money, 30% of my money, I'm putting here, there, anything. You know what I'm saying? And like saving. You have to really, like, do you realize that even with all the accounts we're trading, the only new money that we've been adding is literally the long term. The other accounts is all from still 2019, 2020. We're playing with 2020 gains, and we've thankfully turned a lot into shares. But it's just if you want to be ready for everything, that's all. That's all. Go 1,000 shares in 6 companies is 70%. I mean, it's not going to hurt you to get value. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, if you got it, but it's whatever you want to deal with in that sense. It's like whatever you're comfortable with. Again, fortune favors the bold, and that's it. It's just as simple as that. If you want it, you got it. We're still dropping after hours. We are. A little bit. You think Matt Damon is bold? What did he do? Someone said that in the chat. They're like, why did Matt Damon do that? What did Matt Damon do? I'm confused. You're out. Troy, have a good weekend, baby. God bless you. Thank you for news this week as well. We love you. He's a crypto.com influencer now. Oh, what's wrong with that? Later, Troy. God bless you. He sold his Airbnb. Peace out. Yeah. But I think I might head out here soon. I'm going to hit you with something at the end a little bit. But it's a good day. You guys better enjoy the weekend. Again, hopefully you find something to get momentum in. And go read the story of David. It's in 2 Samuel. 2 Samuel, is it 10:11, I think? Right? Is it 2nd? Anybody? Where my Bible people at? Where my Bible people at? You should go read that one. You should go read that one. It's a good one. But just dust it off, baby. It's game time. It's game time. Oh. New uncle. I could give you like new old uncle. Does that make sense? So like it's weird because I can't like it's so weird that I just can't like I can't even type right now. It's like it's new and old. It's weird.
It's a call, baby. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me all week, I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me all week, I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGD. I can hit 100 layers before you hit that 3. I ain't do no innovating, I just watered that tree. Got a little bit of Vegas, got a little Wall Street. On my band grand, got some buffets on the team. I can kick a couple theories, I'm the modern main cage. Why the people never bring it, always asking what to eat.
Oh, that's it, baby. But Colt, I love you. I hope you're ready for another crazy week. You better get rested, okay? You got to really get rested. You need to rest and get ready. Bright and early on Monday. You'll get the watch list on Saturday or Sunday. I got a video for you tomorrow. Don't shit yourself when I give you the video, okay? I'll tell you that now. Just don't shit yourself and trust me, okay? You'll see. Whenever you see tomorrow's video, do not react to it. Well, react. Go click on the video. Show some love. You know what I'm saying? I got you, but just you'll see. You'll see. Okay? It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. You'll like it. Okay? But I love you. Be safe. And above all else, just get ready, man. And don't forget why we're here. And don't forget, honestly, you don't even need to fight that hard sometimes. You know why? You got somebody else fighting too. Oh, they don't feel me, baby. Why we do it? Who's fighting? Why we keep going, baby? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Let's go, baby. It's game time. I love you all. Enjoy the weekend. I'll see you very, very soon. I love y'all and peace out. And I'll see you over the weekend. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye. That was so bad. That's so bad. I just burped on you like that, man. My bad. I didn't. It just came out. It's the carbo. Because of the throat. I was losing my with that voice. You know what I said? My bad, bro. I didn't mean to do it. I know that one guy, he gonna trip out. I swear. I didn't mean to do it, man. My bad. But I love you, okay? So you be safe and just relax a little bit. Just drop the shoulders too, okay? Hey, chest to the sun, man. Come on. Come on. Drop the shoulders. Relax. It's good, bro. It's good. Trust me. Trust me. The beginning of the year starts like this. End of the just get ready, baby. But I love you all. Peace out. Goodbye. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. What? My pony's not moving. Okay, love you. Bye.